that has become one of the most significant strategic public debates in the region. Today's agenda is built around the forum's title, A World in Flux, Towards a New European Architecture. And it includes interventions on security, economical and political reconstruction, reflections on lessons learned, and debates on how we move forward. I wish to thank you for your presence and invite Mr. Florin Pogonaru, Vice President of Aspen Institute Romania, for the introductory remarks.
Good morning. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 11th edition of the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum, organized by the Aspen Institute Romania in partnership with the German Marshall Fund of the United States on the sidelines of the NATO Foreign Ministers meeting. This is, by the way, the first NATO Foreign Ministers meeting in Romania. I humbly thank the Alliance for its support. As a local entrepreneur and business owner, I am aware that economic opportunities cannot blossom in the absence of security. We are confident that the meeting of the NATO Foreign Ministers meeting will be a success, strengthening NATO's position in the region. The Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum has launched in 2012. Since then, it has become a successful international platform for innovative discussions on geopolitics, energy, economic, and security policies. While its 10th anniversary was celebrated with an impressive edition last year, the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum continues to grow in terms of elevated conversation with highly topical content. This year, we benefit from the participation of several key North Atlantic Council participation. We are first and foremost truly honored to welcome Mr. Jens Stoltenberg, Secretary General of NATO, who will deliver his opening speech, followed by a Q&A session. Furthermore, we would like to extend our sincere gratitude to Deputy Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Mircea Joană, the founding president of Aspen Institute Romania. His vision and relentless ambition have contributed significantly to the development of our institute into the leading organization promoting values-based leadership in Romania and the region, as well as neutral, balanced platform for discussing and acting on critical issues confronting our society. The Bucharest Forum promotes pragmatic dialogue between government, private sector, academia, and civil society. Hundreds of high-level decision makers, international experts, and journalists, high-ranking private sector representatives, as well as members of the civil society and academia have contributed with their expertise to the success of the Bucharest Forum throughout the years. We are grateful and honored that our forum has developed into one of the most prestigious conferences in Central and Eastern Europe and the wider Black Sea region. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2022 edition of the Bucharest Forum takes place in the context of the war in Ukraine, which has impacted the entire world. From energy prices to supply chains and to consumer prices, the economic effects of the war are deeply felt within our society. For the next 2 days, we will also debate the role of new technologies and the ability to adopt innovation, factors which will decide the winners of geopolitical competitions. At the same time, global security aspects, as well as the future reconstruction of Ukraine, will of course be the subject of thorough analysis throughout this year's conversation. Moreover, recent developments have made it clear that the world is in flux and a comprehensive new Europe architecture is needed. The forum will address what this will entail in terms of political and democratic aspects. We will dissect economic models in a range of industries, especially in terms of bringing societal resilience against a wide range of threats. This forum brings together key personalities, but also young leaders from the networks of the European Aspen Institutes to share their vision concerning this future development in our societies. We are looking forward to interesting debates on this important topic, as several of their views will be presented during the forum. Ladies and gentlemen, concluding my introductory remarks, I would like to thank all our partners who offer their valuable support in the organization of this event. Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum 2022 is organized with the support of NATO, co-founded by European Union and USAID, international partners, Government of Romania, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Romania, Ministry of National Defense of Romania, AMCHAM, Embassy of the Czech Republic in Romania, international partners, Munich Security Conferences, the Aspen Institute US, Aspen Security Forum, Aspen Institute France, Aspen Institute Kyiv, Aspen Institute Italia, Aspen Institute Germany, and GlobSec. Strategic partners, Innovix BCR. Knowledge partner, Kearney and Valorem Business Advisors. Main partners, Vodafone, Microsoft, UiPath, MasterCard, ING, E.ON, OMV Petrom, Enel, Modex, and EMAG. Partners, Google, Alliance Healthcare and Horvat. Supporters, Codnar, MOL, Publicis, AUAR. Media partners, TVR, Antena 3, CNN, Agerpres, Radio România Actualități, Emerging Europe, Calea Europeană.ro, DC Media Group, Panorama.ro, Kiss FM, and Piața Financiară. Thank you all, and hereby invite you to full days of thought-provoking debates. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pogonaru. For the second introductory remarks, we welcome Ms. Laura Thornton, Director and Senior Fellow at the Alliance for Securing Democracy at the General Marshall Fund of the United States.
Well, it's my absolute pleasure to be here this morning, ladies and gentlemen, for the 11th edition of the Bucharest Forum. It will be my first Bucharest Forum, so I'm particularly excited. And I really want to echo the thanks given, particularly to the Aspen Institute of Romania, which has just been such a steadfast partner and friend to GMF. Also, NATO, USAID, the European Commission for their kind support, as well as key partners, the Aspen Worldwide Network, Government of Romania, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Defense. I also want to give a shout out to the Black Sea Trust of GMF, the staff here today who helped put this together, and use this opportunity to introduce our newest member of GMF, the new director of the Black Sea Trust, Clara Volunteru, who should be here today, and she will stand up and wave so you can put a face with the name. We're delighted to have her, and her first day was actually yesterday, so perfect timing. This event is really, as said by the previous speaker, an inflection point for European security. Particularly given Russia's brutal and unjustified war in Ukraine, our partnerships are being challenged, and our ability to build solidarity and cooperation, including a Marshall Plan for Ukraine, will really be the test of our collective future. Now, I spent the last quarter of a century, because I'm old, living all over Asia and the former Soviet Union working in democracy. I worked for NDI and International IDEA, and so I'm a real democracy hack and approach these issues with that lens. But I think we all here can see quite clearly today, as at other critical junctures in our history, that democracy isn't a nice to have. It's not solely a values proposition. It's the root of our future security, both transatlantic and, frankly, global. Putin's war, to me, is Exhibit A. It is a war that in part, at its heart, is about democracy. For what does Putin fear more than a free, democratic, independent society, particularly at his borders? The beautiful thing about democracy is that it's contagious and thus poses an existential threat to his autocratic rule. What is exposing us to an existential threat is rising authoritarianism. We see this undermining our collective security, undermining our economic and energy independence, our digital future and personal freedom, our international governance architecture. We continue to be subject to economic blackmail. We continue to purchase technology from autocratic actors that undermine and subvert our civil society. We continue to let autocratic actors take over our international governance bodies. Furthermore, they are forming alliances. Autocrats are supporting each other, sharing tactics to destabilize our democracies, whether it's cyber, tech, malign finance, or information operations. And alarmingly, we see that the call is coming from inside the House. And unfortunately, we are often electing autocrats through free and fair democratic elections. On both sides of the Atlantic, we see this waning public belief in democracy, its ability to deliver. And that creates a perfect vacuum for strong men and strong women. And therefore, foreign actors don't really need to do much if we're eroding ourselves from within. In the US, I'm afraid to say, a liberal, isolationist America First movement is back in vogue in a way we haven't seen since the 30s and early 40s. As I researched at GMF for the midterm elections, we saw candidates on the ballot for the US Congress who were parroting Kremlin talking points about NATO, parroting Kremlin talking points about Ukraine, pledging not to support Ukraine, even saying the worst and most horrific disinformation narratives. Ukraine is a Nazi state. This was coming out of candidates for office, some of whom won. So our challenge, and what I'm really looking forward to hearing from folks here, all these esteemed guests, is how can we build and renew our commitment to democracy and make the case to a skeptical and delusioned public about why it matters? How do we cooperate on deterring rising autocratic threats and malign actors? How do we bolster civil society, building collective resilience? And how do we do it together? Ukraine is central to this fight. Our defense of Ukraine, as our Ukrainian friends often tell us, is a defense of us all. And this is the litmus test of our commitment to freedom. We either take it or we send the signal everywhere to autocrats that the world is up for grabs. Over the next couple days, I hope we can make this need to defend democracy and this choice serve as the North Star for our discussions. And in the spirit of the Thanksgiving holidays, which I just left in the United States, I'd like to give thanks to all of you for your commitment and your camaraderie in forging ahead on this really important mission. And with that, I really want to thank you all and look forward to these next 2 days of discussion. Thank you.
We also wish to thank NATO for the Alliance's special support for the event and announce the participation of Mr. Jens Stoltenberg, Secretary General of NATO, who will share his opening speech, followed by a Q&A session with Ms. Cristina Cilacu, journalist for Digi24. I hereby invite Ms. Cilacu on stage for the official introduction. for Mr. Stoltenberg to arrive. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Cristina Cilacu. I will be the moderator of this panel. And because we only have 30 minutes of our main guest, allow me to introduce Secretary General Stoltenberg, Secretary General of NATO, of course, and after we hear his speech, I will invite everyone in the room who is willing to have some questions or who is interested to have some questions to use the microphone in the back. And line up, please. We'll take questions. But first, let's welcome Secretary General Stoltenberg to hear his speech.
Thank you so much, Cristina, and good morning to everyone. It's really a pleasure and honor to be here. And many thanks to the Aspen Institute Romania and to the German Marshall Fund for organizing this very timely and important conference. Romania is a strong and highly valued NATO ally, and I'm reminded on that every day because one of the great contributions you are making to our alliance is that you actually have provided me with an excellent Deputy Secretary General who reminds me of Romania's commitment to NATO every day. And Mr. Joanna is really a man that I appreciate working with, and he's a friend, and he is also the co-founder of this institute. So it's, for many reasons, a pleasure to be here this morning. NATO foreign ministers will meet in Bucharest as Russia's war in Ukraine rags on Romania's borders, undermining the international rules-based order. This is a critical time for our security, and we are sending an important message. NATO is here, NATO is vigilant, and NATO is ready to defend every inch of Allied territory. In response to Russia's full-fledged invasion of Ukraine, we are raising the readiness of our troops. And we have doubled the number of NATO battle groups from 4 to 8, including one here in Romania, led by France. Just last week, NATO allies conducted an exercise to test air and missile defenses in Romania, involving Spanish, Turkish, and US aircraft, as well as French jets flying from the aircraft carrier Charles de Gaulle, demonstrating how NATO allies operate together and are ready to defend every inch, but also the airspace of NATO allies. NATO allies and NATO are not party to the conflict in Ukraine, but we are providing unprecedented support to Ukraine, because Ukraine is a nation that has the right to self-defense, a right which is enshrined in the UN Charter. President Putin is failing in his brutal war of aggression. He is responding with more brutality. We see wave after wave of deliberate missile attacks on cities and civilian infrastructure, striking homes, hospitals, and power grids. This is terrible for Ukraine. But these are also tough times for us in the rest of Europe and many other countries around the world who face a painful cost of living crisis. Indeed, we are all paying a price for Russia's war against Ukraine. But the price we pay is in money, while the price the Ukrainians pay is in blood. And if we let Putin win, all of us will pay a much higher price for many years to come. Because then the lesson learned for President Putin and other authoritarian leaders is that they can achieve their goals by using brute force. So they will be emboldened to use even more force once again. That will make our world more dangerous and all of us more vulnerable. Therefore, it is in our own long-term security interest to support Ukraine. There can be no lasting peace if the aggressor wins. There can be no lasting peace if oppression and autocracy prevail over freedom and democracy. We know that most wars ends at the negotiating table. But what happens at the negotiating table is inextricably linked to what happens on the battlefield. Therefore, to create the conditions for lasting peace, which ensures that Ukraine prevails as an independent sovereign state, we must continue to provide military support to Ukraine. So our message from Bucharest is that NATO will continue to stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. We will not back down. Russia's war on Ukraine has not made us forget other partners facing Russian pressure, intimidation, and aggression. It has actually made our partnerships even more important. That is why NATO foreign ministers will meet their Ukrainian counterpart, as well as with Georgia, Moldova, and Bosnia-Herzegovina, to address the challenges we face and to enhance our support for their resilience, political independence, and the modernization of the armed forces, so that they can better defend themselves. If they are safer, we will be more secure. NATO foreign ministers will also address the challenges posed by China. China is stepping up military modernization, increasing its presence from the Arctic to the Western Balkans, from space to cyberspace. The war in Ukraine demonstrated our dangerous dependency on Russian gas. This should lead us to assess our dependencies on other authoritarian states, not least China. We are dependent on China for certain key components and materials, including rare earth minerals, as well as for many other supply chains. We will, of course, continue to trade and engage economically with China, but we have to be aware of the dependencies, reduce our vulnerabilities, and manage the risks. The foreign ministers from Finland and Sweden will join us for all the discussions in Bucharest. Their membership of NATO is a game changer for the European security architecture. It will make them safer, our alliance stronger, and the Euro-Atlantic area more secure. It demonstrates once again that NATO is the bedrock of Euro-Atlantic security. Europe and North America will continue to stand together to defend our values and our freedom. Thank you so much, and then we will engage in some Q&As. Thank you.
Thank you. Please join me. We already have, as I see, a first question, so please introduce first yourself and address the question to Secretary General Stoltenberg.
Good morning, I'm Doru Frunzulic, George C. Marshall Center, Romanian Alumni Organization. Mr. Secretary General, first of all, allow us to congratulate you for the excellent job you are performing as a Secretary General of NATO, probably the most effective Secretary General of NATO in this organization's history. Take into consideration the war of aggression of Russia, this war of destruction against Ukraine. Don't you think so, Secretary General, it might be time that the democratic states should have to come together and decide to expel Russia from the most relevant international organizations? Thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, thank you for your kind words. Second, I think that every organization has to make their own decisions. And of course, organizations have different tasks, different purposes, ranging from the United Nations, which actually cover all nations in the world, to other organizations like, for instance, the Council of Europe. And I will leave it to those organizations to make their independent decisions. What I can say on behalf of NATO is that for many years we strived for a more constructive relationship with Russia. We strived for a constructive dialogue, and Russia has walked away from that dialogue. There's no way we can continue the meaningful dialogue we tried to establish for many years with the behavior, the aggressive actions by Russia against Ukraine, as we see now. At the same time, we need military lines of contacts with Russia to reduce the risks of instance accidents, and if they happen, to prevent them from spiraling out of control. And of course also arms control is an area where there is a need to engage with Russia. But the institutionalized dialogue we try to establish through, for instance, the NATO-Russia Council, that doesn't work in the circumstances we now live.
If I may, Secretary General, before we take the next question, we are talking about the Black Sea as a strategic point, as was established at the Madrid summit this summer. Can we have a strategy at the Black Sea, considering that we have 3 NATO countries, 2 NATO partners, but also an aggressive Russia in the region?
The Black Sea is of great strategic importance for NATO, not only the littoral states, Turkey, Bulgaria, and Romania, but also for NATO as such, because this is of great strategic importance. Then, of course, we have, especially since 2014, increased our presence in the Black Sea region. We are working more closely with 2 other Black Sea nations, Georgia and Ukraine, 2 close partners. We did that before the war. Of course, we are doing even more now after the war. So yes, the Black Sea requires that NATO is addressing all the challenges we see in the region, and that's part of our overall adaptation of this alliance, responding to a more aggressive Russia.
Next question, please.
Secretary General, Radu Tudor, Antena 3 CNN, Romania. How will you describe Romania's role since the war started, because Romania has the longest land border with Ukraine? And second, will you discuss and decide something today about the rapid deployment of NATO forces? Because it took 12 days to bring some French tanks from France to Cincu, where the HQ of the NATO battle group it is. Thank you.
Romania has played and is playing an important role in our efforts to support Ukraine for exactly the reason you alluded to, that Romania has such a long land border with Ukraine. You have been instrumental in providing support, both Romanian support to Ukraine, military, humanitarian support, but of course also helped to facilitate the support from other NATO allies and partners to Ukraine, and we highly appreciate that. I'm absolutely certain that when foreign ministers meet today and tomorrow, the message will be that we need to sustain and step up our support, not least when it comes to, for instance, air defense systems to help Ukraine defend themselves against all the air and defense attacks they are now facing. Then, of course, as you well know, Romania is also hosting many refugees. Millions of refugees have crossed the border. Many stay in Romania. Others go on to other countries in Europe. But, of course, this is also a demonstration of Romania's generous support to Ukraine and Ukrainians, and also those who have to flee their own country. Then I think we have to understand that when the invasion happened, NATO was not taken by surprise. Actually, we have been preparing, we have been ready to face situations like this since we started a big adaptation of NATO in 2014. The war didn't start in February this year. The war started the spring of 2014. And since then, NATO has implemented the biggest reinforcement, the biggest adaptation of our alliance since the end of the Cold War, with more presence in the eastern part of the alliance, with high readiness of forces, with more defense spending, including from Romania, 2%, and many other allies. We had intelligence many months before, actually in the fall of 2021, last year, that Russia was planning to attack a full-fledged invasion of Ukraine. We shared that intelligence with all allies and actually with the public. So when they invaded, that was no surprise, meaning that actually in the lead up to the invasion, we have already further increased our presence. I myself visited MK base in Romania. I think it was early February, at least before the invasion. Then we saw US troops or the NATO troops and also French troops increasing their presence. And then when we had the invasion the same morning, early in the morning, we activated our defense plans and decided to further increase our presence. So it's not as we, we're totally unprepared for, in a way, 8 years, so from 2014 to 2022, and then suddenly wake up in the morning and start to act. We have acted over a long period of time. We actually stepped up in the weeks ahead of the invasion, and then after the invasion, many allies, but not least France, leading the battle group, have further increased their presence. This is backed by significant naval power in the Black Sea, in the Baltic Sea, and in the Mediterranean, and also with a lot of air power, and we can quickly reinforce even more if needed.
Do we have another question? Okay, please.
Michał Baranowski, GMF, Warsaw, Poland. Secretary General, first of all, thank you very much for your leadership. I have two questions. One is about Ukraine's relations and eventual membership at NATO. We all remember that in 2008, the alliance has said there was an agreement that Ukraine and Georgia will be members. Of course, since then, they asked to be part of the alliance. Where are we in this process? How would you define the relationship between alliance and Ukraine in the coming months? The second one, if I may, is about the Vilnius summit in July this year. What is alliance's ambition when it comes to the force structure? I agree with what you said that alliance has responded very quickly. Also, our American allies have been very quick in responding ahead of February 24th. But what can we expect post-Vilnius to really address this issue on the longer term? Thanks.
First, on Ukraine, you asked me to define our relationship. Well, our relationship is a very close partnership. It is a relationship where NATO allies have proven their willingness to support Ukraine in an unprecedented way. We have never seen support to any other country in the same way that NATO allies, partners from Australia to New Zealand, of course, working together with the European Union and many others are providing to Ukraine. And of course, the military support is the most critical one that is coordinated in what we call the US-led Rammstein format. NATO allies and NATO participate in that, but it goes beyond. There's a global effort to provide support to Ukraine. So this is unprecedented. Let me also say that, again, this didn't start in February this year. I was in Ukraine, I was in Lviv and also in Yavoriv, where there was a training center, one of the training centers that was actually bombed very early in the war. And there I was there in 2014, and there I saw Canadian troops, British troops, and US troops training Ukrainian troops. So the reality was that when the invasion happened in February this year, compared to 2014, the Ukrainian troops were and armed forces were much better trained, they were much bigger, much better equipped, and much better led. That's one of the main reasons why they were able to fight back. So the reality is that the partnership, the support that NATO allies have provided for many years, training tens of thousands of troops also up till the invasion, that has proven to be extremely critical and extremely important, demonstrating the close partnership. Of course, the gains and the victories the Ukrainians have made, that belongs to the bravery, to the courage of the Ukrainian troops and armed forces, but it has been critical that they have received support from partners in NATO, and we will continue to do so. Then, yes, you are right, we made a decision in Bucharest in 2008 at the summit. I was there as a young, not so young, but not as old as today, as representing Norway as Prime Minister. I remember very well the decisions. We stand by those decisions. NATO's door is open. We have demonstrated that NATO's door is open by recently allowing Montenegro and North Macedonia to become members, despite heavy Russian protests, demonstrating that Russia does not have a veto. It's for the 30 allies and the Aspen countries to decide on membership, no one else. And now Putin invaded Ukraine, saying that he wants less NATO on his borders. He's getting the opposite. He's getting more presence of NATO troops in the eastern part of the alliance, and he will get Finland and Sweden as NATO members. So we demonstrate that NATO's door is open, not only in words but in deeds, and that was part of the decision we made in Bucharest. Then we also made a decision on Ukraine specifically, and we stand by that too, on membership for Ukraine. At the same time, the main focus now is on supporting Ukraine, ensuring that President Putin doesn't win, but that Ukraine prevails as a sovereign, independent nation in Europe, and that's the main focus of our alliance, and that's also the main focus of our partnership. Then I realized that there were actually two questions. Yeah.
It was announced.
Yeah, I know. But the problem is the questions are precise and short. The answers are long and not so short.
Okay.
Yeah.
We need the answers.
Yeah. So no. Then on Vilnius and force structure. So first of all, you know, I can never tell you exactly what 30 heads of state and government will decide when they meet. They tend to have their own opinions. But I expect that we will build on what we agreed in Madrid this year. We've actually made important decisions on force structure, on strengthening further NATO, and building on what we have done since 2014. Because we are in the midst of the biggest reinforcement of our collective defense. We have done a lot. The messages from Madrid, and I believe that we will also build on that and make decisions on more details on how to implement. It is a mixture of partly more presence in the East. We have already doubled the number of groups, but we're also working on how to scale those groups, or those battle groups, up from battalions to brigade size levels quickly. We will have more earmarked troops to be able to scale up. And we will have generally a bigger pool of high readiness forces that we can draw on to quickly reinforce. And then a more pre-positioned equipment. So the combination of more presence, earmarked troops, higher readiness, pre-positioned equipment, all of that will strengthen our ability to react and act. And again, the purpose of all this is to every day, 24/7, deliver credible deterrence and defense. And by doing that, we're not provoking conflict, but we are preserving peace, preventing a conflict. Because if every potential adversary knows that an attack on one ally will trigger a response from the whole alliance, there will be no attack on an ally. And that's the purpose of NATO, to preserve peace, to prevent war, but then we need credible deterrence, and that's exactly what Madrid decided on, and Vilnius will continue to develop.
Do you have another one, please?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Muzaffer Şenel, Aspen Fellow from Turkey. My question is about the role of NATO towards the unconventional attacks of Russia and China, especially last years that we are hearing more about those issues. How do you elaborate the unconventional attacks of Russia and China towards the sovereignty of the NATO members, especially apart from the cybersecurity, that opening of the Chinese unofficial police stations almost all over NATO members? Thank you. How do you elaborate on those issues?
No,
of course, it's about the homeland security, but it's part of the peace and security. That's why I want to ask.
No, so it demonstrates two things. First of all, it demonstrates that we need to be agile. We need to be monitoring carefully how our resilience and how our security can be challenged by increased presence of China in many different ways. This is not about NATO becoming a global military alliance, but it is about the North Atlantic region, North America and Europe, seeing that China is coming close to us. We see them in cyberspace. We see them in Africa. We see them in the Arctic. And then we see different attempts by China to increase their presence inside Europe, including with the different activities you mentioned, but also with trying to control critical infrastructure. I think one kind of wake-up call for many allies was the discussion we had about 5G network, not so many as back in 2019. At that time, many allies thought that the decision on 5G network, who is going to control that basic network for our infrastructure, internet, industrial production, public sector, almost everything we do, was only a commercial decision. It was a bit like the discussion about gas from Russia. This is not about politics. This is about economic, commercial decisions. I think that what we have seen with Russian gas highlights that some of these decisions, yes, they are commercial, but they have direct consequences for our security. So we also need to take into account the security aspects of these economic decisions. And therefore welcome that allies increase their awareness on, for instance, 5G and the importance of 5G for also their security. And in NATO we are developing, and we have developed, and we are strengthening guidelines on resilience to ensure that allies fulfill some minimum requirements when it comes to resilience of critical infrastructure. This is not targeted on China, but of course it's relevant also for China.
Okay, before we get to next question, let me tell you that we have around 3 minutes, so make it short, and I think it would be the last one.
First of all, thank you for having you here, Mr. Secretary General. Because there is no debate on the cause of the war, and most of the media is referring only on the effect on how this event is now unfolding, insisting on the simplistic argument about Russia's thirst of conquering new territories, I'd like to know your opinion if there were indeed reasons of concern from Russia to take this action, taking into account 3 important aspects they are claiming. First, proximity security guarantees. 2, violation of the minority rights, which are documented with dozens of reports from media institutions and NGOs of how Ukrainian militia were oppressing Russian businesses in the Donbas region between 2014-2020. And third, the language issue, here with the amendment that the Venice Commission sanctions Ukraine language bill in December 2019. So which one of these 3 topics could be considered as a threat from the Russian part, and who can be seen responsible for the failure of negotiations, because previous agreements, like the Minsk agreement, vouched by European parts, stood as a buffer for not exploding this war. What happened in the meantime? Thank you.
None of the points you mentioned are in any way an excuse for a brutal invasion, a war or aggression against a neighbor. Of course, there are always differences and disagreements between countries. That happens all the time, and we have institutions and mechanisms to address those differences. But that doesn't in any way provide an excuse for invading a sovereign democratic nation. Ukraine is a democratic nation. They change government after free elections in a peaceful way. Ukraine is a sovereign independent nation with internationally recognized borders, including by Russia, several times. First, when Ukraine got their independence. Second, in the Budapest memorandum, where actually they guaranteed the borders of Ukraine as part of an agreement with Ukraine to get rid of all the nuclear weapons. So this whole idea that there may be some issues related to language, that's an excuse for a full-fledged invasion of other country, that's absolutely unacceptable and very dangerous. Because there are many minorities in many European countries, and if there were some complaints, and there are some complaints about minority rights in different countries, right or wrong, I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong, but there are complaints, that if you just start to believe that could be an excuse for the brutal war with thousands of people killed, damage, bombing of civilians, then it's absolutely unacceptable and extremely dangerous for the whole of Europe. The way we have preserved peace in Europe since the Second World War is to accept borders and to say that when there are differences, then we sit down, we discuss them, and we have the Venice Commission, we have the European Council, the Council of Europe, we have bilateral arrangements, negotiations to solve those issues. So I don't know exactly what you indicate with your question, but if you believe that any of those points could be a kind of excuse for an invasion, it's absolutely wrong, and it's extremely dangerous to allow that kind of thinking. The first point was about security guarantees or something like that. Also, based on this idea that NATO is a threat and Ukraine was a threat to Russia, no. NATO is a defensive alliance. Ukraine has never been a threat to Russia. Russia has been a threat to Ukraine. They annexed Crimea back in 2014, and they used their forces to control eastern part of Donbass, which is within undisputed international recognized borders of Ukraine. Then I also believe that, linked to what you said, this idea that NATO enlargement is kind of aggressive. So NATO enlargement is a result of democratic decisions taken by democratic nations. And it's not against Russia, but it's because free, independent nations feel that they are more safe when they stand together with others. And Russia has always pledged or said that if a neighbor of Russia becomes a NATO ally, that's a provocation. I'm coming from a country, Norway, bordering Russia. And actually, when NATO was established, Norway was the only NATO ally bordering Russia. No other NATO ally bordered Russia. And Russia, back in 1914 and 1949, said it was absolutely unacceptable that NATO should become that Norway should become a NATO member. It was a provocation. It was not a provocation. It was a free democratic will of Norwegians to join NATO. And I'm glad that Washington, London, Paris, and the other founding members of NATO said that's okay. And in exactly the same way, when Lithuania or Latvia joined, or when Romania joined, it was not NATO forcing Romania into NATO. It was Romania that wanted, because they have free and independent elections, elected governments that wanted to join NATO. So I respect the will of Romania to be a part of NATO, and President Putin cannot deny sovereign nations to make their own sovereign decisions. That is not a threat to Russia, but it's his lack of understanding of what free and independent nations can do. And I think what he's afraid of is democracy and freedom. And that's the main challenge for him, and he don't want that, and that's the reason why he has invaded Ukraine.
Thank you so much, Secretary General. And as a Romanian, I should say, we like to be inside NATO. We are NATO. Thank you so much for being with us today at Bucharest Forum, and have a good ministerial today and tomorrow in Bucharest.
You so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are continuing our schedule. Thank you again, Secretary General Stoltenberg, for setting time aside to take part at the event. And we wish you success in chairing the meeting of the NATO foreign ministers taking place in Bucharest for the first time. And now I would like to introduce Mr. Mircea Joannou, Deputy Secretary General of NATO and founding president of Aspen Institute, Romania, and Edward Luce, U.S. National Editor and columnist for Financial Times.
Take that one. Thank you. Is this working? Yeah. Thank you so much for that introduction and for inviting me to hold this important conversation with Mircea Joannou, who obviously needs no introduction to a Romanian audience. But for those who, very few don't know, he's the Deputy Secretary General. He's a big figure in Romania, a big figure in Brussels, and a very important person to have this conversation with. Now, I know we're meant to talk about the new European security architecture, and I will get on to that. But I want to pick up first on some of the things that Secretary General Stoltenberg was talking about. Most immediately, the situation in Ukraine. Now, 7 NATO foreign ministers who are here now, I guess, came via Kyiv, spoke to President Zelensky, and heard a very clear message from the Ukrainians, which is they are facing a dark winter. They are facing a winter without light, where you have to operate by torchlight in hospitals, and where people might face freezing conditions. The supply of air defense material and weaponry from NATO countries is clearly hugely important, but we're not equipped even now for this kind of situation. We weren't expecting this kind of situation in terms of our industrial production capacity. What is NATO doing and what are its members doing to get up to the productive capacity to be able to defend Ukraine, give Ukraine the ability to defend itself this winter and beyond?
No, thank you, Luz. Thank you for being here. I would like to thank my Aspen and GMF friends for organizing yet another great event. Ambassador Smith, all dear friends. You know, you've listened to the Secretary General, how passionate he is about freedom, about values, and about the right of sovereign nations to choose their freedom and their future. And will stay with Ukraine as long as it takes. This country, the people of Ukraine, the military of Ukraine, the leaders of Ukraine deserve our support, and we'll continue to be doing that. And that's why in Bucharest, I'm very proud that my home city is hosting another foreign ministers meeting. And also the fact that we'll have on the margins of the ministerial, not only this great event here, but also a G7 plus meeting, where we'll have, of course, we thank our German allies because they hold the presidency of the G7, World Bank, EBRD, many nations that are donors to Ukraine. So what NATO does is, number one, to continue to support Ukraine with non-lethal aid. That's what NATO does as an organization. We want to make sure that there is no risk of escalation between NATO and Russia. NATO allies and many partners, you listen to the SecGen saying that from Australia and New Zealand, almost 50 nations are supporting Ukraine in a process led by Secretary Austin, which takes place in a very rhythmic and very clear way. On defense, of course, we are giving NATO allies and partners with a sense of urgency and offer and demand from Ukrainians to us, most of the things that they need. We're also learning lessons from the fact that our own stockpiles in NATO countries are starting to get lower. Not only the Russian ones, which are very low, but also ours. So now there is a call from industry, and that's what we in NATO do. And NATO is the only organization where industry can have clarity on the demand, not for 1 year, not for 6 months, but for 1 decade at least. We call this the NATO defense planning process, which is now moving into higher gears. Secretary General had a great meeting with CEOs of industry from all over the alliance. And I hope to have also industry from newer members of the alliance, because this has to be more evenly distributed across our NATO countries, have more jobs everywhere. But when we say that, let's say Romania will be 2.5% of GDP for defense, and then we have clarity in Vilnius, there will be a new defense pledge in NATO after the Wales one in 2014, we'll have a new defense pledge. And industry will know, through the needs of each country, what needs to be done, what kind of procurement, what kind of stockpiles for us, and of course to help Ukraine more. So NATO is the only place when all allies, 32 soon we hope, will have clarity on demand from industry. And industry will be ramping up, they will hire more people, they go to the banks, get credits, in a sense of coherence and predictability. Meanwhile, we'll help Ukraine militarily, but Ukraine also needs lots of economic support, They need generators for this, this barbaric war that Russia is starting against civilians. And of course, humanitarian support, because there are many people displaced. We expect more migration from Ukraine. So the idea is that not only NATO, EU, G7, all of us, and America's leadership in this is very, very important to make sure that on defense, on economic, on macroeconomic, and on humanitarian, we have a clear picture what Ukraine needs, and this is what we do. And Bucharest is one of the places where we'll, again, re-energize our community.
And I mean, just to be absolutely clear, companies that are going to produce weapons, companies that are going to produce ammunition, missiles for air defense, they need some kind of time horizon, like you get with vaccine production. We will buy from you for 5 years, whatever it might be, in order to ramp up. You're doing that, and you're doing that at the speed, your member countries are doing that at the speed that's going to be necessary for this winter?
We have to make sure that this winter, but also next winter, and next year, and next year, is not only about Ukraine, it's also about us. So we have to do a better job for our own stockpiles. Because there is a new reality in Europe. Speaking of a world in flux and a new European architecture, there is a new reality of deterrence and defense in Europe. So we need clarity, not only industry, but governments and citizens need to have clarity about the needs we have. And this is something that we are doing. I think we organized, Julie, 3 or 4 meetings in NATO with the people in the Ministries of Defense coordinating procurement. And we are doing this in a very steady, determined way, and not to replicate the spike of the COVID. When there was a need, big surge in demand, then the demand got flatter. We want to make sure that we have, at least for 1 decade, clarity, and clarity brings predictability, brings production, brings real stuff, and brings return on investment as well.
Okay, so earlier this month, we had a hairy moment in Poland where initially it looked like there might have been a Russian missile, lateral expansion to Poland. Then with, I think, very calm Polish and NATO investigation, it was discovered it was probably an S-300, Soviet-era S-300 from Ukraine. But it reminded us of the dangers of expansion of this war to NATO territory. Stoltenberg talked a little bit just now about what Romania, you've had an exercise recently, a multi-nation exercise, but you've got a lot of countries bordering Ukraine, NATO members bordering Ukraine. What are you doing in terms of preparation for that kind of very scary escalation scenario amongst yourselves, but also in terms of communicating to Russia?
We do every single day, 24/7, every single day. In NATO, we do 3 things together as we speak. Clear, credible, communicable, and self-evident, strong deterrence and defense for allies. There is absolutely no interrogation mark to Russia or to anyone else that we stand ready as an alliance to defend every square inch of NATO soil. We do this every day. Our military commanders, our political leaders, us in NATO, we do that. So communicating strong, credible, operational deterrence and defense, that's number 1. Secondly, we'll continue to support Ukraine. This is an obligation that we have towards another democracy and a sovereign nation that deserves and has earned, more than probably anyone else, the right to decide on its own future. And third, at the same time, is to avoid escalation between NATO and Russia, because that's something we do every day. I would like to thank our Polish allies, I would like to thank our American allies, and I will also have to praise NATO, my organization, for the very determined but calm and deliberate way in which we treated that incident. It does lots of emotion in the media, lots of comments, Article 5, no. We are taking things very seriously. We strengthen our deterrence and defense, we'll help Ukraine and avoid escalation. The war doesn't need another war between NATO and Russia. So that's what NATO does every day, Secretary General, myself, all of us, the ambassadors, and we are doing this job simultaneously 24/7. That's our job.
Now, I promise the next question after this, I'm going to get onto the new European security architecture.
We're getting there anyway.
We're getting there anyway.
Without our conversation.
Well, good. But it would be remiss of me as a journalist, sitting here in Bucharest at a NATO foreign ministers meeting, not to look back at the 2008 Bucharest NATO summit, in which Georgia and Ukraine were promised membership, but at some very vague, future unspecified date, arguably the worst of both worlds, makes them vulnerable in an intervening period that isn't specified. Was that a mistake?
I'm coming from Romania. I lived half of my life in communism. I was the youngest ambassador ever to go, frightened and not knowing exactly why I was sent to Washington as a young ambassador of my country. Nobody was speaking about NATO enlargement. We didn't know if America would decide to enlarge NATO or not. There was a big discussion, Julie, remember, what to do. And I started, and all my nations started, and all our nations from former communist Europe started to say, we want in NATO because it's where we belong. The Iron Curtain separated my country and half of Europe into half a century of misery and dictatorship. We wanted to go back to our family. That's what NATO is. So you come to a Romanian and in Bucharest and to say that other nations, because of geography, is probably more exposed, should be denied the same right, like Germany and France and the UK and Norway, a beautiful country where my boss is coming from. Why? On which ground? So I cannot judge if the decision in 2008 was, fully cooked. But I can say one thing, that in the Washington Treaty, our founding document, open door policy is enshrined and will stay with us as long as we'll exist in an alliance. And of course, as our geography allows. So I think that was a decision to give any sovereign nation in Europe the chance to dream. And also, I remember that NATO enlargement also triggered EU enlargement. It did. Until now, there is no single EU enlargement which has not been precedented by a NATO enlargement. Why? Because we bring security and predictability. And then European Union, I also worked hard to get in my country to the EU. So we should tell Ukraine and Georgia and Bosnia and the Western Balkans and whoever that if they're ready and we are ready, they would come and be with us. And that's, I think, the spirit of Bucharest. We had the spirit of Prague yesterday. But the spirit of Bucharest is that every single sovereign nation has the right to dream about its future and to fight for its future and be where we decide to belong to. We belong to the West. Ukraine belongs to the West. Russia divorced itself from civilized Europe. Russia divorced itself from civilized Europe. Ukraine will be part of a civilized Europe, and this is what we are doing. In which shape and form, in which timetable, I do not know. It's beyond my pay grade. But I know they will be with us, part of a democratic, prosperous, and a self-confident, civilized Europe. That's where Ukraine belongs to, where Moldova belongs to. And all the nations that are taking that path belong to. That's the belief, that's the spirit of Bucharest.
Oh, and in the spirit of what you've just said, I mean, if I were Georgian or Moldovan, I would want to join NATO pretty quickly. And I presume that conversation is going to keep arising in the years ahead. And this does overlap with the new European security architecture.
It does.
How realistic is it that their applications are submitted and accepted within a reasonable time frame?
Listen, the Republic of Moldova, which is very dear to Romania and to us, for the first time ever, a foreign minister of the Republic of Moldova attends a NATO foreign ministers meeting. First time ever. Right. They're a neutral country. We respect that. In Constitution, they say it's a neutral country. But when we meet President Maia Sandu, she's a formidable leader. Formidable leader. And in very difficult circumstances, you see the blackmail on energy, you see that energy grid is also collapsing because of the Ukraine war. They're not coming here to ask to join NATO. They are here to say that they need help to cross a very difficult situation. And NATO does its part. Moldova is a joint partner of NATO and the European Union. And they've been given Moldova, the Republic of Moldova, a European perspective, like Ukraine and also like Georgia. So I do believe that any nation should decide its own path. Moldova today is a neutral country, we respect that. But Maya Sandu told us when we met last, and I think she met Secretary General, that they don't see neutrality as weakness. Neutrality changes in Europe. Finland and Sweden decided after decades and centuries of neutrality to switch gears because of Russia, and they're joining NATO. Switzerland has a very dynamic neutrality with very strong armed forces. So there are many ways in its European architecture to have this kind of thing. But European architecture is not only about security. It's a new economic model which is happening. The divorce of Russia from civilized Europe and decoupling from Russian energy would be bringing a new energy reality, will be bringing new supply chain reality, will be bringing security and economics go together. And in NATO we say that societal resilience is the first line of defense. Yes, we have strong defense and deterrence. We talked to Elliot and our friends from Aspen, US. That democracy and trust, these are things that are also important. So in a way, the definition of security, Ed, is of course about traditional deterrence and defense, but there are many facets: cyber, space, disinformation, resilience, hybrid warfare. So this is where NATO is not the only institution addressing these things, but we are the biggest organization addressing these things, and 32 allies, that's a lot of countries.
Yeah, I promised I was going to start asking explicit questions about the new European security.
He will not ask the question.
Here's the first. Too many times. No, this is actually an explicit one. 3-4 years ago, whenever it was, we had a French president, Macron, describing NATO as brain dead. Now it's clearly not brain dead, partly, I guess, because of Putin, because of his actions, partly also because we have a different US president who is more explicitly enthusiastic about NATO. But these are both non-European actors. As you say, Russia has excluded itself from European civilization, and America is America. What is it that Europe can do to create the European security architecture?
NATO is in great health. We also had difficult moments. The Suez Canal crisis, where I was not born. So this is not always ideal situations. But there is a need, is a common threat, we come together. Across the political families, across generations. And the usefulness of NATO is now more clear than ever. America needs its allies in Europe and all over the world. Secretary General, when he was invited to speak in front of a joint session of US Congress, he said there, and I think it's probably the most memorable phrase of this great Secretary General that we have, it's good to have friends. America needs its friends in Europe. America needs its friends and treaty allies or non-NATO allies all over the world. Because this is the strength that democracies and people sharing the same values and interests do have together. Yes, Europe should do more. And Europe should do it in a way that will be strengthening, speaking of the EU. The EU is a very important political project. I like the project, and I invested myself a lot in this project. We have just to make sure that willing to strengthen the EU, we also strengthen NATO. There is a way to be convergent. And I think that what we're seeing now with more defense spending, with more synergies between NATO and the EU, I read the recent French new national security strategy. There's a big chapter on NATO as the indispensable linchpin of European security. This is self-evident to everyone. So this is where I'm very confident that irrespective of political cycles, there's democracies, irrespective of the differences between politicians and ideologies. There is a clear realization that we need each other more than ever. The world is in flux. Crises will continue to come. That's the most transformative part of human history. I'm chairing on behalf of the SecGen the innovation board in NATO. Look at AI. Quantum is coming in the next few years. Biotech is coming. This is a monumental transformation of the world. In these moments, we need each other more than ever. America needs its allies, European allies need America and Canada, and we need to work also with the rest of the world. That will be my comment. It's not only us. In Bucharest today, we'll have the 32 soon-to-be allies. We are still more than 50% of global GDP. We are more than 50% of total defense spending in the world. But if you look to the G20 meeting in Bali just the other day, there are other countries that are coming, the Indias of the world, the Egypts of the world, Nigerias of the world, Brazils and others. So I think we also have, because partnerships for NATO are very important, we have to do a much better job to engaging also the other players. And I'm happy that, again, the Aspen Institute, my first and eternal love, we are also, Elliot, moving into other places. So yes, we have to stay strong as democracies, and we have to engage with the rest of the world. Because we all need stability and predictability. War is not what we are looking for. We are a defensive alliance. So, you know, sometimes moments like this of huge crisis and drama and tragedy and suffering can lead the world to various options. We've seen it before in history. It can go like the meeting between FDR and Winston Churchill at the beginning of the Second World War in Canada, in Newfoundland, when them and their great teams, our predecessors in a way, they've written the Atlantic Charter. That is the foundation, the intellectual, political, and ideological foundation of the world order, which was enshrined in the UN Charter, in the World Bank, in NATO, and the European Union. I think the time has come for us to revisit and have again a vision for the world, because we need each other. We need peace, we need human dignity, we need liberty, we need freedom, and I think these are universal values. And I'm a strong, this is not the spirit of Bucharest, this is the spirit of that we believe that we are in a very complex moment, but I think we have the stamina, the energy, and imagination to have a security and economic and democratic reality that will enable us to move forward.
I'm glad you mentioned the Atlantic Charter and Bali, because one of the issues that's going to arise in the next 2 days, but I think increasingly across the Atlantic, is American encouragement and even pressure on Europe and on NATO to step up more in terms of China. And in fact, it's the headline right now on the homepage in the Financial Times, that Europe needs to do more on China, according to Washington. Now, Europe, implies a theater, and that theater implies this geography. To what extent is a new European security architecture more about global NATO thinking?
Geography still matters. We are a transatlantic organization by definition. We say we are a Euro-Atlantic, transatlantic community, and will continue to be. But speaking of the new definition of security, many of the things affecting our security are non-geographical. They're global. Cyber, space, hybrid, supply chains, they're global. So we cannot ignore things that are affecting our security in this geography. And China is one of the big transformations of world affairs. And I think that we understand, and that's why our ministers will be discussing tomorrow, our leaders have discussed in Madrid, will continue to discuss how can we make sure that us, as allies of America in this part of the world and others, we can cope with the rise of China. We don't see China as a threat, it's a challenge. But I think we need each other more. Look at the 5G discussion a few years back. SecGen mentioned this. I remember talking to our American friends, our EU friends, and many people said, listen, what's the big problem with Huawei in our 5Gs? And all these things were across our national intelligence communities and our Ministry of Defense and our bases, or smart cities. So we have to defend ourselves and have resiliency. So I do believe there is a way, probably not always as fast. It's a big organization working by consensus. But I think we understand that the rise of China is an issue affecting our geography and our interests. And some of them are geographical, and they will stay like this. It's not a NATO, a global NATO per se. We'll not go in and ask anyone or to accept membership from other geographies. No. But security is geographical and non-geographical, and I think NATO, we have in our DNA a permanent gene of adaptation to a changing world. That's what NATO is. And the rise of China is one of the most significant transformation in world affairs. NATO would not be indifferent, and together our American allies will continue to go in that direction.
So, I mean, I know we've only got about 4 or 5 minutes left. I'm going to try and get 2 questions in. One is just a follow-up to that. The Biden administration recently made a very significant announcement on depriving China of advanced semiconductors and things that would supply China's AI development. It was a unilateral decision, technically speaking, announcement, because it didn't involve European NATO partners and EU allies. Is that something you expect? And I know this is slightly beyond the purview of NATO, but as you've been arguing, NATO's got to think of things in many dimensions with this new European security architecture. Is this a level of cooperation you expect to see from across the Atlantic, from Europe, with the Biden administration?
Speaking of Bali, there was a meeting between President Biden and President Xi. We are not suggesting here there will be a decoupling of the Chinese economy as a whole from the global economy or the American economy, European economy. This is not possible. But we say that on strategic industries that affect our security, we have to be more prudent and more lucid. And microprocessors is one of those things that are affecting also defense sectors and security. AI, misused, can be a terrible weapon for techno-dictatorship. So we have to make sure, or rare earth, if we want to avoid the dependency on Russia, we have to make sure that we find alternatives, not in a moment. This doesn't mean there will not be business and trade with China, no. There are industries that have to continue to do this. There will be investments. Nobody says decoupling. We say more prudent on strategically related industries of high-end where the real competition is taking place. AI, quantum, microprocessors, rare earth. And this we have to be more prudent. And that's why it's not only the US taking this. I've seen Germany taking a similar decision on semiconductors pretty soon. UK is taking similar decisions. South Korea and Japan are taking similar decisions. So we're not suggesting a total decoupling, just to be more prudent on strategic industries that affect our national security.
Okay, well, we began this conversation on the immediate environment in Ukraine. Let's end it on a longer-term perspective for Russia, for bringing Russia back in. Now, you mentioned, and Secretary General Stoltenberg mentioned, the importance of rule of law, of democracy, etc. There is a difference, though, with NATO, between NATO and the EU. EU is explicit. You need to be a democracy to join the EU. NATO hasn't traditionally been that explicit. You know, one of the founding members was Portugal, Salazar's Portugal. So I guess my question is, in a NATO with sort of a fairly diverse range of members like Turkey and Hungary, could we have some kind of invitation to Russia that, you know, you can rejoin us, but you don't need to be a perfect Nordic democracy after this war to rejoin us. You can be something in between. Is there something realistic that Russia can look forward to that will not involve permanently being outside the new European security architecture? I guess that's my question.
Listen, if you look to the Washington Treaty, we are saying there very clearly that rule of law, freedom, and democracy is what this alliance is all about. We are also about values. And of course, nobody has the same level of societal harmony like the Nordics. That's a different case. There are differences. But in no way will abandoning the idea that we are an alliance of democracies. It's up to them. But how can you expect an alliance like ours to engage with a country that is barbarically invading and killing on purpose innocent civilians? Sexual abuse, child abuse. These are things that are just not tolerable to anyone. So We are defending allies, we are supporting Ukraine, we are avoiding escalation, and because we have the distinguished Minister of Turkey, Mr. Çavuşoğlu, thank you for being here. Also, we appreciate the efforts on the grain deal and many things that happened, because selectively, some form of discussion with Russia wouldn't be needed on strategic, on arms control, but it's up to Russia and its leadership to decide when and if they will decide to come back to become, again, a civilized nation. And then we'll see what will be the response from our side.
Well, that seems like an appropriate note on which to end. Thank you so much for covering such a broad range of subjects, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
We are delighted to announce that we will have a pre-recorded message by the First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska.
Вітаю! Радію можливості взяти участь в одній з найпрестижніших конференцій світу. Шановні учасники, ця конференція – платформа для діалогу між урядами і бізнесами, політиками і громадськістю. Ви – люди, які визначають тренди та напрямки розвитку і шукають виходи із криз. Ви впливаєте. А коли ми на щось впливаємо, ми відповідальні. Вдячна, що для вас важливо зараз почути Україну. Але насамперед хочу, щоб ви її побачили. Так виглядала моя країна одразу після російських бомбардувань нашої енергоструктури цього тижня. Україна на цій мапі темна, бо майже всюди відсутня електрика. Чому Росія так чинить? На мою думку, тому що ця країна-терорист сама так давно занурилася в темряву, що прагне поширити її і на інших. Але їй це не вдається. Наше світло світить. По всій Україні нині облаштовуються такі ось центри, де люди можуть зігрітися, підзарядити гаджети, відчути, що вони не самі і не покинуті. Такі місця ми називаємо центр незламності. Нас хочуть зломити, натомість ми гуртуємося ще більше. Наші енергетики зараз такі самі герої, як і наші військові. Щодня вони йдуть на роботу, знаючи, що вони російські мішені. Але йдуть. Бо українці налаштовані протриматися цю зиму, заради того, щоб залишатися вільними. Наше головне завдання зараз – зігрівати і в прямому сенсі підзаряджати Україну. Стільки, скільки це буде необхідно. Зокрема, саме цим займається і моя фундація. І принагідно запрошую доєднатися всіх, хто хоче, щоб країна, яка бореться проти агресії і окупації, вистояла. А ось чому дійсно важко протидіяти тільки самою благодійністю. Рятувальники дістають з-під завалів акушера-гінеколога лікарні міста Вільнянська. Заклад зруйнувала російська ракета. Немовля, яке народилося в цій лікарні напередодні, загинуло від російського удару. Бо Росія б'є не тільки по енергетиці. День, коли Європарламент визнав її спонсором тероризму, вона відзначила нищенням житлових будинків Херсону та Вишгороду. Отже, військова допомога для нас так само важлива. І особливо важливі ППО та ПРО. Закликаємо всіх зробити для цього все можливе. Війна в Україні стосується всього світу. Насамперед через загрозу моральним принципам усього людства. Зараз всі вони перевіряються на міцність. Перевіряється кожен, від держави до громадянина. Чи допомогти жертві, чи відвернутися? Залишити агресію безкарною чи ні? Я добре знаю, що це зібрання об'єднує людей чи принцип людяність. Вірю, ми із вами союзники у боротьбі за неї. За життя і свободу кожної людини. Дякую.
And now I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Radu Tudor, political and defense analyst, who will officially introduce Minister Mevlut Çavuşoğlu, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Republic of Turkey.
Doamnelor și domnilor, e vremea Turciei. ladies and gentlemen, it is Turkey time. I'm very glad to introduce our keynote speaker to Bucharest Forum, Foreign Minister Mevlut Çavuşoğlu, leader of our region, a very troubled one. And if we are discussing here at the NATO Ministerial about the Black Sea security and the way we implement the decision taken in Madrid, we want to find what's Turkey's role for the Black Sea security efforts. And we saw since the illegal and brutal war launched by Russia, the efforts made by Turkey from Bayraktar to Green Corridor for Ukrainian ships with grain, to meetings between the head of the CIA and the Russian intelligence as an effort for peace. Turkey is a stronger ally as an important contributor to Black Sea security and also the whole NATO security. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to invite the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Turkey, Mevlut Çavuşoğlu.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, first, I would like to thank Aspen Institute for gathering us here today and having me as a keynote speaker. We are here for NATO Ministerial to decide on our next steps to strengthen Euro-Atlantic security. And indeed, the forum asked major questions about the new European security architecture. The war in Ukraine and the following food and energy crisis demonstrated our weaknesses. After the war, we need to rediscover the main pillars of the European security architecture. First, security is indivisible. No matter where the threat comes from, we need a collective response. Second, we cannot be selective about the threats. Terrorism is one of the two main threats recognized by the strategic concept at the NATO summit in Madrid. And remember, Article 5 of NATO was activated only once, rightly, after 9/11. Allies should also stand by Turkey, the ally that has been targeted most by terrorism. Third, it is possible to be flexible without making concessions. We strongly support Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty, including Crimea, and continue our material support for Ukraine. The moderator just mentioned one item that we have been providing, but everybody knows that it's not limited with only that one. At the same time, we have taken various steps to contain the conflict and ease tensions. Our role in the Istanbul grain deal, which has not been easy to implement it smoothly, and to actually it was not easy to extend it. And our role in IAEA Rosatom talks on Zaporizhia, prisoner exchange, and diplomatic track, including hosting the parties in Turkey for face-to-face talks, are only some examples. There are various other steps that we have been taking confidentially. By strictly implementing the Montreux Convention, we prevented further escalation in the Black Sea. No military vessels crossed the straits since March. No Russian military plane can cross over Turkey to Syria. And we are calling on all the actors, but particularly Russians and Belarusians, for restraint on every occasion that we are engaged or when we are in touch with them. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, not only Ukrainians, but Moldovans, Georgians, and many other partners are paying the price. We were at another panel today together with Prime Minister of Moldova, and she was telling us how much Moldova has been affected by this war in the neighboring country. Simply condemning cannot resolve the problem. So we should act and be creative to ensure a just peace for Ukraine particularly. That is exactly what we are trying to do as Turkey. Actually, our efforts were close to yielding results in the initial weeks of the war when we brought 2 foreign ministers in Antalya, but particularly when we brought 2 delegations together at the end of March in Istanbul. And as human losses increase, it is becoming more difficult to reach negotiated solutions. Obviously, there are new realities. And these particular Russian realities are not acceptable for Ukraine. So it's becoming more difficult and more complicated. But there is no alternative to that. Even war and diplomacy can go together at the same time, we believe. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, the European Union, first I have to say that we are very happy to see the unity within the European Union and NATO. And European Union announced a new security training mission for Ukraine. And yet again, it ignored consulting with Turkey before launching that mission. Honestly, it is not important for us to be part of it. But I gave it as an example of how the European Union, EU, lost its strategic thinking because of the narrow interests of a few member states. I say we don't need because individually everybody knows how much we are supporting Ukraine. And we should rediscover the spirit of unity to ensure the new European security. A natural extension to that vision is being inclusive and reviving the enlargement prospects of the European Union. Enlargement should extend from the Balkans to Georgia, including Ukraine and Moldova. And this region cannot be complete without my country, Turkey. Imagine the impact of the Istanbul grain deal or impact of the other efforts that we have spent would have on the EU's global outreach if the EU engaged with us, with my country, Turkey. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, of course we will continue to act as a security and stability provider in the middle of regions marked by conflicts. The success of Turkey will be the success of Europe. Failure is not an option for us, but a misstep will mean instability for Europe as a whole. Thank you very much.
There has been a small change in our agenda, but we are honored to have a keynote speech by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic, Jan Lipavský. Please welcome to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's great to be here and great to be speaking to such a distinguished audience. And thank you for this possibility to share with you a few ideas on current developments in international affairs and to have a view on how to solve the most serious security crisis we face since the end of the Second World War. And the fact that we live in such a dangerous time, that many agreements and assurances became void, is something which we need to take really seriously. Russia violated the most fundamental norms of international law and practically dismantled security architecture in the wider European region. Military force is again the most important tool of pursuing foreign policy interests. Of course, we did not wish it to be this way, but we, as the West, as NATO, as the EU, we are adapting to this new reality. And it was a long time, it was since years, Russia is carrying on an undeclared war against us, using all means available to see the divergence and fear between us. Russia dreams about its sphere of influence with vassal states relationship instead of partnership. And Ukraine now faces consequences from refusing this kind of dictate. And we have to admit that Ukraine is fighting on behalf of Europeans, on behalf of Europe. It is also fighting for the world based on rules, for the freedom to choose security agreements and foreign policy orientation. Ukrainians are fighting for the freedom of speech, to have free elections. If the rules-based order is not restored, any of us may be the next victim. It is very simple. So we are getting a lesson here. We are learning to anticipate, helping Moldova to get stronger, now may deter a possible future attack. Czechia regards Moldova as prospective EU member. Moldova's security is thus in our direct interest. And I have to say that conceding to Russia is not an option. It is not an option for Ukraine. It is not an option for us. If Russia benefits from the aggression, its appetite will only grow. Furthermore, it may inspire other countries to use military power in pursuit of their interest. Any outcome of the war that would reward Russia for its aggression is simply not accessible. And we have to also think about the accountability of Russian leadership to pay for what they have caused. Therefore, I'm calling for the special tribunal for the crime of aggression to be established. So this is a very principal matter which boils down to the very fact that we have a charter of the UN which prohibits such kind of aggression in international law. And this is a matter of principle. This is not only the matter for the Europeans, but for the whole planet. Back to Ukraine. Ukraine may win. Its supremacy is based on high moral grounds and determination. It's based on our rapid and sustained deliveries of modern military equipment, which may shorten the war and lessen the human suffering. And one day, I hope soon, Ukraine should become a NATO and EU member as soon as conditions allow it. And we have to bear in mind one thing. No one has ever paid a high price for its Euro-Atlantic dream. No one. In Europe, no one suffered so much for the value of freedom since the World War II. Unfortunately, in any likely outcome of the war, there still be Russia hostile to the West and unhappy with the current European international order. We need to be ready for long-term and so-called multi-domain containment of Russia that includes economic, technological, and political isolation. And any return to business as usual, so-called, is excluded until Russia gets profoundly transformed. Thank you for having this opportunity to share a few ideas on current development with you. Thank you very much.
We are now moving on to the panel discussions, focusing on a new European architecture, debating political, security, and economic changes to the existing model. I invite on stage Mr. Stephen Erlinger, Chief Diplomatic Correspondent in Europe for the New York Times, who will moderate the high-level conversation on a new European security architecture with Ambassador Julie Smith, US Ambassador to NATO. Welcome to the stage. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience, not just with us, but with protocol requirements, which have affected this panel, but I think it's almost better this way. We have only 20 minutes, and we have a lot to discuss. So I'm going to start first by welcoming Julie Smith, who her colleagues say has made a big difference inside NATO, but NATO's changed. So just to ask you, when you arrive, I mean, what's been the psychological change for you with the position of the United States inside NATO and your own position because of the war? Did you suddenly feel that you had a calling, or what? There's your microphone.
Well, thank you. It's great to see you again, Steve, and thanks to the organizers of this fantastic forum. Really have enjoyed hearing from various ministers so far, and the discussion's been terrific. In terms of what was the shift or the change or how it felt, I mean, I wasn't confirmed until about a year ago, so November last year, and then commuted for a bit between Washington and Brussels, and then moved in January. What I found was that immediately upon arriving at post, which started with the Riga ministerial about a year ago, the focus was obviously on the war in Ukraine and bringing the allies together to build consensus so that we would first and foremost have a similar sight picture on the nature of the challenge, try and agree on what we thought the trend lines were telling us, and then simultaneously prepare for every contingency. And that meant first and foremost planning for the worst case scenario. So imagining a scenario in which Russia actually did cross the border of Ukraine. But also in those early weeks when I arrived, the focus was very much on the diplomatic efforts to try and push the Russians towards that diplomatic off-ramp.
Did you feel that while you were doing it, it was pretty futile?
No, I think the feeling was that we needed to put our energy into both equally. And you'll remember there was a whole array of efforts by the United States bilaterally.
I do remember.
You remember that? But also we had a series of European leaders traveling back and forth between Kyiv and Moscow. We had the OSCE getting engaged, and NATO had a purpose. I mean, using the NATO-Russia Council on January 12th was important. And I think we all agreed in the utility of that face-to-face interaction with the Russians to deliver what our red lines were, which were, first and foremost, we weren't going to change NATO's open door policy, but that NATO allies did have a perspective on where they were willing to engage the Russians, particularly on arms control.
And also they were able to hear the Russian demands firsthand, which I presume made a difference when you actually hear them. Yeah.
Yeah, it was important for us to sit for those 4 long hours and understand and to hear firsthand from them what their expectations were of the meeting and what they were going to ask of the NATO alliance. But it was equally important, perhaps more important, for NATO allies to stand united in that moment and deliver a message back.
Sure, and keeping them united is a day-to-day process, of course. I understand you've got 30 countries with 2 more waiting in the wings, and 1 country that's a little bit reluctant to let them join until certain demands are met. But given that NATO now, the old joke was, if NATO's the answer, what's the question? Well, now I think we know, but it's the same question that we began with in 1949. So the hard question is, what is the European security architecture without Russia? Can you have one against Russia? Who's thinking about post-war security architecture?
Well, it's a good question, and I'm glad that the organizers put that as kind of the frame, and I think we've heard some good answers to that already, both directly from the Secretary General and from the Deputy Secretary General. I mean, what I would add...
Pretty good answers.
I would call them good answers. Okay. But what I would add is NATO's perspective on Russia for many decades rested on kind of 2 core tenets, and that was deterrence, to ensure that NATO territory was protected and we were deterring the Russians from taking action, but also dialogue. And that changed this summer with the new strategic concept that was rolled out in Madrid. And it changed because it explicitly says Russia is not a NATO partner, and it explicitly says Russia is a threat to the alliance because of what we're seeing in Ukraine, but also because of the countless efforts that it's taken in and around NATO territory to divide Europe from within, to divide Europe from the United States, to undermine our values. It continually uses a variety of hybrid tactics. So that shift to me raises a question about to what degree could we imagine a future in which Russia is a key part of the new European security architecture if NATO's opening premise is that this country is a threat.
I mean, because it's inevitably has to be part of the security architecture because it has its own interests, right? And it borders Ukraine, and it can come in and out whenever it wants. So quite a lot obviously depends on what happens with the war. I certainly accept that. Do you think this is a permanence in Russia, or is this what the Russians would call a Putinshina, a sort of Putin era that will all change later? Or do you think Putin has touched on something more enduring and that the Russia that I was in and some people liked was actually the blip and not the reality?
It's hard to know, but right now we know a couple of things. We know that Putin doesn't appear to be going anywhere. We know that he is failing to achieve his strategic objectives in Ukraine, and so the question is, what's his next chess move? Is he going to double down or alter course? Will there be mid-course corrections? We'll have to watch domestic developments. Certainly during his tenure, he's tightened the screws at home. We're feeling that any move towards more freedom, more democracy, they've rolled all of that back. We're now seeing press freedom, rule of law, corruption, I mean, all sorts of challenges in Russian society. So it remains an open question. But NATO is focused first and foremost on supporting Ukraine, applying pressure on Moscow, getting Russia out of Ukraine, and then we'll take some of those weightier questions down the road.
And also deterring Russia from escalating in ways that we don't want to do. Obviously, Russia's been very careful not to engage NATO, you know, and clearly the Biden administration, let alone Germany, France, others have no interest in fighting a war against Russia. But are you struck by, in Iran, you have major demonstrations, largely by women, about the Islamic regime. In China, you're having major demonstrations about COVID restrictions and, to some degree, liberties. And in Russia, we don't hear much. Why, do you think? I mean, is it so repressive, or do you think there really is still a lot of support for this war, which is what I think, but what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, probably a good question for a group of social scientists. I know there are people that make a living out of trying to determine what leads to that tipping point. And I think many of us are asking ourselves that question right now as it relates to the protests that are ongoing inside China. Was it just the COVID-0 policies? Was it the incident with the tragic fire in the apartment building? Was it something else? What leads people to break and say, enough, I'm going to take to the streets? I think it's hard to predict. We've seen instances throughout history where we've had these unexpected moments of suddenly people determine this is the day. We've had enough for a variety of reasons. Something's built up in the system. We have seen instances in the past, particularly you talked about women in Iran. We did see during the Chechenian wars, instances where Russian mothers were coming out, asking where their sons were, what was happening to them, why bodies were not being returned, open questions about the Russian government's response to the ongoing war and answers that Russian mothers were demanded. We've seen some bits and pieces of that recently, but I think it would be hard for any of us to sit here and really put together the mathematical equation under which you could then predetermine, look, people are going to take to the streets now today. Certainly in Iran, that I think struck many of us as a surprise to see them come out in these types of numbers, men and women, in fact. So it's an interesting question.
Well, it is, and of course in Chechnya we ended up with Kadyrov, so I'm not sure that was a big improvement. And I fear the repressive states in China and Iran will crack down. But there's something bubbling, which is quite interesting. And of course, you have Russians leaving. But I do want to ask you, there is a Russian narrative, I don't accept it, but I understand it, that says ever since Brzezinski said Russia with Ukraine is an empire and Russia without Ukraine can be a normal state, it seems to have been kind of defining Western policy, hasn't it? I mean, we're very interested in Russia without Ukraine, aren't we?
Well, we're very interested in Ukraine's sovereign right to determine its own future, and that includes open-ended questions about any alliance or organization in the West that it wants to join. And you heard the Secretary General talk about this morning. I mean, of course, you do hear the Russians putting out this false narrative that NATO's the aggressor, they accuse sometimes NATO of being party to the conflict, that NATO's to blame somehow for their war in Ukraine. And obviously, nothing could be further from the truth. And so we collectively, the NATO allies, have been at pains to remind the world, not just NATO allies in Russia, but a broader set of countries around the world to help them understand NATO, in fact, is not party to the conflict.
No, but I mean, that narrative has some strength, particularly in what we misname the Global South. Who kind of, they look at it as a kind of white person's war to some degree. It's not their war. And they remember the US went into Iraq and Russia, blah, blah, blah. So there's NATO, that's fine, but there's also this other debate. Are we doing enough to counter that narrative?
Well, I think, look, in the early days after February 24th, once Russia went into Ukraine, NATO allies were rightly focused on their own unity and focused on their support for Ukraine, on applying pressure to Moscow. It was an acute crisis. It was a first land war in Europe in many, many decades. And I think what we're looking at now is a broader set of challenges of ensuring that the world, not just NATO allies and Russia, but the world understands the facts on the ground. And you've seen concerted efforts by a variety of nations to move the debate inside the United Nations, to ensure that we get those votes, to call out the sham referenda with the false and illegal annexation, attempted annexation of Ukrainian territory. So we've widened the debate, we've widened the circle of voices that can chime in, and as you heard the Secretary General mention this morning, we've also widened the circle of the number of countries that are providing direct military assistance to the Ukrainian forces. This is just not a case of individual NATO allies offering assistance, but in fact, through the contact group that the U.S. is leading, we now have over 50 countries from around the world contributing assistance, and that's important.
This is true. It's just, it seems to me there's a lot more work to do on the narrative question, because I hear more and more, you know, we're going to have a cold winter because of this. We have food insecurity because of this. We have inflation because of this. You hear it also in Africa, Asia, right? It's not just a European debate.
Right, so there are a couple things at play there. So first and foremost, we still have the aftermath and the impact of the pandemic, which continues to have an impact on things like supply chains. You have just the state of the global economy, which is not humming along by every indicator. You have a food security challenge that's very real because of the blockade that Russia has imposed on exporting grain out of Ukraine, although we've made significant progress on that in recent months, but there's more to do. And then you have inflation, and you have concerns about the cost of energy. And you see these debates bubbling to the surface in many different corners of the world. And that is now a challenge for a lot of political leaders around the world, first and foremost, to lay out a plan for tackling those concerns, but also to explain why support for Ukraine must endure, must continue.
Obviously, a lot depends on how the war ends, whether Russia's driven out of Crimea, whether it can be. But security guarantees for Ukraine is one of these wishy-washy topics, I have to say. I've read the Rasmussen support, doesn't seem convincing to me. Has Ukraine deserved the right to be a NATO member?
Well, the alliance in 2008 in this city committed to membership, and we have reaffirmed that commitment time and time again. And I think some of what you'll hear out of the NATO ministerial in the next 2 days is, again, a reaffirmation of what happened in Bucharest
But I mean,
here
what
many
is a
years ago.
security guarantee for Ukraine that works outside NATO membership?
Well, that is a good question. I think really what you've heard from the United States, our perspective is, look, there's a war going on inside Ukraine. Let's ensure that they can prevail. That is the top priority. We need to get as much practical assistance to the Ukrainian military forces and the Ukrainian people as humanly possible. That will be #1 topic of discussion among ministers over the next 2 days. Once we get through this war, obviously NATO allies will continue to keep NATO's door open, work with the Ukrainians. They've done a lot to meet the criteria that is associated with NATO membership, and there is more work on the horizon, and NATO allies are willing and able to help them meet those criteria.
Because, I mean, they may end up this war Europe's strongest army.
Well, certainly what I can say is we've all been incredibly impressed by the performance on the ground. We knew Ukraine had a very capable military. We did not know how innovative and bold and skilled they would be in absorbing all sorts of new capabilities, some that they're seeing for the first time. And they've been also incredibly innovative in taking some of these capabilities and applying them in ways we never imagined. Certain systems are being put on either ships or planes in ways that you just don't see in other countries. And so their innovation, their spirit, their determination, I think it's impressed us at every turn. And you're right, at the end of this, we will no doubt see an even more capable, more innovative, bolder force on the part of the Ukrainian.
Yeah, I mean, some people in NATO call them the MacGyver Army, which some people may remember as an old American television show about some guy who's very innovative, right?
You can always take a ball of string and some tape and turn it into who knows
a weapon.
what. Yes,
Yeah,
a weapon
exactly.
of some kind.
Last question, really. The other thing people say in NATO is that Europe has bonsai armies named after the little Japanese trees. People talk a lot about increasing defense. Not everybody's gotten up to 2%. By the time the war started, NATO stockpiles were only at half what they were supposed to be. There's a desperate effort to get ammunition, to make ammunition. There are days Ukraine was firing 6,000, 7,000 shells a day. The US produces 15,000 shells a month. That's 2 days worth. Are we really prepared for this to go on another year, 2 years? What does that mean for European budgets?
Well, first of all, on European defense spending, I mean, the trend line is very good. We put the Wales Pledge, the commitment to spend 2% of GDP on defense, in place in 2014. And we've had 7 or 8 years of consecutive growth across the alliance. So it's a good news story in terms of the progress that's been made, significant. And we'll want to continue to push allies to meet the Wales Pledge. But the Wales Pledge was put in place during a period of 10 years. From 2014 to 2024. So NATO needs to begin discussions now, and that's what we're doing back at NATO headquarters with all of the allies, to begin a conversation about what comes after the Wales Pledge. And I think you've heard our Secretary of Defense and various US officials talking about 2% now being a floor and not a ceiling. And we already have countries like Romania that has committed over the long term to spend not 2%, but 2.5%. So there, I think we're in a good place. Progress is being made. Countries are making important investments. A lot of lessons are being extracted from what we're contributing to Ukraine in real time. And about your question about defense industrial output and capacity, I mean, we have had some important conversations in recent months with the defense companies themselves, with armaments directors from all NATO countries, to come together and to begin mapping out, first of all, where are the gaps? So what gaps have we created through the support to Ukraine? And then what types of creative solutions can NATO help forge to send the proper demand signal to industry and make a commitment to turn those production lines back on for whatever it might be, whether it's Javelins or Stingers, or, I mean, there's a whole long list of things.
Or Soviet caliber ammunition. And anyway, Ambassador Smith, you've been very patient. Thank you very, very much. We've overrun by a couple minutes, so it's not so bad. That's sort of NATO timing. It's okay. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much.
Next, we will be watching a pre-recorded message of Mr. Maroš Šefčovič, Vice President for Interinstitutional Relations and Foresight with the European Commission, followed by a 5-minute break. Thank you.
It is a pleasure to speak at the Aspen Bucharest Forum, even if I cannot be there in person. This 11th edition is particularly significant. This year has seen tectonic shifts in global geopolitics, while permacrisis was named the word of the year by the Collins Dictionary, a sense of continuously stumbling from one shock to another, be it war, inflation, or political instability. From the Eurozone crisis to the massive influx of refugees and migrants to Europe, from the Brexit referendum to the COVID-19 pandemic. And then Russian military aggression against Ukraine, which puts our rules-based and multilateral international order under pressure while also causing the energy crisis in Europe. On top of that, longer-term megatrends are increasingly affecting our social and economic fabric. Climate change, digitalization, global decline in democratic governance, and shifts in demography with the human population recently topping 8 billion people. It is especially in uncertain times like these that strategic foresight shows its potential as an anticipatory governance tool able to translate forward-looking thinking in today's more resilient policies and better preparedness. If we are to build a new European architecture in order to be better prepared for current and future crises, it should be based on two load-bearing pillars: resilience and open strategic autonomy. Resilience emerged as a new strategic compass for all EU policies with our 2020 Strategic Foresight Report published in the early days of the COVID-19 crisis. After an uneasy start, the EU and its member states shifted from knee-jerk competition to cooperation and overcome initial tensions related to scarce medical resources and unilateral actions in the single market and Schengen area. The next generation EU recovery plan was created with a budget from the Recovery and Resilience Facility as its centerpiece. The COVID-19 crisis also exposed vulnerabilities to be addressed and resilience capacities to be nurtured. This is why we created the Resilience Dashboards, a new tool to assess resilience in a holistic manner. The choice of the set of indicators in the dashboards was informed by strategic foresight, so it is no surprise that energy and critical raw material dependencies were highlighted already in our 2020 prototype. And what appeared as a vision back in 2020 is today an integral part of the European semester cycle, with the use of the resilience dashboards in all country reports, a manifestation of embedding foresight into EU policymaking. Open strategic autonomy, meanwhile, was the focus of our 2021 Strategic Foresight Report. Recent events have underlined the need for a long-term vision to recognize and address the EU's current and future overdependencies to avoid them becoming vulnerabilities. This will be crucial for the EU to stand firmly on its feet, maintaining our collective ability to act in a transforming but increasingly unstable world. For instance, a recent round of our New Horizon scanning exercise inside Commission has singled out the ongoing battle of narratives between the EU and China as a harbinger of a fracture in global supply chains and a general weakening of multilateral system. In this context, the EU remains committed to a vision of more cooperative world, but we still need to have the ability to act in our own interests and to protect our fundamental values whenever necessary, both on our own and together with like-minded partners. Russia has tried to divide Europe, but has achieved the opposite. Countries in Central and Eastern Europe have proven their ability to welcome millions of people fleeing the violence in Ukraine. The EU security landscape has been reinvigorated with Denmark joining the EU's defense cooperation and Finland and Sweden applying to join NATO. As a result, the EU and NATO have stepped up their cooperation, proving that transatlantic partnership remains at the heart of Europe's security architecture. Of course, more can and should be done to strengthen the EU's role as a global security actor. As detected by the Commission's Megatrends Hub, the concept of security is being reshaped as we witness the weaponization of many new policy areas, from energy to migration, from food to information. For instance, despite the efforts of the Black Sea Grain Initiative, Russia's sabotage of Ukrainian ports has contributed to the global food crisis. This is why the EU is striving to reduce its dependence from Russian energy and has already managed to slash the share of Russian gas imports from 40% to 7.5%. And then there are the critical raw materials that are essential for the technologies enabling the twin transition as well as for our defense sector. Here, our overdependence can reach up to 99% in some instances. For example, the EU's domestic production accounts for just 4% of the global supply chain of critical raw materials used in the production of digital equipment such as neodymium. And yet, put simply, without these critical raw materials, there is no future green and digital economy for Europe. Here, strategic foresight has played a key role in identifying the need to act in a rapid and compelling manner, thereby influencing our annual Commission work program. In the first quarter of 2023, the Commission will table a legislative proposal on critical raw materials. In conclusion, in this world of European perma-crisis, we should look for the silver lining and, as stressed in our strategic foresight reports, adopt a more geopolitical perspective and mainstream resilience together with our open strategic autonomy in all we do. This is key to successfully cope with an evolving geopolitical reality and pursue not only the twin green and digital transition, but also our long-term political goals, such as peace and security on our continent, consolidating our position as a leading economic and political actor, and preserving the highest social standards for all. In this new European architecture based on resilience and open strategic autonomy, and with strategic foresight playing a pivotal role, challenges can serve as catalysts to speed up the long-term generational changes our economies and societies are currently undergoing. With every crisis comes opportunity.
And we resume our agenda for today. Our next panel discussion is entitled A New Political and Democratic Architecture in Europe and will be moderated by Ms. Alina Inae, advisor to the president of GMF. Before I give the stage to Ms. Alina Inae and her distinguished guests, I would like to give a warm welcome to Minister João Gomes Cravinho, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Portugal, to deliver a keynote address. Minister, welcome to the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a delight for me to be here with you this morning here in Bucharest. Now, as the title of this Aspen Forum tells us, the world is indeed in flux. Movement, fluidity, transformation are visible in various crucial and strategic locations of the planet, including and not least, of course, in the countries of Eastern Europe. Change happens more easily when everybody recognizes what is happening and acts accordingly, protecting their best interests, mitigating negative impacts. Change is much more difficult when there are widely varying visions of current reality. Clearly, when we look back at the situation over the past year or two, we can see widely varying assessments of what was going on. On our side, we overestimated Russian attachment to the existing world order. We failed to believe that Russia would be willing to simply trample over the Charter of the United Nations and so many other aspects of international law. We overestimated Russia's attachment to an international economic order that gave it wealth in the form of energy commodity revenues. An economy that had shown little capacity to innovate and to compete internationally was tied into a set of commercial arrangements with Germany and other countries which supposedly would guarantee reasonable conduct within the general parameters of established international order. Paradoxically, we also overestimated Russian military capacity. Our military assessment was that Russian leadership and military capacity was considerable, and that this posed a sincere threat to the integrity of neighboring countries. We understood that Russia was unlikely to directly challenge NATO, but at the same time, we knew that it was very difficult to extinguish from the Russian worldview the notion that it had certain rights, a droit de regard at the very least, in what Russia liked to call the near abroad. On the Russian side, the misreadings and miscalculations have by now been well catalogued. Putin's view of the decadent West has been disproven by a determined and cohesive response from both NATO and the European Union. Furthermore, although Putin sought to avoid directly challenging NATO, he did not understand that NATO would be willing to offer a united response in indirect support of Ukraine, and he did not imagine that the European Union would be willing and able to step up to its responsibilities in the way that it did, responding decisively with a very significant range of sanctions that will have an effect for decades. Putin also made two other profound miscalculations. One, he was a victim of his own propaganda with respect to Ukraine's sense of nationhood, and he failed to understand that the European option of the Ukrainian people was something much deeper than a simple product of the superficial political maneuvers of various Ukrainian politicians over the past decade or so. Secondly, he was a victim of the propaganda that his generals served him regarding the wonderful qualities of the Russian armed forces, which had absorbed vast amounts of resources over many years, and as we now know, had very little to show for it. So to return to what we can now see before us, and without predetermining the results of a war that is ongoing and may continue for a considerable time, I believe that we have the following elements to deal with. First, very probably, a significantly weakened Russia that has gained a level of mistrust that is even deeper than in the past. Secondly, a clear requirement for a new security arrangement that can provide Eastern European countries, including Ukraine, with all that is necessary for guaranteeing their sovereignty and territorial integrity. Thirdly, a reorganized Eastern European geoeconomy. And when I put the focus on this Eastern European part of the world, I believe that we cannot forget that it will be deeply integrated into global dynamics and that countries such as India and China have to be part of the equation. Fourthly, we now have a deeply accelerated green transition that will change the nature of energy geopolitics, both in this region and globally. So a lot has happened in such a short amount of time, and we are going to have to be quick in developing our responses. As I said at the beginning, change is easier if we have a collective sense of what is changing and how. A couple of reflections to finalize on what we should be taking into account in the next phase. Firstly, the security arrangements, because security comes before all. And here let me be very bold, but this is what brainstorming opportunities like this one allow us to do. I believe that we should make every effort to ensure that China underwrites a new order of stability, explicitly recognizing the new security arrangements that will result from Russia's strategic failure in this war. Obviously, I'm not suggesting that we should invite China into some kind of direct involvement in our region. Rather, I am suggesting that we should use this opportunity to clearly establish ground rules for international order with China. It may not work, but I believe that it is an avenue that we should explore. Secondly, Russia will be weakened, but Russia will continue to exist. So how should we relate to this fact of life? I believe that we have an opportunity to establish very clearly an appropriate balance between trust and dependence. Russia cannot and will not be trusted for some time, and therefore the economic interaction must not permit the development of any type of dependence that can be weaponized. And yet it would be important to promote the peaceful reintegration of Russia through deeper interaction with Russian civil society and daily economic actors. This will need to be done cautiously and intelligently, but it will indeed need to be done. Russian isolation is not a long-term option. Thirdly, as Europeans, we must seek to use the post-war moment to build deeper links, ones that are more meaningful rather than simply transactional, with the countries to the south and the east of Russia, from Turkey and its hinterland to the Gulf countries and the Central Asian states. India, in particular, stands out as perhaps the most significant partner in this regard. Above all, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we must seek to use this opportunity to converge around a lucid analysis of what this time brings us. For that is the starting point that we need to face this brave new world that is before us over the next few years. And with that, I would like to finalize and say that I hope that these remarks have given some food for thought for the panelists that I look forward to listening to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. We at the Bucharest Forum like to do things very, very challenging. So not only do we have a very challenging theme to discuss on the next panel, but we only have 35 minutes to do so, 4 great speakers, each of whom would have deserved the entire time just from him and herself. And with this, I do invite to the stage my speakers, Ivan Krastev, Jacek Rostovsky, Laura Thornton, and Amaya Sanchez. Okay. We have been talking all this morning and even wrote a report on this. By the way, the report is outside. You should try and take it and read it, on a new European architecture. Extensive talk this morning has been devoted to the security architecture. But European architecture, at least the way we at Aspen and GMF see it, it's not only about security, even if security might be the first step towards something more. So because we only have 35 minutes, and because we want to discuss so many other issues other than security, we do want to talk about a new European architecture. I was thinking, and as the moderator, I have the privilege of deciding the rules, I was thinking to talk about the basics, the fundamentals of a new European architecture. The why, the to what end, the who, and for whose benefit. And I will start to my left with Ivan Krastev and ask him the very, very, very easy question. Ivan Krastev, why a new European architecture?
Because the old one has failed.
but also because in 1999, 10 years after the fall of the Berlin Wall and after the NATO operation in Kosovo, Robert Cooper, one of the leading European and British diplomats, make a statement that 1989 is going to divide past from the future in the way the Berlin Wall was dividing East from the West. And his major argument was that there was a European order that is different than the international order. There were different rules running Europe than running basically the world as a whole. And he said what we had in Europe is the end of the sphere of influence politics. Basically, we have the security, which is totally based on economic interdependence. No major war is possible in Europe anymore, and the democratic architecture was very much, the internal and external security were there. And this is not the reality anymore, and because we really have 3 minutes, I have just 3 very simple things to telegraph, even not to discuss. The first is that as a result of the Russia invasion in Ukraine, and by the way, it's not easy to talk about the international order, even in Europe, before knowing when the war is going to end and how it is going to end. But secondly, what happened is that suddenly we again are going to have a European order that is probably different than the international order, but it's going to be a very different one. As a response to the war in Ukraine, in Europe you have much more the return to a classical Cold War type of a confrontation between Russia and NATO, while in the other parts of the world, you have much more something different. The rise of the middle powers, countries like India or even Turkey and others, they're trying to find a different place. They're trying to go on relevance. The majority of the countries that President Biden invited for the Summit of Democracies are not sanctioning Russia. So from this point of view, you're going to have European order again, but suddenly we are going to have Cold War back in Europe and nowhere else. And then comes the story, what is also the framework, what the borders, why is also where the borders of it. Before, the idea was that European order is also very strongly institutionalized because of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Now it's a totally paralyzed organization. Any organization in which Russia has a veto basically has stopped to function. And this is why I do believe that Macron's idea about this political community, European political community, is very much the way to try to reconstruct the idea of European order, keeping in mind that the post-Cold War is not there. But for the moment, it's not very much clear, because it's not very much clear what you expect from these states. What kind of relationships, what kind of criteria. When we talk about the democratic credentials, the problem is that these days the gray zone between democracy and authoritarianism became very big, and probably the border between democracy and authoritarianism is the least guarded border in the world.
So why? Because the current one, or the previous one, the previous European architecture failed. So what? What would the new European architecture entail, other than security, although of course we can refer to security as well? Arantxa González.
So first, rebuilding this European space, in my view, is to align the European space to what's happening in the rest of the world. And what's happening in the rest of the world is much more power-driven world. So from that point of view, it's almost like a realignment of Europe to the world. And I would focus on 3 tasks ahead. A task for the European Union, because that's only part of Europe, but it's an important part of Europe. So first, to the EU is about taking greater responsibilities and doing so in a more united manner, taking more responsibilities for its own security and for its own defense, being more united on the energy front, building the energy union that has not been completed yet, building a more resilient trading system and a more technologically powered economy. So it's about a European Union that is more responsible in this much more power-driven world. Some people call it strategic autonomy. I like to call it responsibility, because at the end of the day, that is what it is about. It's Europe, the European Union taking its future in its hand. But as I said, Europe is more than the European Union. So the second part of this architecture is the European political community. Is the idea that there is a continent that includes countries that may not necessarily want to join the European Union, but have a common stance in rejecting a world where, even if it is power-driven, requires some rules of the game. And this is the UK, and this is Switzerland, this is Norway, this is Turkey, but this is also Georgia, Moldova, Azerbaijan, Ukraine, and the rest. Of course, it's the candidate countries to become members of the European Union in this big picture that we saw recently, giving us a sense of a more united Europe. The third element is obviously Russia. Russia, which is also in a continent called Europe, Russia has decided to isolate itself from this concert of countries in the European continent. And I think if this is what they've decided to do, we should keep it like this. And keeping it like this means being a little bit more savvy in our relationship to China, because that's an important part of an alliance that we need to watch very carefully. And this means for Europe to be more attentive to what Europe calls the rest of the world. I think we should avoid calling the rest of the world the rest of the world. And I think we should remember that there is lots of countries in the world that have agency today. And this calls for Europe to be more attentive to countries in Latin America, in Africa, in Asia, that understand there is a modicum of international cooperation needed in order to solve problems that belong to everyone. So, Alina, back to you in this very telegraphic style, but hoping to
Thank you.
prod a bit of a conversation.
Thank you for being telegraphic. We like telegraphic. Laura, the who. Who should be building, who should be thinking about, who should be designing, and who should be building a new European architecture? And I do promise that if you want to talk about a new American architecture, you're free to.
She knows my weakness. No, I think that who was partially answered in terms of the players and the countries and the bodies. One thing I want to think about with the who is the publics. I think that one of the key problems that we're facing is a demand-driven problem. So in order to build out an effective defense, we need to convince our publics that this is a worthy cause, and they need to be at the table. These are the voices that are not often heard. And I think it requires first to go on the offensive in terms of to whom we communicate. How do we get out ahead of it? What is our public diplomacy? How are we preempting, pre-bunking, predicting the threats that exist? By building a society that believes in a collective security, that believes in democratic institutions. And I also think it requires us to be a lot more innovative about who sits at the table and whose voices are heard. To me, we were just having a little side discussion about what about those Democrats in non-democratic places? You mentioned the Summit for Democracy. My biggest complaint about that was dividing the world into democracies and autocracies, rather than realizing democracy is a concept that exists within autocracies, and autocracy is a concept that exists within democracies. So we need to get around these geographic boundaries and reach out to people that share our values. And I think one way of doing that is to make sure that we are connecting with those activists in difficult places, whose countries might not be represented at the table, who are the future and the change that will happen. So that is the main group that I think we need to target. And I think that will involve in making sure that civil society is there alongside the policymakers and the politicians and government leaders, but representatives from the grassroots, because they're really the ones who hold the key to change.
Moving on to the to what end. We know why we need a new architecture, European architecture. We know what at least Arantxa González believes should be in that European architecture. We have a little bit of understanding of who should be aimed at bringing this architecture together, but to what end, Jacek Rostowski?
Well, obviously to the end of security for ourselves and for as many countries as possible. But I'd like to take a step back and say, and go back to the point that Ivan Krastev made about the old security architecture failing. Why did the old security architecture fail? Because we didn't realize that Russia or the extent to which Russia had withdrawn from the values that we thought were common between Russia and ourselves. And that puts, I think, gives us a context in which we have to think about this new security architecture. And it's enormously difficult because there are so many lines of division. I mean, one of the first lines of division, and I think the most important one, is between autocracy and democracy. And that, of course, doesn't run just between countries. It runs within countries. It runs within the West. Now, this is not new. You know, people say, oh, this is awful. This is terrifying. I mean, during the First Cold War, this is exactly what we had. The Italian Communist Party, I think, once got almost as much as 40% of the vote, and the French Communist Party almost 35%, and they went on getting 30% for years. So this is not new. I think, by the way, we are already in the Second Cold War, and we have to accept that we will be in that Second Cold War unless the Russian defeat is so profound that Russia comes back into at least some of these values that we thought we shared. If it does, we're going to have the problem that the minister just made, and that is, how much can we trust that they'll stay with these values? And that's going to be an enormously subtle point, or requiring enormously subtle policy. But coming again back to a point that's been raised, it's not just that Europe's going to be in the area of power and the rest of the world is more complex. I mean, East Asia clearly is another area of potential conflict. And here we can see a very good example of how these lines of division overlap or cross each other, right? I mean, I would maybe this wouldn't be accepted by everyone, but I would certainly put former President Trump on the other side of that line as far as autocracy and democracy are concerned, certainly from me. But on the line between China and the United States, he's even more enthusiastic to confront China than we are, most of us, right? At least in Europe, because it's their problem. Well, we've got to understand that if we want our problem to be the American problem, then we'd better accept that an American problem with China is our problem. There's a line between non-renewable energy producers, fossil fuel producers, and the rest of us. This is surely part of what stimulated President Putin to attack Ukraine. If not now, what, in 2030? Obviously not. Then there's a line between past emitters of CO2 and methane and present emitters. And then there's a more general line, it's already been mentioned, between the North and the South. And all these overlap. And that's going to make it extremely difficult. It's a more challenging environment to build a clear security structure than, I think, even more than 1949, in a way, certainly. I think I'll leave it there, but I'll come back maybe with suggestions next time round.
Definitely, but I do want to ask this question, well, to both of you, because both of you mentioned Cold War. A Cold War between who and who, Ivan Krastev?
This is very important, and just make a footnote because very important what Professor Rostovsky said. Interestingly enough, Russia was never the founding member of this post-Cold War world. It was a different country. It was Soviet Union, and for a very specific reason. President Gorbachev really wanted very much to contain the nationalistic uprising within the Soviet Union, so he was seeing the European security order as the way to keep the integrity of the Soviet Union after the end of communism. So part of this way he was seeing basically this happening was when President Bush Sr. went to Kiev in 1991 and asked the Ukrainians not to vote for independence on the referendum. And this collapsed. And as a result of it, basically Russia that came was not part of this deal. Russia was much more too weak to respond. And in 2007, basically, President Putin made very clear during his Munich speech that he perceives the European security order as a threat to Russia's ambitions, to Russia's interests. So when you say, in Europe, for the moment, this is very much a confrontation between the Russian Federation and the EU and the NATO states. On a global level, and this is much more interesting for sure from the American perspective, when it comes to the system competition, this is not Russia, this is China. And this is very much not simply about ideological, but also technological divide. Because tell me with whom you're sharing data these days, and I can really tell you easily where your geopolitical loyalty stands. But this is also the world, and I very much agree with Professor Rostovsky on this. This is a world in which you're going to have a much more states with much more agency. They're much bigger economies, they're much bigger population, and also they're much more ambitious. And you can see them making a very selective choices. For example, India was quite supportive to the American idea to contain China in South Asia, but they're not particularly enthusiastic to contain Russia in Europe. And you're going to see this type of a divide, and this is why if during the Cold War, and this is my last point, you have Soviet Union and the United States being able to create a consolidated blocks and basically to run them. Now we are going to see United States and China much more shaping the world by responding to the high activism of the middle powers which are trying to find their place. And I agree very much, it's a much more complex world. And for Europe, the problem is how we can create an agency which is a collective agency. Because listen, France also has an agency, Germany has an agency, I'm not sure that Bulgaria has, but from this point of view, there are also some important countries within the European Union, and what is going to be the European position is not going to be so easy to be reconciled.
So basically what I hear you saying, Ivan, and this is the second time you've been reiterating this, is not only about a new European architecture, it's about a new world international architecture that we have to figure out and to adapt to. But I'm coming back to you, Professor Rostovsky, a Cold War between who and who?
Well, obviously between the West and Russia at this stage, and the United States reckons quite correctly that a defeat for Russia will discourage China from attacking Taiwan. So it's indirectly affecting Taiwan. But the point, or affecting the United States-China rivalry. But the point about France and Germany are extremely well taken. You know, we can't say today that there will not be a second Trump presidency, and if there is a second Trump presidency, the geopolitics of the current situation change dramatically. And looking at this from Warsaw, we obviously need a Bismarckian reinsurance policy, to put it mildly. And therefore, French policy is absolutely central to what will happen in Europe if such a thing were to occur. And I don't see at the moment the kind of self-confident thinking that I would hope to see in Paris, for example. And of course, apart from all that, we also have a major German problem. And the German problem goes a lot deeper than not being able to spend even 1 billion out of 100 billion euros that have been supposedly dedicated to defense expenditure. Not a single billion euros of that has yet been spent. It's a failure to understand, in my view, and I had the misfortune, or the, I suppose, fortune of being a Polish finance minister during the Eurozone crisis. It's a failure to understand that the roots of many of these problems, of the political problems we have today, go back to the massively mistaken German economic policy during the Eurozone crisis. And that only a truly safe euro can be a guarantee of even the survival of the European Union. And without the survival of the European Union, it's doubtful whether we would have NATO, even without President Trump. And of course, there would be a massive threat, an existential threat to the national security of Germany. But there seems to be no realization of this, not the slightest realization of this in Berlin. One rather wonders why, and I'd love to hear an answer.
I'm not sure if any of the panelists, of these panelists can give an answer to this, but maybe we can try. Arantxa?
So maybe I can try from my Iberian Peninsula, very eccentric position in Europe. I mean, to be quite direct on this. I think we can all examine ourselves. We can examine what's happening in Warsaw. We can examine what's happening in Berlin. We can examine what happened in France. We can examine what happened in Spain. But in my view, it would be a little bit more helpful if we focus on how do we keep the unity in Europe and how do we build more unity in the future. Because you see, the problem Europe will have is having to choose, in a way, between, to use the Chinese terminology, a two-world, two-system, China-US, two-world, two-system, or a one world with three systems. If it does not, if it wants to have a world, one world with three systems, and one of these systems being a European system, because I think the ambition, whether you're sitting in Warsaw, whether you're sitting in Madrid, or whether you're sitting in Bucharest, like we're sitting today, should be to at least have a say in the system of tomorrow. Now, if we want this one world, for sure it's going to be one world. We've got one problem with climate change, we've got one problem with pandemics, we've got one problem with financial stability. If we want to have a say in the management of this one world, then we need to have a say in a system. And for that, we need unity. So in my view, we have to focus much more on how we build this in the future. We all have the legacy of the past, we carry it in our shoulders, but we can make it lighter by focusing on the future.
Focusing on the future, Laura, where is the US, the role of the United States when it comes to this new order, world order, and when it comes to this potential new architecture of Europe? And if you can talk about not only the next 2 years, but maybe even beyond the next 2 years.
Yes, first though, I wanted to sort of circle back, it's relevant to this question, to circle back to the Cold War comment, because I think, as I said in my first remarks about who should be involved, I think this is an internal conflict as much as it is an external one. I think we are struggling in a moment, and we've been here before, where we, again, need to make the case to our publics. And so China is making a very compelling case. For example, follow us, look at us. You know, we're autocratic, capitalists, we're gonna bring growth, we brought millions of people out of poverty, you should be like us. And they're very compelling, and they're reaching people through Belt and Road, through other initiatives. Countries are jumping on board because perhaps they're not adherents to democracy in the first place, and they see this as the way of the future. And also it's getting into our international governance bodies. Who's determining how these bodies are being governed? And they're making the case to our publics. How is it that RT Espanol has 10 times the following of Voice of America? We are not making the case. So I just wanted to get back to the Cold War, that it's going to have to happen also internally, and it goes to the United States as well. We are losing this debate in the United States, I fear. We have a growing, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, America First is back. We have growing isolationism, a disinterest in engaging not only Ukraine, but disengaging in NATO, disengaging with Europe, looking internally. We've been here before, so it's not, again, new. We know the playbook, and we also know some tricks on how to get out of that. And it has to come from changing public opinion, because currently we have a movement that is, you know, increasingly anti-democratic, increasingly desiring of a strongman. They did a poll recently that showed that some 45% of Republicans in the United States would prefer to have an unelected strong leader than an elected weak one. I mean, this is a dangerous thing heading into the future, and the kind of people that we're electing to Congress, and Lord knows who our next president will be. But this will have dire consequences on European security and a future European architecture if the United States withdraws into itself and ends up with another President Trump, absolutely. But also, I don't think it's unique to the United States, and we see across Europe, again, the need to make that case domestically to our publics, because they are losing interest. We saw Brexit, a disengagement. We see across Europe a movement towards nationalism and isolationism. And if we can't, and then the compelling siren calls of this autocratic economic growth model. So again, I go back to, we need to get back to our publics, we need to get back to making the case, we need to get back to showing why collective security matters, why collective democracy matters, and I don't think we're doing that right now.
Yes, you're right. The United States has been in this place before, but we haven't been in this place before, so that's what makes the current situation even more difficult. Ivan Krastev, is China making a compelling case? At ECFR, you are running all these opinion polls, looking at how people in Europe feel about democracy in general, dictatorship and all of this. Is China making a compelling case?
No, listen, there was a moment in which people start to believe that if something that they know does not work, necessarily the other one is working. If you're going to see on COVID, 2 years ago, we were absolutely convinced that authoritarians are doing better. They can convince people to have masks even when they're sleeping. Basically, the countries have been closed, and then you understand that every system has a very kind of a major vulnerability. In the case of China, if you get with the wrong policy, you cannot change it. By the way, in the case of democracy, is that you change policies regardless of how good or bad it is. But I'm saying all this because, in my view, one of the things that is happening, at least what I see on the European side, Europeans are not dreaming to live in China. And I don't know many Europeans that even want to travel to Russia. The problem is that we don't understand why democracy stopped to work. And to be honest, some people have real questions to ask. And this is a story, and this, in my view, should happen. And talking also about the security part, relations in Europe are going to change. The relations between East and West within the European Union are going to change. I do believe that future of European Union in the next 5-10 years is going very much to depend on the dynamics of the German-Polish relations. They're going to be as important as the German-French relations was in the 1950s. And listen, it can go well, it can go badly. Because with all my respect of really important victimhood on Polish side, in the middle of the war of Russia, asking for 1 trillion reparations from basically Germany is probably not the most far-looking policies. On the other side, Germany, and I totally agree, should really reconsider some of their major policy assumptions. Economic interdependence can bring peace, but also can bring vulnerability. The fact that military power doesn't matter, particularly when you don't have it. And thirdly, what in my view is really important is that suddenly Europe is going to be criticized not for what does not work, but for what we believe did work. And this is the most difficult type of criticism. And I do believe this is going to be a real issue, and here, of course, America is going to be much more about itself, regardless, by the way, who is going to win the elections. 1/3 of the Republicans and 1/3 of the Democrats, in the last opinion poll that I saw, believe that violence could be legitimately used to solve the domestic political problems against each other. It is a very divided country, and this is something that basically we should look with. Every American presidential elections is going to be about regime change.
I have a big watch, a big clock right in front of me, and it's ticking like crazy, so we have to really get close to an end, unfortunately. And I want to do just a very quick, actually 2 minutes and 8 second exercise. Tell me in 1, 2, or 3 sentences at the most, where do you see Europe 10 years from now? Professor Rostovsky.
I see it much more united, and I think it'll be in a much better position than it has been. I do have to say, on the margin of what Ivan said, please don't reckon that anything I've said would support these couple of extraordinary démarches of the Polish government towards the German government. Obviously, this is a completely different issue. The reason I raise those questions is because when we talk, security is ultimately a national politics matter. That's why I wanted to talk about France and Germany in this context. And both of them for being insufficiently ambitious, not being too ambitious. So I think hopefully we won't have to use that reinsurance policy. Hopefully Trump will lose the elections, and in spite of everything, the vast majority of Republicans believe in the West. But we have to accept the possibility that he might, and that we need a Europe which will be fundamentally transformed unless this war leads to a fundamental transformation of Russia, which of course is devoutly to be hoped.
Telegraphically, I hope to see a Europe that is more united, because it's the unity that will give us the security. That's not the national, it's the European. Second, a Europe that remains open and committed to the world. When more than 1/3 of your growth comes from outside Europe, you have to care about remaining open. But number three, it's a Europe that is much more conscious of managing the risks. And this is where we have to invest much more in risk management.
Laura?
Well, I'm not in the prediction business because I've gotten that wrong multiple times in the past, but I'm an optimist. So I guess in 10 years I see how Europe will be, this peaceful, safe, democratic continent, expansive continent, I hope, with regard to the EU, will depend a lot on what we're doing right now. And I think it was the Secretary General that said we're a little bit at a crossroads. You know, are we going to sort of put our head in the sand like an ostrich and isolate and not engage, or are we going to continue to do what I think is happening, which is wake up a bit and be recommitted, be re-engaged across the Atlantic, being determined to fight for Ukraine, being determined not to see them fail. And I think if we can see ourselves through that process, then our future looks a lot brighter.
I'm coming from a country in which we have probably most fortune tellers per capita. So as a result of it, I'm going to end up with a joke. So two fortune tellers met in the center of Sofia, and one told the other, "I see the future. You're doing well. How am I?"
And with this, I want to thank my wonderful speakers for being substantive, thoughtful, hopeful, but also very, very brief. And thank you all very much for staying in the room with us. Thank you.
time is short, and in fact, we have what I think is a great panel because we're going to debate from so many different perspectives what is clearly the biggest shock of the year. I think everyone understands that after the invasion of Ukraine, the entire playbook for the year completely changed. We're going to see it from many different perspectives. I'm Maria Tadeo. I'm the European correspondent for Bloomberg Television. I'm joined by Robert Vass, who's a friend of my network, I have to say also, but also the founder and president of GloBSEC, which is a think tank that focuses on security and geopolitics. We're also joined by Jean-Christophe Bouchard, who is Canadian, despite the French name, or with the French name, from the University of Calgary. Mihaela Bitu, of course, she is the Chief Executive Officer for ING in Romania, and we're also joined by Galina Vicelent of the World Bank, who of course focuses on the European Union. And Robert, I want to start with you. We talk about this year that has changed everything. In your perspective, what is the biggest change? And clearly it's the war, but what does the war trigger that changes everything?
First of all, I think European and global economy are going through major disruption. And after the crisis of pandemic, we are faced with the war in Ukraine. We have to understand that war in Ukraine, or the Russian war against Ukraine, is not limited only to Ukraine. It has global consequences, and we feel it already on every aspect of our life. We feel it in our pockets, we feel it on inflation, we see it on our energy infrastructure. And we will see that at the end of this crisis, the world economic architecture will be different, and also European. And we are going through very speedy transformation right now in Europe. So when I'm talking about the war in Ukraine, we have to talk about 4 front lines of the same war. The one is physical, that's going on in Ukraine, and Ukrainians are unfortunately paying the highest possible price. They are paying with their lives and blood for something that we have taken for granted. But another front line of the same war is going on inside of our societies, in Europe, in transatlantic area, in information space. And it's the disinformation scene that we are seeing across our countries. We have to win that war as well to be able to survive. The third front line of the same war is in energy. Without no doubt, Russia is using the energy sources for the war against Europe to make sure that we are changing our government, that we are weakened, and we are unable then to politically react on the threats that are coming from Russia. And the fourth front line of the same war is the economic war. And as a consequence, we see inflation, and we see higher prices of almost everything in Europe, and that will put us in the upcoming years into most probably even recession. So we have to think about that war in a more complex terms. And in order to help Ukraine to survive, it's not enough just to focus on helping Ukraine itself. We have to win all the other 3, because if we don't, we will lose. And I think this is the defining moment for us, because how we perform in this crisis will define our institutions for decades, the credibility of our institutions. If we will go through the next year and we will survive, all these economic and energy pressures, we will emerge stronger. But if we will not be able to go through these pressures, and we change our governments, and we will, for example, push Ukrainians into some kind of deals, I think it will weaken the trust in our system. So it's a very complex war, and we have to be able to win on all front lines. But what we are seeing is that Russia is already losing, because I cannot imagine a world that after the war, we will go back to trade with Russia as before.
So Russia has lost a war, in your opinion?
I think they lost it already, because they have lost the credibility of a stable supplier. I think this will not be changed after the war. I think Europe will emerge stronger and more independent on Russian energy sources, and this will not change. We will not make the same mistake as we've done before, that we were dependent on Russia, and especially Germans thought that working with Russia more closely economically will mean that they will not start this kind of war to Europe. And of course, we have to count into consideration also China and other parts of the world.
Well, thank you for that. Of course, as this is happening, there's a big debate around the oil, gas cap, which is still very active. And I believe now, just announced that Germany has a new LNG deal with Qatar, so a lot of that feeding into that. But Galina, I wonder, from an economic perspective, you have the European economy as overall. Let's talk about the euro area, just to be more specific. Some say this recession is inevitable by the end of the year. The public opinion at times, they really don't understand what's going on. European Central Bank, but also central banks hiking aggressively at a time in which, of course, the spending power is being really effective. Does Europe have the right response to deal with this crisis? Because the Russians are betting they're not. Ultimately, they will break.
Maria, thank you. This is a very important question, and I believe it comes very nicely as a segue to what Robert just pointed to us. I think we need to step back a little bit and look at the current situation from a global perspective. We are living through two shocks, the ramifications of two shocks. Number one, it's the pandemic, which we may be beyond it in some ways, but it's still lingering. It may still have flare-ups, so there is a risk on that front. But number two, it's the war in Ukraine. And what we have seen is that globally, this has caused an immense slowdown. Mm-hmm. And when I say slowdown, looking at the numbers between 2021 and 2022, the global slowdown is the biggest in 80 years. So from about 5.8, if I recall the numbers correctly, last year global growth, we're looking at somewhere around 2.9, 2.8 this calendar year. So this slowdown, as a result of these two big shocks, is leading to, again, ramifications that are presenting themselves with respect to inflation, with respect to uncertainty on global markets. And if you will, Europe is, of course, in the core of all of it. Europe is not isolated. So what will happen in terms of policies now and in the next couple of years, and those economic policies, we can talk about them more on the monetary, on the fiscal side, will be extremely important. But the point I want to make actually is a little bit on the longer perspective, on the medium term. It does not have to be necessarily all doom and gloom for Europe. Europe actually could have a chance to come out of this shock in a stronger economic fashion. And what I mean here, we have just put out our latest regular economic report for the European Union, and there we are looking at the effect of the combination of two factors: investment coming through the massive resilience and recovery facility funds, as well as the regular European funds, as well as investment from governments, their commitments, coupled with reforms. The effect of these two factors, investment plus reforms, can be extremely, extremely powerful. For example, in countries like Bulgaria and Croatia, potential growth could double. On average, every single year between now and 2030. In Romania, it can reach about 5% from the current below 4%. In Poland, similarly. But for all of this to happen, structural reforms have to be in the core and have to be pursued in earnest. And those reforms, if I can just very briefly outline them, are in four areas. One is investment in human capital, meaning that actually for these countries, investing in education, in bringing people in the labor force. There is quite a lot of inactivity, quite a lot of youth not in school or not at work, could actually bring quite powerful dividends. The green and the digital transition is another area where also the dividends with respect to potential growth could be exceptionally high. And then the institutions, meaning the way the environment works, the way public procurement is conducted, the way the regulatory setup is there to attract investment and to bring the returns is of extreme importance. So again, the investments that are already dedicated, already planned, plus reforms can be an extremely powerful tool for growth in Europe.
Well, thank you for that. And in fact, it's a great segue to Michaela Bitte, of course, of ING, because behind the scenes, you were telling me there's 3 Ds that you'd like to mention, so if you could specify which ones they are, but you also said this could be accelerated. And before you get to that, I want to ask you also the flip side to this question. There's some out there who say the war has changed everything. If anything, it's not just that it's going to get accelerated. It's we're not going to see any of this. Things like the Green Deal, decarbonization of the economy. It's a fierce market for energy. Nobody cares whether it's clean or dirty. Is that something that you would say you agree with, or actually this is an accelerator you still believe?
I think it's an accelerator, and for Europe, of course, Europe has awakened quite abruptly, brutally, I would say, to the reality that, yeah, we're far too dependent on Russia and on fossil fuels. So clearly, in the journey towards a more energetic autonomy in Europe, decarbonization is an integral and essential part of it. So indeed, decarbonization is one of the 3 trends, actually, major trends that I think Europe is going to face and to follow in these coming years. And decarbonization is one. Clearly, from an economic perspective, in the short term at least, this will further fuel inflationary pressures because, yeah, costs will be higher.
And you see the inflationary pressures continuing for
Clearly,
how long?
For a couple of years, and this will fuel inflation in the short run, but it will be absolutely important and beneficial on the long run. So I think on the short run it will be a pain, but then on the medium and long run, this can better position Europe for success. So it's a must, I would say.
And tighter inflation, I guess it also means tighter monetary policy, because that you would definitely see from a bank perspective.
Policy we see already, so there is quite a lot being done on the monetary policy currently, and that actually has to go more in sync also with the fiscal policies, because right now we see a lot of focus on monetary policies, but still quite high budget deficits following the pandemic as well, which is of course understandable. We all run on high fiscal deficits, and we have to also adjust on those gradually. So these are all, very important structural evolutions that have to happen in the coming years.
And those are the big trends, and there's one we haven't talked about, and it's crucial for the economy, if I may add.
There is another too, I would say.
Demographics.
Yeah, demographics, but before that is the deglobalization, and I think that
Do you believe it's going to happen?
That is happening, I think, and will happen. That is unavoidable, unfortunately, but it seems that the golden age of globalization that has benefited Europe, let's admit that. Europe had great decades in this golden age of globalization. This will change, so now the economic models have to also adapt and change. Deglobalization is a fact, and it's going to happen and accelerate. That can also present its opportunities, not to see only, again, the doom and gloom, as Galina was saying. Clearly, for this region, at least for CEE, there is going to be a wave of nearshoring that is going to happen most likely. So this is also going to benefit at least this part of Europe and of course Europe in general. But again, in the short run, it will come with certain disruptions. It will also come with inflationary pressure. So it's all, short-term versus long-term. It's different evolutions, let's say, that we can expect. And demography, indeed, it's very, very relevant for all countries, I think, in Europe. We're having an aging population. This country, Romania in particular, has a huge demographic problem, actually not coming only from aging, but from massive immigration into the Western Europe, and we have to cope with that. So that's also an element that is very strategic and difficult one to grapple, basically, within the coming years.
And I think you nailed what a lot of people probably think, which is the golden era of globalization is over. With the war, it comes to an end.
We are in a new reality, exactly. It's a reset.
And that leads me to the question for Jean-Christophe. You talked about this idea that 4 decades we were told the more you trade with nations, the more friendly you'll be, the more diplomatic relationships will be, and therefore war is not going to happen. Well, we've seen a lot of trade with Russia, and that didn't stop the war. Was that a failed mentality, a failed calculus?
That's an interesting question. Most of our models or assumptions about trade and peace assume that economic interdependence would create more peaceful relationships between countries. And in some ways, my assumptions now and what we find in the data is that current events maybe needs an update. Both we have to think about like how Russia's invasion of Ukraine changes that update, but also forecast is to maybe sometimes in the future a conflict with China. And what we're seeing right now with Russia might be the results or the examples of things we'll see in Russia. And what we find now is a couple of things. On the one hand, we see that increasing international economic interdependence and economic relationships with authoritarian regimes doesn't make them necessarily more peaceful. And in some ways, we haven't seen that. We haven't seen that. The second part is that we've seen that authoritarian regimes are actually pretty resilient to sanctions. They can survive longer, they can resist our decoupling, and they can, in some ways, resist the shocks way more than democratic nations. The third one would be that democracies have been more peaceful and have been more sensitive and weakened by these relationship. We see in Europe all these conversations about how some European states still want to maintain these economic relationship with authoritarian regimes, either in Asia, in the Middle East, or with Russia. And somehow it's actually us that are changing our behaviors and making us more prudent and more careful in how we maintain our policies. And the last part is we see a rift between Western regimes. So in some ways, all these assumptions of increasing economic relationships doesn't pan out, at least on the one hand. So what does that mean? It means that at least in the medium term, we have to think in terms of how the future of European and transatlantic economic architecture, I kind of changed the European architecture part. And since I'm a Canadian, I think in terms of transatlantic ties. And we have to reassert security consideration in how we think about economics. The coupling now has to come back. And I think here are three policies we have to kind of think about it. All through like the morning, we've heard people talk about security and economics, and somehow it's all ad hoc. It depends on regions, depends on countries, and somehow we don't have really a benefit, like a specific policy of that. And from a Canadian perspective, there's three things. The first one is decoupling, deglobalization. Slowly but surely, we have to limit our dependence to authoritarian regimes, and we have to rethink about how these relationships will be with authoritarian regimes. And somehow some European states, and maybe Canada too, has to maybe relinquish the hope that we can go to a status quo ante, that even a peace with Russia doesn't mean that we're going to go back to what we were, that the Chinese conflict is on the horizon, and these things will remain there for the next couple of years, and we have to do this.
So just to interrupt very briefly, so when you see the German Chancellor who gets on a plane like he did to go to China very recently, and he says, well, we have to go because if we don't talk to the Chinese, we have no diplomatic ties. That means that there's no communication channels, and in fact, security risks increase. Do you buy that? Or is that just lesson not learned at all?
I think you should open the diplomatic channels, but it doesn't mean you have to trade as much. I think on one hand, we'll have to kind of start to make really conscious choices about the kinds of economic relationships we want, and the kind of trade liberalization or tout azimut doesn't really work the way it does. And so the uncoupling will need to be done, and in some ways, it means retrenching from the world, retrenching from globalization, and it's a smaller world, at least for democracies. The second part is that we'll have to securitize a bunch of things in our economies, supply chains. We have slowly but surely to build it around democratic states. We show, for example, data shows that democracies are more likely to comply with trade agreements. So increasing these supply chains with democracies is better. The second part is energy security. Canada is a great partner in energy security. We have a lot of energy, not only hydrogen, blue hydrogen, green hydrogen. We also have one of the fourth country, producing oil and gas, and we are part of this. Of course, that also means energy transition, nuclear. Some countries in Europe still don't want to talk about nuclear things. Canada is investing in small nuclear modulars. We are pushing our place. There's no way out of these decriminalization without some sort of nuclear strategy in this. We also have to kind of start to securitize our access to rare earth, limit the focus on democratic states, increase these partnerships, focus on rare earth, where it comes from, and maybe somehow start to build stockpiles for friends. We have to securitize our IP and digital technologies. There's a lot of countries right now, there's a lot of IP leaks that comes from democratic states that goes to authoritarian regimes. IP is the next gold rush, and we'll have to protect those. And the third, so securitize a lot of the economic relationships we have. And the last policy is friendshoring. Canada wants to maintain and increase relationships with friends. And what does that mean? It means essentially countries that have the same values, where we understand each other when we talk to each other, and we somehow have a base trust with each other that we will comply to the agreements we have. Canada has a trade agreement with Europe. Some countries are still really slow at ratifying it, but it's still in process. But what we can deepen these ties, we can focus on these, focus on our trends, increase our trade agreements between our democratic states.
And can I just ask you very briefly before we move on, but you said something about sanctions, and you said it's clear that if you're an authoritarian country, you have a capacity to deal with sanctions that a democratic country does not, because, well, you're not going to get social pushback. Vladimir Putin can do a lot of things in Russia. Nothing happens socially. But I wonder, if you look at the data, and I wonder if you've done analysis on this, the Russians say the reality is our economy keeps going and Ukraine has gone blackout. What is propaganda there, and what are actual numbers telling you? Well, in fact, they've been able to resist more than we thought they would.
So it's a great question. I think sanctions matter by country. I think it's a very country-to-country differences. What we see out of Russia is what? Is that somehow right now authoritarian regimes are able to divert costs of sanctions to the populations, and as long as they keep their power supply, the military or some sort of regime, happy, they can actually divert these audience costs in some ways that democracies can't do. And the second part is that for Russians, for example, maybe being very rich and a high standard of living is less important than being respected, so there's trade-offs. We can't assume that every society just wants to be richer. Some others want to be respected, some of them want to be proud, and they will be willingly relinquishing their standards of living for other values or other things that we might not agree with.
And because we're running out of time and I still have a lot of questions, I'm going to do a joint question for Galina and Mihaela. Of course, you see this from the banking perspective, you're seeing this from the macro perspective. You both mentioned monetary policy, mentioned inflation, you also mentioned fiscal, and then of course I guess you also have, well, you have a great insight in terms of what the consumer is thinking, whether they believe in the economy, they want to take credit or not. What kind of response, if you put all of this multifaceted aspect, do we need to see for this recovery in a very uncertain time of war? Because unlike the pandemic, we don't know when this ends. What kind of response would you need to see jointly? And a question for both of you, if possible.
I can maybe pick up. Here I think it's important to think about how policymakers really need to balance, tightening monetary policy in such ways that will hurt growth versus actually destabilizing and de-anchoring expectations on inflation. So here, preserving macroeconomic stability, preserving monetary policy stability is extremely important, but fiscal policy, as Mihaela noted, has and will play an incredibly important role. And here we are coming again on the heels of a big pandemic where governments spent quite a lot to save incomes, to preserve jobs. So the space, the fiscal buffers in many ways are exhausted. Absolutely. What we see is rising debts. What we see is increase in fiscal deficits. What we see in many cases, the first item to be sacrificed are investment on government budgets, which means that you'll be hurting growth in the medium term. But at the same time, in the conditions where inflation is at multi-decades high, I mean, in Europe, we saw in October, in the European area, inflation was at 10.6% year on year, which is a double digit, which we have not seen in really long time. Inflation is very high, and it's extremely important to cushion incomes, to cushion the most vulnerable. So how do you do that? Here the role of fiscal policy is absolutely indispensable. And perhaps I can talk about very briefly 4 T's of fiscal policy. Whatever measures are to be deployed, they need to be well targeted. And that's extremely important. We don't have the budgets to have blanket transfers and subsidies for everyone.
So target, not broad.
Target.
Because that's the debate now.
Extremely targeted to the most vulnerable. Number 2, they have to be timely. They have to come now when they're needed, not in 3 months, not in 6 months.
Because otherwise what? It's recession.
Well, it's not so much it's recession, but otherwise the erosion of incomes has happened. I mean, if you look at the data, the bottom 20% of the distribution of incomes spends between 50 and 60% on energy, on rent, and on food. And those are precisely the items that inflation has really hurt in this current environment. So we don't want to see this very fast erosion of incomes because people will go into poverty, right? So it needs to be timely, so it needs to be targeted to the ones that need, firms and households in particular. It needs to be timely. It needs to be time-bound. So you cannot say, here is a handout, here is a transfer that will last forever. It needs to be well specified for how long, for what duration, who gets it. And it needs to be transparent. And transparency here is of extreme importance because if a government is not communicating clearly exactly who do a targeting, for how long, and what are the intentions of this, that policy will fail. So fiscal policy is of extreme importance in, again, preserving incomes and supporting the most vulnerable in society that need that.
And Mihaela, do you want to
Maybe,
add
yeah, I can only reaffirm the fact that, first of all, the inflation beast has to be tamed, right? This is first and foremost, and this has to come with economic pain because otherwise it's simply not possible. So there must be economic pain, and that is why I fully agree with Galina. It's highly, highly important that we have measures that are targeting actually the most vulnerable parts of our societies because we should not neglect actually the risk of civil unrest, right? We should not neglect the risk of extremism, populism, taking much greater ground and traction. Yeah, so we have to indeed be disciplined, take economic pain because it has to come. It's not possible otherwise to tame the inflation, but otherwise we have to also protect the parts of the society that are most at risk currently.
And as a bank, and of course you're a big institution in Romania, ING is a global bank that we all recognize and is well known. It's my bank in Belgium, by the way, that I use.
Good to hear.
And this is not paid sponsorship, but you are kind of the connecting thread between that angst that we talk about, the consumer, the public opinion is so crucial, especially in a war economy, essentially.
Absolutely.
The monetary policy, what can banks do? I mean,
Well,
how do you play
banks
into
definitely have to continue and carry on our primary role, that of financial intermediator. That is first and foremost, obviously. But next to that, we also have very important roles to play, right, in financial education of our populations, and maybe in some countries more advanced than in others. In Romania, it's very much needed, and we are seeking an active role, not only ourselves as a bank, as an institution, but also as a banking sector. We take that role very seriously, and also as a very solid corporate citizen that is partnering with the right stakeholders in the society to promote certain public-private partnerships. How can we embed better, quicker, more efficiently the funds that are coming, for instance, from the Resilience and Recovery Fund, European Fund. So these are all very important attributes, I think, that banks have to demonstrate and to play an active role.
And of course, I'm saying also to help Ukraine, if you can keep the region stable, that's basically what you need, strong Eastern European economies.
And that is also for, indeed, the neighboring states, I guess, that will be huge endeavor in the coming years when hopefully the end of the war will be coming, the reconstruction of Ukraine. That will also be a very important part that we have to play.
And that's a great segue to my next question, because we talk about this new system, this new architecture for the European economy. If we do believe that one day Ukraine will become a member of the European Union, like the way they have been promised if they do their reforms, like the way they have committed as a partner maintaining the gas flows through Ukraine. I mean, they've proven that they can do or will do things to show that they are reliable. There's a question about the reconstruction, and Robert, I'm going to put it to you. It is controversial. It's a debate that people, for the time being, are not prepared to have. But we know that there are Russian money, there are reserves, that the bank has assets that have been frozen in G7 jurisdictions. The reconstruction of Ukraine is going to cost billions, potentially even $1 trillion. I've heard that number. In your opinion, should there be a now serious debate about, yes, the West will need to use this money, confiscate this money, and use it to rebuild Ukraine, which has never been done in modern history of any central bank being in that situation?
I'm fully for it. I think
So
we
yes
need
to confiscating, freezing, and use it.
For me, the money that was simply frozen should be used partially also for reconstruction of Ukraine. But there needs to be, it's a little bit more complicated because you have to find legal basis around that. But I think there will be a lot of money needed for reconstruction. It will take years and dozens of years. So I think Russia needs to be part of that cost. So we need to offset that, absolutely.
And with trade, and maybe it's still a question that perhaps not exactly in your area of trade, but there's some that say if you do that, all of the checks and balances of the West and the G7 countries will go out the window, we'll lose our credibility. The flip side is, well, don't invade a country and your money's safe. You just don't do that. How do you see that? Because this debate will come at one point.
It's a great question. I think in some ways it would be easier and maybe like a better way to have European countries or international partners support Ukraine without actually touching Russian money. I kind of agree. Russian money is a lot around Europe, and some capitals in Europe would have to sell a lot of real estate to maybe that would bring down housing prices, but would
and
have to do
teams,
yes,
and yachts
would,
maybe too.
But I think before we go to this, I think we can actually start to have conversation about, what can friends of Ukraine do, right? I'm pretty sure Canada would commit significant resources. It has a large diaspora and would be at the forefront of that conversation. I think the Americans would be, and you could actually go a long way without actually just going through the drama of freezing assets and really putting in place reparations.
Pool efforts.
I mean, we have historical, I think if you start to do this, you start to create also a narrative and historic moment for Russians to still want to be revanchists and restart conflict. We saw this with German reparation, how it kind of set the pace for the Second World War. So setting up the same process might not be the same way we want to do it.
So, well, thank you for taking the question, because I know it's very sensitive and it's a very delicate issue. It's very active, so I appreciate your honesty. Galina wanted to add something very briefly, and then I will...
I just wanted to add something here. While it's important to think about how much the reconstruction of Ukraine will cost, I think it's extremely important to focus on supporting Ukraine today.
Now.
And what we see is for running essential government services, it costs between $3 and $5 billion a month. And those are funds that will, very little is coming from a country that is at war. Those funds will have to come from abroad. And what we at the World Bank have done is that to date, so since the start of the Russian invasion in Ukraine at the end of February, to date, we have managed to mobilize, along with partners, 17.8 billion, of which about 14.4 is already disbursed. And the disbursement goes strictly to supporting public services in Ukraine. What does it mean? It means wages for hospital workers, it means wages for teachers, it means public administration, it means pensions, it means social assistance. Why is this important? It's important because we believe for the country to be able one day to stand and to reconstruct successfully itself with the help of partners, preserving the institutions today, preserving a functioning country today will be an incredibly important condition for its success in the future. And how much it will cost the reconstruction, we don't know. It will depend on how long the war is. For example, in September, the World Bank, along with the European Commission, Ukrainian government and partners, we released an estimate of the damages and needs for the reconstruction of the country between February 24th and June 1, so for that period, and the number was 349 billion. Since then, a lot has
And that's
happened.
without the energy destruction that we're seeing now.
Yes, 1st of June, that was the...
Which is the worst
yes.
element potentially.
And of that, we see that about 100 billion was on infrastructure at the time. You can only think how much now this number has amplified and has grown. We know today that about 38% of the residential units in Ukraine are beyond repair, 38%. The needs will be massive. The needs will be very, very big. But what is important that, again, keeping essential services going, keeping also helping with pressing repairs so that the winter can pass and people, less people would go into suffering and into poverty, because poverty has also increased. We estimate something like 8 million Ukrainians additional going into poverty by the end of this calendar year. So all of this would alleviate to a certain extent all of this suffering and of this tragic war that we are witnessing at the doorstep of Europe.
And we're running out of time, but I do want to give final words to whoever wants to get a final word.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that the investment gap for Ukraine is so huge that no public money is enough for that. So even if we would put together a lot of money, it would not be enough. I think what we need to think is how to mobilize private money and private capital. And that's an opportunity for Europe, United States, but also Central Europe. For that you need security, obviously. For that you need reforms. So when Ukraine will be integrated into the European economy after the war, I think there will be a lot of opportunities for Central Europe, and we will see the shift of economic activity more to the east in Europe. So it's a huge opportunity for this region to play a very important and tremendous role also for Ukraine as such, because the main point, public money will not be enough. It's the private money that needs to go, and that's why it's a little bit more complex complex issue.
Than just the numbers. Well, on that note, thank you very much. I also like the fact that you touched on what could be the next session, which is there a power shift happening perhaps in Central Eastern Europe? I think that's a question that a lot of people ask themselves these days. So I want to appreciate, well, and thank you for your time and taking all of our questions and being on time, almost late by 2 minutes, which was good. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Wonderful. Were you happy with it?
Radu Puchiu is my name, and I'm very happy to moderate this session on cybersecurity, cyber resilience, and countering cyber threats. We have a very tight schedule. I mean, we have 35 minutes for this panel and quite a huge subject. And apart from that, we have a bigger challenge for you because we stand between you and the lunch. So I would like to please consider it like an appetizer for the lunch to come, a cyber appetizer, if I may. So thank you once again. We saw in this morning quite a number of and quite important speeches on how important this subject of cybersecurity became and how much it changed the landscape of threats. Cyber attacks often carried out on behalf of state actors and directed and damaging and disrupting the information systems of liberal democracies have led to a paradigm shift, and this was mentioned even this morning by General Secretary Stoltenberg. The panel today would like to analyze the challenges that we have in front of us posed by the new technologies, and looking in particular at improving the resilience in the context of technology-related threats, especially when it comes to transatlantic cooperation. I'm very honored to have with me today Mr. Jeff Green, Senior Director for Cybersecurity Programs, which is going to join us online. Mr. Jeff Bullwinkle, Regional Vice President, Corporate External and Legal Affairs, Microsoft Europe. Thank you, Jeff, for being with us. Chelsea Slack, Deputy Head, Cyber and Hybrid Policy Section, NATO Headquarters. Thank you for being here. Duncan Pan, Director of the National Directorate for Cyber Security, is also with us online. Hi, Dan. Good morning. Dan is in Washington. It's 6 a.m., so thank you for being with us. And Mr. Artur Lazar, Deputy Director of Cyber Center, Romanian Intelligence Service. So we have quite a time challenge, so I will skip the long presentation, leave to you to briefly present, and also would like to squeeze the first round of questions from my side. So I will start with Mr. Jeff Green. Mr. Green, you are a former of Cyber Response and Policy at National Security Council at White House. And can you tell us a little bit more of your experience, and through that perspective, could I ask you what changed in cyber defense? What is this paradigm shift that is constantly mentioned?
Great, thanks again for the chance to be here. Really appreciate it. For me, I looked at this through the lens of critical infrastructure largely over the past couple of years, and I've thought a lot, and we learned a lot on how the perspectives have changed. And there's been a lot of talk over the years about the convergence of cyber and physical systems, about resilience, specifically the topic for today. And what we thought about a lot over the past year or so was whether we need to change our perception. Do they mean different things than they did a few years ago? Specifically, is the concept of resilience in the cyber context evolving? Was that accelerated by events in the US, the Colonial Pipeline and JBS Food ransomware incidents, and then Russia's further invasion of Ukraine? From our perspective, in the summer of 2021, the Colonial Pipeline was really watershed event. We worried for years about intrusions into information technology systems. We'd worried about intrusions into operational technology, the computers that control the big machinery. We'd worried that one infection could jump from one to the other. But what I personally hadn't really focused on was this idea that purely an intrusion into information technology could lead to the complete shutdown of major mechanical systems, major critical infrastructure. And Colonial showed us that that jump is not necessary. You don't actually need to intrude onto the operational technology in order to shut down, in this case, a major pipeline that served the United States East Coast, or a major food processor shutting down all of their systems. And the phrase that these companies used was out of an abundance of caution. Looking back in retrospect, this is painfully obvious. But until Friday afternoon in May of 2021, when I got a call from a colleague at the Department of Homeland Security, it really hadn't occurred to me that criminal action on information technology could have such a major impact on critical infrastructure without even touching these operational systems. So practically, we've thought about, and we're looking at now in the Aspen Cyber Program in the US and our global effort as well, what does this mean to critical infrastructure, to governments, to other private sector entities? Specifically, how should they assess the potential for physical impacts resulting from cyber attacks? There's this list of cyber effects operations on the one hand and physical consequences on the other, and you could draw lines from A to B. I think now we have to recognize that there are a lot more lines from lower level so-called events to large physical consequences. So how does that change government's thinking? How does that change the private sector's thinking? Critical infrastructure, does it change how they perform exercises to understand what they view as their risk? I think if you had held a tabletop exercise in a lot of companies prior to the Colonial Pipeline incident, you would have had a fair or high degree of confidence that, don't worry, we've secured these systems. But when the balloon really goes up, the willingness of some of these officials, I think, to say, don't worry, I will bet the company that we have secured from any crossover infection is a lot lower than they would have said in an exercise. And I think companies need to think about that differently. The government needs to think about that differently, because we are looking at a wider range of physical consequences from these purely IT events. So that had changed how we approached the idea of resilience in our planning. And I think it needs to change across the industries. Last point is the awareness point. Probably the scariest part of this to me is that in my time in government and since then, how few organizations are aware of how much wider the risk is and the potential consequences are than they were planning for. So step one, as with a lot of problems, is just getting the message out and making sure people understand what they're looking at today. So with that, I'll turn it back over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Green. From the American perspective, we'll move to Europe. Mr. Bullwinkle, you cover quite an area, to Europe, and I saw two reports that Microsoft issued, one in July, defending Ukraine, early lessons from the cyber war, and I shared that article because I found it very, very interesting, to be honest. And one recently, this month, at the beginning of this month, nation-state cyber attacks became more brazen as authoritarian leaders ramp up aggression, so it's more broader. Can you tell us a little bit of your role and tell us what happened from this perspective, Ukraine war in cyberspace, especially in the European area, as the report was saying? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rado. It's very good to be here. Appreciate the opportunity to talk about what our issues that clearly are top of mind for all of us here, all of us online and around the world. And I might start by amplifying a comment that Jeff Green made, which is how important it is to make sure information is being shared and awareness is being raised. And that was indeed the objective we had in putting out the documents that you referred to, Rado. One was a report that talked about the experience we saw in Ukraine. And more recently, just a few days ago, in fact, we released what's called the Microsoft Digital Defense Report, which we've done now on a regular basis for a couple of years now, that calls out various things that we've observed as a company anyway, that we hope are interesting observations for others as well. Some are quite straightforward, not to be, I guess, at all surprising, but worth emphasizing anyway. One is, of course, to see that the increasing variety of cyber attacks that we're experiencing here in Europe and more generally around the world. A second, to see a focus again on critical infrastructure, which again follows on what Jeff Green had to say as well. A year ago, we saw that nation-state attacks in particular focused about 20% of their energy on critical infrastructure targets. That number has doubled over the past year. So you would see that now as more like 40% of nation-state activities focused on critical infrastructure, and maybe no surprise. A third observation we had in this report talks about the ongoing effort, the war in Ukraine, and just the multitude of attacks being waged by the Russian government against Ukraine, but also by allies of Ukraine as well. And another aspect of the report we talked about most recently was the emphasis on disinformation, the effort to try and essentially disrupt what's happening in democratic societies and erode trust within those societies in a way that's quite damaging as well to governments across the region and really around the world. And for us, this, I guess, illustrates a couple of things that we think are interesting. One is, of course, the global response is needed to a global challenge of cybersecurity and cyber resilience. That's clear. But also, I think a regional response is so important as well. A response here in Europe, but a response that reflects the strength of relations across the Atlantic. And so what NATO is doing in this space is certainly critical as well. A second thing that we've thought about a lot in the wake of these attacks is the role of a private sector company like Microsoft, because in fact we are finding ourselves increasingly almost on the front line of these conflicts. In fact, the first missiles and shots were fired in Ukraine on February 24th of this year, but the first attacks really were cyber attacks that were waged again by the Russian government against targets in Ukraine. And we actually were able to see in our own system some activity involving some malware, some wiper malware that became known as Foxblade, that again, in the days leading up to the war, before tanks rolled across the border, were focused on government infrastructure, trying to take down government systems. And it was in fact through embracing cloud technologies that the government of Ukraine was able to protect their own digital assets, essentially exporting data across borders, data centers of Microsoft and other companies as well, as a means, again, of promoting their own sovereignty, moving data across borders. And so that, for us, calls into question, what's our role as a company? Well, one role, to be sure, is to develop and deploy, we hope, the world's most secure technologies to guard against this kind of risk. A second role we have is focused, again, on trying to address disinformation, misinformation, which is why you won't see us promoting anything that comes from, for example, RT or Sputnik. And a third role we have is really trying to make sure we're promoting human rights as well. We've done a lot of work on the wake of Ukraine, too, that's focused on trying to make sure we are promoting the human rights and victims of war crime through work with the International Criminal Court and others as well. So various things that we've learned that I think reflect the broader threat environment, but also what we as a company can do to address that.
Thank you so much. I move to you, Chelsea. And I quote from the report mentioned before, Russia also accelerated its attempts to compromise IT companies as a way to disrupt or gain intelligence from those firms, government agencies, customers in NATO member countries. 90% of Russian attacks were detected over the past year targeted NATO member states, and 48% of these attacks targeted IT firm based in NATO countries. So somehow it became more clear than it's a target. Can you tell us a little bit of your role in NATO and share with us some views on this context of increasing attacks from Russia?
Yes, thank you, Radu, and thank you very much to the organizers. It's a pleasure to be here today. I would like to build my remarks around 3 words: risk, resilience, and resolve. A word on the risks, or the threats that we face, which Radu just mentioned. Well, they're real and they're growing. That's why cyber leaders from across NATO earlier this month gathered in Rome to discuss the threat and our responses to it, and they focused in particular on critical infrastructure. As part of NATO's strategic concept adopted this past summer, allies also recognize that cyberspace is contested at all times. Now, what do we mean by this? Well, unlike other domains and areas, cyberspace is always on. There's constant activity, continuous competition. Some have called it a space of permanent unpeace. There's also a blurring of the lines between peacetime, crisis, and conflict. And we can't only consider one big cyber attack or a shock and awe event. We also need to look at the persistent malicious cyber activity that takes place as part of longer-term campaigns that can still have destabilizing effects, that can undermine the sources of national power. So that's also why, as part of the strategic concept, you'll see that allies recognized that a cyber attack or a set of cumulative malicious cyber activities could reach the level of an armed attack and could lead the North Atlantic Council to invoke Article 5. The very nature of cyberspace makes it impossible to prevent all activity from taking place. So that's why, when it comes to the threat, NATO's been taking it very seriously, the threat from both state and non-state actors. And that's why we're also focused on remaining vigilant and taking considered steps in order to make sure we're as protected as we can be. But of course, we need to do more. And cyber really underpins the alliance's broader deterrence and defense posture, and it's key to our collective defense. To defend, we must be resilient. So that takes me to my second word, resilience. NATO leaders have all committed to a cyber defense pledge, and 6 years since they made that pledge, we're happy to report we see continued investments in capabilities, in national strategies and structures, and in skills across the alliance. But we're aware that investing in resourcing cyber defense, it's challenging. You can see with your own eyes a new school, a new hospital, a new fleet of ships. It's much more challenging to champion firewalls, data protection systems, and password controls. And often, it's only when something goes wrong that it really becomes apparent the importance of continued investment in this area. From a military perspective, this is also something that's really important when we consider discussions on the dependencies that militaries have on critical infrastructure for their missions and operations. Cyber means have been used in the past and also recently to disrupt some of that activity. Think in the transport sector, energy, logistics. And so the investments that we make in shoring up national resilience and in mapping out those potential dependencies of militaries on civilian critical infrastructure is key if we're going to be carrying out our missions and operations. So that's why in Rome earlier this month, as I mentioned, senior cyber leaders gathered to assess the cyber threats, the risks that we hold as part of our critical infrastructure, and to decide what we need to do more of in order to be able to defend it. To be more ambitious in the goals that allies set for themselves for how they're enhancing their own national resilience. Of course, it remains a national responsibility, but for all, it is a collective commitment. Which leads me to my last word, which is resolve. Allies are using NATO as a platform to share concerns of cyber threats and to consider possible collective responses to them. We're working to develop our toolbox, be them political tools, diplomatic tools, military tools, in order to be able to respond. One such example of allies speaking with one voice was at the beginning of September, when the North Atlantic Council issued a statement condemning the cyber attacks against ally Albania. We're also working closely with our partners in the European Union, in the Asia Pacific, and of course with Georgia and Ukraine. Some examples of our cooperation include more sharing of information, which has been mentioned before, to help enhance situational awareness, engaging in training and education, and including more partners in our exercises. And I draw your attention to NATO's flagship cyber exercise that's taking place as we speak now in Estonia, Cyber Coalition. The war in Ukraine has demonstrated the strategic importance of cyber for current and future conflicts. And many observations are only initial at this stage, but I think two things are clear. The first is that Ukrainian cyber defenders have shown that a strong and effective cyber defense is possible and it can be achieved, and that resilience and that preparation has been critical. We can all learn from this example. And second, cyberspace can only be defended and secured in a collaborative way. And here, I mean in particular the work that we're doing with the private sector increasingly. The levels of cooperation have truly reached a new level, and we're looking at how we can further ramp up our partnership. This entails warning against cyber threats, sharing information, putting as many pieces of the puzzle together so that allies, partners can be better prepared to respond or mitigate the impacts of incidents if they do occur. So, to conclude, allies are determined to counter the full spectrum of cyber threats. They're working together to do this, and they're working with our partners. But the journey continues, and we need to remain vigilant. And so, Radu, in 3 words: risk, resilience, and resolve. Thanks.
Thank you. And the Albanian example is, I saw it as a premiere also, because it's the first time a country disrupts the diplomatic relation with the other country based on a cyber attack. So it was something new on that space. Very interesting. Thank you. I'll move to Dan, to Mr. Duncan Pan. Dan, you've been quite unusual presence in our Aspen Institute events. Still, could you tell us a little bit of your role in cybersecurity in Romania? Also, emphasizing on what Chelsea said, collaboration as being critical in defense. How states alliances collaborate with the private sector on cyber? You have quite a strong collaboration here, as far as I know.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me well. Thank you for the invitation, and I'm very sorry that I cannot be on site with you. Basically, from the Romanian Cyber Directorate, which is a civilian agency, what we see definitely goes on the same line with my prior fellow panelists. So it's absolutely a strong need to build capabilities, of course, assets, to build awareness and to cooperate and collaborate in the same time. So what we see at this moment, when we look at the wide variety of attacks, of either swift and sharp incidents or the low and slow persistent ones that happen day by day, minute by minute in cyberspace, basically we see that it's no longer enough for one single organization, for one single state, for one single government to even think about trying to tackle this phenomenon on its own. So it's absolutely clear to many professionals that the way to go will be really teaming up government to government, government with businesses. And honestly, I see quite a lot of amazing skills and capabilities that are de facto now in the hands of the private sector, which, of course, it's one of our most important active and agile partners when it's coming to cyber defense, to ensuring a strong level of cybersecurity. So my view is that, and my take is that the states, the allies, the partners that will succeed to properly activate their cybersecurity ecosystem, to properly engage their entire ecosystem, from small, let's say, companies to individual experts to really strategic partners and allies, those countries will be the more resilient in face of those, let's say, thousands and thousands every hour of cyber attacks and incidents and so on. So what we see also, it's a kind of sophistication of attackers on one hand, but also some new ways that have to be employed and deployed in order to tackle those attacks. So let's think only about what we saw in the last couple of years, things like supply chain cyber attacks, which were pretty fresh and new, I would say, if we think about the SolarWinds incident. So if we want to really conduct a full review of the supply chain, to understand dependencies, how to manage the related cyber risks, it's obvious that you cannot do it as a governmental entity only. You need to really engage with the entire supply chain. You need to engage with the industry. And let's not forget, cyberspace, it's a space with no borders. It's always on. And therefore, we need to evaluate those risks at every single point where they occur. So we really need to ensure cybersecurity in terms of this unified supply chain in order to allow proper resilience. Otherwise, we have no chance. Exercises and war games were mentioned. Obvious, we see a couple of incidents moving towards more and more sophistication, larger and larger scale. Obviously, be be prepared in order to ensure proper deterrence against such attacks, it's absolutely key. So we all know that organizing exercises, especially the complex, large-scale ones, it's not easy thing. And what we see, and we noted in Romania as well, in order to be successful with such exercises and to do them to the proper focus and to the proper scale, you again have to team up. So governmental bodies, key suppliers, key actors from the society, from the economy, and so on.
Thank you.
Then I will wrap up with this. Information sharing, it's absolutely key. And also, I think here we must do a lot more. So whatever we're doing, and I will wrap up, whatever we're doing in the last few years, probably we have to increase it, I estimate, 5, 10, 20 times more. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dan. Indeed, this picture of increasing attacks and the thing that you mentioned, that the cyberspace has no borders, which is an important thing we have to mention to everybody to be aware, because in terms of security, sometimes we feel like a physical security, and the cyberspace, there's no such a thing. So we have to be more aware of that. I'll move to Mr. Artur Lazar, Deputy Director for Cyber Int, and I know that you have already a strong collaboration with Dan and National Directorate with Cybersecurity. And you will probably see a very intense picture on the cyberspace. Other relevant examples that can be shared, what are the big challenges for Romania from your point of view?
Sure. I'd like to add a very short comment before answering to this question. So we have a tremendous cooperation not only with the National Security Directorate, but with all bodies from the Romanian security landscape, for example, involved in this so-called concept of protecting Romania from cyber attacks. So from Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Intelligence Service, Ministry of Defense. So all these kind of bodies are involved in a way or another in protecting this Romania from cyber attacks. Of course, National Cyber Center is a special unit within the Romanian Intelligence Service dealing with countering, countering cyber attacks from the national security point of view. So this being said, it's not a secret that in this time of flux, we have faced multiple types of attacks performed by Russian bodies against Romanian national security. It's not also a secret that starting after the Ukrainian war has started, the complexity and the variety of tools used by these actors against Romania and probably against the NATO alliance has increased significantly. I also could say that all major actors from, let's say, Russian intelligence landscape, being named like SVR, GRU, FSB, are performing operations, cyber operations against Romania. The operations are very complex. The operations are very sophisticated. They are using a high variety of tools in order to stay low, in order to bypass the security systems, in order to collect intelligence in a very secret way. So this produce a huge effect, a huge impact into our national security and the national security of our allies. The motivation, as I said, their motivation, as I said, and as you probably may guess, is mainly focused in staying low and collecting very sensitive information related to our foreign affairs domain, related to our defense area, related to our energy systems, related to our critical infrastructures. And especially in this time of flux, I'd like to underline this idea that we should be prepared, we should be faced in the near future, probably this type of attacks performed by them. We also saw them preparing to perform the so-called disruptive type of cyber attacks. We haven't, unfortunately, they were not very effective in Romania so far, but we expect them being, at least trying in the near future. So these are, let's say, in general terms, the operations we have seen in Romanian landscape based on our knowledge. There are some other, let's say, correlative phenomena experienced by us since the Ukrainian war started. For example, we have seen a revival of Russian hacktivist groups acting against Romania and probably against NATO allies in the past year. The so-called KillNet group probably is known for some people in this room. Started performing a kind of the so-called DDoS attacks. They tried to spread mistrust and disinformation in Romanian society. Fortunately, they are not very effective, but you know, they produce a lot of noise around that. We have seen also a revival of Russian criminal groups, probably related to the state, probably related to the intelligence organization's objectives. So they try to help, to improve, and to enhance the objective the Russian state has in this field. You know, I don't know how much time we have, but you know, we had a very interesting discussion at the beginning of this panel. I'd like to, I don't know, to go a bit deeper and to you know, to watch at this problem in a more philosophical way, you know, because I think that and please correct me if I'm wrong. My feeling is that in this time of flux, we face one of the most fundamental change of the character of threat. So with implication in the character of operations and in the character of war. As many global thinkers underlined over the time that, you know, the nature of war doesn't change. In a way or another, the war is a political act done by human beings, but the character of war is changing very often. And technology these days have a huge impact into that. So the character of threat is according to my opinion, a fundamental change in global history. And talking about cyber threats, it is a reality that these cyber threats cannot be dissociated to any other kind of threats to Romanian national security and to national securities in general. This goes us to a very effective conclusion that cybersecurity is a dimension of national security, this being said, I think that, you know, the main characteristics of our ecosystem now is speed. We can see cyber attacks performed with a very high speed. A group of hackers originating, I don't know, in Russia or in Malaysia can easily affect infrastructures in NATO countries in a very short time. Then it's a matter of using the so-called artificial intelligence and machine learning. It comes with a lot of moral, ethical, legal problems. I don't have answers to all these kind of questions, but for sure, our adversaries are using this kind of technology very well. And it depends on us how smart we can be in order to be more advanced, in order to counteract in a smarter way this kind of activities. And of course, complexity is increasing, friction is increasing, decision-making time is decreasing, both at the strategical and tactical levels. So all these kind of things should be seriously taken into consideration when we talk about this concept of cyber threats.
And I believe this is the role of such a panel, and also to raise this awareness, but also would try to have like a broad picture from starting from international level to the national level. And thank you for bringing it back to a more general threat that we all have. I'll move to Mr. Jeff Green, asking what are, in your view, in a very brief answer, because we have less than 10 minutes left, what would be the top 3 things that we should look at to be more resilient in terms of cybersecurity from your experience and perspective, Mr. Green?
Sure. I think the first thing, I think it touches on what all the panelists talked about, is the cliche of not fighting the last war, the last battle. And that is thinking very broadly about potential implications, but importantly, not being paralyzed by that. And maybe that's my second point. When I was with a private sector cybersecurity company, I did a lot of public speaking, and talking about the threat can cause the unintended consequence of actually increasing the vulnerabilities, because a lot of people think, well, there's nothing I can do, there's nothing my organization can do. And it is important that we continue to emphasize, as I think Chelsea did, that we can be successful on the defense side, both individually and as larger companies and organizations. And the final thing that I think possibly all the panelists talked about, this idea of information sharing. In the US government, we saw a significant increase in decrease in breaking down the bureaucratic barriers between organizations in the government working together, and then the willingness of private sector partners to take steps we were talking about when we were able to share specific information about not necessarily an individual threat coming, but a broader risk. When the potential for Russia's invasion became very real, there was no longer this Chicken Little, everything is bad, cyber's coming to get you. It was more there is a real danger coming, and organizations were able to move much more quickly. And putting that together with some other things we saw, the ability to share really precise information about a potential, if not immediate, but a potential threat, that type of information sharing can allow the leaders of organizations, government and private sector, to take steps they otherwise struggle to take.
Thank you. And moving on the same note towards Mr. Bullwinkle, I still should come to the reports. You mentioned the 3-steps approach was applied, for example, to support the Russian false narrative. This is beyond cybersecurity somehow. But can be cybersecurity model can be used as an example to defending society and democracy at large. And we heard from Mr. Lazar that is a broader look at the security, not only from cyber perspective, but cyber becoming more part of a general security that we are looking in our societies and democracies.
It's a great comment, Radu, and picking up on Jeff Green's comment as well. Despite the complexity we see in today's cyber attacks, and it is profound, it's also worth, I think, emphasizing that 98% of today's attacks still can be addressed through basic hygiene, things like least privileged access, keeping software up to date, and so on. These kinds of things that should come naturally to administrators today. The second thing, though, I would say in terms of protecting and guarding against risk today really is having an enabling policy environment that is one that allows people to embrace technologies that will guard against risk. And again, at the time the war in Ukraine was about to begin, the government there had a policy that prevented data being migrated across borders. So government data had to be kept within servers in Ukraine, which obviously is where it was most vulnerable. the government changed the policy in the space of days to allow for the embrace of cloud services to actually protect that data. And I would say here in Romania, the government has taken a very forward-looking approach as well, and I applaud the government for doing this to make sure that there is a cloud-first policy that will allow the government to, in fact, embrace the most secure services today. But to your point, Radu, the threats are coming from all kinds of sources, not just from PCs and servers, but also in the area of IoT devices that are connected that are increasingly vectors for attack, and that's why, again, there needs to be this broad, comprehensive, resilient kind of approach. And in that connection, I think it emphasized and closed by just talking about how important it is for us to be working across sectors as we are trying to do, including here today in this conversation. That level of information sharing, collaboration, and cooperation is critical to our success moving forward.
Thank you so much. Chelsea, I know this. We have the time on the table. You look at an alliance from a very collaborative perspective, but one cannot be strong and the other can be weak, and the vulnerabilities go across the organization. So can this cybersecurity model, as I was asked before, how do you tackle this situation? Because you cannot afford to have somebody who is weak on cybersecurity while the others are strong. So it's more of a collaboration, but how do you apply this in terms of policy and NATO?
Thanks, Radu. It's quite simple. We act as an alliance because NATO is that unique platform where we spoke about situational awareness. One piece of the puzzle is brought to the table, others are more aware. This in turn facilitates decision-making quickly because the more information you have, the more you can understand the different responses at your disposal and how best to react in that situation. So I would say that situational awareness, that information exchange feeds then that quick and rapid decision-making. And we can only get this if we work both through public and private sectors, national, international actors, but also civilian and military, which is really key. So going into then the Vilnius summit, which my leadership talked about this morning, there are a few main things that we're going to be working on to foster this unity, this collaboration, and to really raise the level of preparedness overall. The first really is how we ramp up that private sector engagement. The second is cooperation enhanced across civil and military spheres. And the third is looking at boosting resilience even further, including through new initiatives such as virtual support capabilities that really are allies helping allies in order to have this overall level of preparedness. So to close, my leadership this morning talked about quoting, it's good to have friends, and that's very much the spirit of the alliance, both within the 30 members, but also across, increasingly looking at the private sector and our partners elsewhere. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll move to Dan. Dan, I have a question that will probably be left on the table. I don't know if you have a quick answer, 1 minute. But is collaboration compensating the scarcity of human resources? I know that you have a big challenge on this area. Can you compensate that through collaboration?
So we all have a big challenge with regards to the human capabilities, with regards to the talent that we desperately need in the cybersecurity field. It's absolutely fundamental, in my view, that we keep investing in the human resource. We keep training our specialists, our people, and also we partner with, in particular, with universities and with private sector as well, in order to overcome the gap that currently exists with regards to cybersecurity expertise at the level of individual countries, at the global level. There is no other way but keeping investing, and focusing on developing this human resource that is, in my view, more important than the budgets, more important than technologies at this very moment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dan. And I'll move finally for the last couple of minutes to Mr. Lazar. What would be the keywords that you're taking from this report, or you want to share with the public from the Romanian point of view?
Well, first of all, I think that everybody is speaking today about resilience and what we should do in order to make our system more resilient. And I heard that people are accepting that, you know, a strong cooperation is strongly needed. Then we need, by cooperation, I understand a multiple cooperation with both local and domestic bodies and the bodies from abroad. In this direction, I would underline and I would emphasize the fact that the relationship with the industry is strongly important. Without industry, without these hubs of creation, of research and development, it's quite difficult to perform as a governmental bodies. Then it's important also the idea of education, and by education I understand the education at multiple levels, starting from the beginning and going up to the decision-making levels. We will face probably a lot of challenges. In my opinion, as my predecessors emphasized, the attacks will become more and more complex, more and more sophisticated. This comes with the very next correlative that we need people with very good skills, being able to dismantle, to act, to mitigate these kind of threats. So we have to invest into that. We have seen another type of phenomenon. For example, we have experienced cyber attacks performed at a very low level of complexity, but with a huge impact, exploiting this so-called vulnerability. So people should understand that without a strong password on their encrypted email, they will probably be hacked. Without a two-factor authentication, which is a very simple security measure, probably your money from the wallet will be stolen, right? You should understand that individuals should understand that without, let's say, any kind of minimum security activities, they will face probably huge damages in the future. At the organizational level, I think it's strongly important to remain focused, right? We should invest, we should pay attention to these kind of things. At the end of the day, this is our mission, this is what we are paid for. Again, we should strengthen our cooperation, both at multiple levels, domestic and international ones. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and indeed I will end up, instead of conclusion, with this whole idea that cybersecurity is a matter of every individual as well as us as a society, and there's not an army that is defending ourselves, of course. There is you and other entities, but working at the individual level will help a lot in your work and your organization's work. Thank you very much. We are almost in time. It's a lunch break, and we'll invite you back at 14:40, for the next session. And hope you'll enjoy the afternoon as well. Thank you very much for making the time to be with us. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Jeff, for making the time in the US. Thanks a lot.
well-deserved lunch break. Thank you for returning to the thought-provoking afternoon sessions. I invite on stage Ionut Stanimir, Executive Director, Marketing and Communication, BCR and Aspen Fellow, who will moderate the panel on accelerating innovation in Romania and Central and Southeast Europe, organized in partnership with Innovix BCR.
Hello, everybody. I'm happy to be here, and I hope we are going to have a wonderful discussion about some of the hottest topics in technology today, because as we know and as we see, technology is going to create a lot of impact, but not only impact, also geopolitical changes. I'm happy to have with me some of the greatest speakers in tech today in Romania, and we have endeavored to have a mixed panel of entrepreneurs, of multinationals, of VCs, and of course of future unicorns. So may I first ask on the stage Andy Roth, who is Commercial Pricing Director with Giant UiPath and an entrepreneur himself. Welcome, Andy. Then Sonia Fedorovic, who is a General Partner with RocaX, one of the most prominent investment funds here in Romania. Good to have you, Sonia, here. Good that you also balance the gender here in the panel. But of course, we're more interested in your thoughts, and I'm sure you are going to be precise and sharp. And Marius Dascalu, who is an entrepreneur with Headlight Solutions. And, who knows, a future unicorn. Also, since we are speaking of unicorns, we are going to have in the screen behind us and via technology connection, Mr. Voicu Opran, who's the CEO, you can sit, who's the CEO of Arobs Romania, a major software company in Cluj-Napoca. Voicu is also not only a future unicorn as he himself expressed the ambition, but also an investor, an angel investor, and hopefully somebody who is going to grow a lot of startups. Now, before I do a first round of introductory remarks by the distinguished guests here, I want to point something. And what I want to point is actually the fact that there is a pretty straightforward evaluation of the impact of technology in the world today. And I'm going to quote the National Security Advisor of the White House regarding the impact of technology. So there's a pretty clear assessment that we are going to see transformational technology, which are going to influence quality of life, security of food, and competitive in key sectors such as, of course, energy, computing. They are also having a pretty clear view of what they need to build in order to establish a very competitive US position in the global environment. That means growing the ecosystem, which is not a surprise. That also means securing STEM skills, which again is not a surprise. That means securing patent and access to key technology, which somehow is a new effort in protecting key assets. And fourthly, they said it is going to mean establishing key alliances in securing the access and development of technologies. And speaking of those technologies, they also mention the key sectors where a lot of bets are going to be placed. And that means computational technology, machine learning and AI. That means biotech and food security. And that means clean energy. So if any of you plan to do a VC or plan to start a company, there are 3 fields which are going to be extremely, extremely important. And I can assure you that those fields are not going to be only in focus, but are also going to enjoy a lot of investments. So with that being said, and charting that road, I would ask the guests if being competitive and establishing an innovation strong sector is a matter of our own forces, is a matter of international connection, or is it another secret sauce which needs to come into the game? Andy, you've been on both sides of the how to say ecosystem. In the entrepreneurial side, in the multinational part, you know very well the US environment, you know very well the Romanian environment, so maybe it would be a very good introduction into the panel.
Thank you for the kind remarks, and thank you for the invitation. It's wonderful to be here. Where does innovation come from and how do you stimulate it? You know, it's the Midas touch, I guess. Maybe what I can talk about is how we approach it, and both from my personal and the UiPath experience. So I think, you know, there's value to prescribed innovation, but, you know, the always tension is you should prescribe it, but there's also the bottom up, right? Innovation comes from where you least expect it. You know, if you asked somebody 10 years ago, where would innovation in the field of AI on document processing come? You wouldn't have said Cluj, and then we built a technology that's now part of UiPath. Or where would the leading technology for automation in the world come from? You would not have said an apartment in Bucharest in Drumul Taberei, which is the genesis of UiPath. So prescription or not, innovation will come. How do you do to harness it, right? As a company, how do you do to continue innovating, right? Because there's two sides, you're saying on both sides, but innovation should transcend the two sides. Obviously, as a company, we invest in innovation all the time, in AI and everything. We talk to our customers, we talk to policymakers, we talk to analysts, we look at what are the things that are happening. So we invest continuously, and that's key as a technology company. Now, that doesn't mean we will, all the innovation, we will find it ourselves. So we're also looking across the ecosystem. We have a program called the Automation Awards, which has been focused on this region, on Central Eastern Europe, where we saw amazing technology coming from cybersecurity to agrotech to energy to digital twins and a lot of AI. So we are looking at this all the time and nurturing it, right? How do you nurture it, on the other hand, right? Because you develop innovation regionally, okay, whether it's Romania, Southeast Europe, but innovation to really pick up and make an impact, you need to think globally. And I think for that, initiatives like the Aspen Institute initiative with Rowin, where we are a proud supporter, that help because you can actually leverage the shared knowledge between entrepreneurs locally and entrepreneurs who already have been through that route. So that's very important in fostering that dialogue and sharing that knowledge. Thank you.
All right. In the preparatory session, we did have a conversation where I think you mentioned a very strong aspect, meaning defense investment into new technologies. So maybe can I follow up on that aspect? How critical, how core it is when innovation is stimulated by big government contracting? Maybe it's a sensitive topic. Maybe from the entrepreneurial side, you don't want to have that discussion, but let's have it because it does drive the ecosystem.
Well, I would answer that not, to avoid any sensitive topics, with my experience with the Israeli ecosystem. Israel is an amazing innovator, fueled a lot by defense. The US, DARPA, innovation does come with that kind of, that infrastructure layer. Now, Israel has become an innovator because they understood, although maybe we have a goal as defense to always be innovative, we have to support innovation across the board. And they have mechanisms that support anything from agriculture to social networking, if you will, right? Because they do understand that. So defense is a driver for innovation, but it doesn't really prescribe where the innovation should come from. It should support it as a way forward.
All right, so we'll come back to that because obviously we are going to talk about all the relevant actors in the ecosystem. Speaking of the ecosystem and the relevant actors, let's hear about the investment funds. How do you look at innovation? Do you think you have a role in stimulating it? Where do you see it most often coming from? What would you say are sources to stimulate it? So, Sonia, give us a broad look and maybe some specific comments then.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for the invitation. As Andrei said earlier, innovation comes and will come whether you like it or not. It depends what you want and how you follow innovation. From the VC point of view, I mean, innovation is at the core of any healthy economy, and it needs to be there, and it's the future. The ecosystem in Romania has evolved in the last 3 years, has evolved a lot in terms of access to financing and also very good startups. What we need more here in the ecosystem and also regional, and what we always look at, in RockX, we always look at startups that have an impact in society in terms of the technology and the innovation that they bring. So it's important to look for innovative startups that have an impact in the ecosystem overall, and to have a collaboration between the parties at the ecosystems, either VCs, business angels, crowdfunding platforms, and at a regional level also, to exchange know-how and to have, to overall build a better and innovative future. Since we are at the beginning in the ecosystem, it's a collaborative ecosystem, which is a good thing, like it should be like that. But we need more and more actors to foster the ecosystem, and we need the government to be involved as well. We need real adoption of technology in public institutions, overall in the government, because this is how we move forward and actually bring innovation into our lives. If we actually have a real adoption of innovation between us, it's not just the job of VCs that look for innovative unicorn startups that change the world or internationally, regionally. We need also every actor in the ecosystem to play its part in terms of innovation and adoption of technology, and to create a healthy environment where this can happen. Now we are at the point that, okay, so the ecosystem is young. It started like 3-4 years ago, something like that. And we've been doing a lot of effort and things have happened, although we don't have the healthiest environment among us in terms of access to financing, to capital, in terms of legislative measures, and in terms of adoption of innovation and technology. Still, we are on the right path, although we have these shortcomings, but I really believe we can do way better than we're doing.
All right, so this makes like an introductory remark. We are there where it counts. We're at the beginning. Yeah. Not everything is perfect, and we'll debate immediately what is perfect and what is not perfect. But you say we're growing, and it's a good place to be.
Yes.
All right. Yes. Now, maybe the view is going to be maybe a bit different from somebody who's at the on the field in the trenches. So, Marius, would you first say what your company does, just for everybody to understand? Where do you come from with your view on what stimulates innovation in the trenches, so to say?
Hello. First of all, thank you for being invited here. We are an R&D company. This is at least the conclusion that we got to. We are capable to deliver a complete solution, hardware and software. So there are a lot of companies coming to us and asking us to deliver what they don't find on the market. So yes, I can say we are on this side of creating innovation. Regarding where you can find innovation, I really believe that each organization should look inside. Innovation comes from inside. Everything what helps innovation it's around that organization. It can be VC, it can be an ecosystem, it can be an accelerator program. But innovation, at least this is the conclusion that I got to, comes from inside and from the organizational culture.
So basically, you're telling your partners or those who come to you for your services really come from a culture of improving or changing stuff? Or would you say it's you who pitched them to improve that, to improve?
It's both. When people want a new product, they have an idea of what they want, but not all the time they have a finished idea, a detailed one. So we need to help them. And together with them, we end up getting the right requirements for what they need. At least this is a process, and it's a process that provides results because it's a mix of experience with requests. We know what we do, but we don't know all the businesses that exist in the world. For example, if I don't know, let's say a bank comes to us, we know technology, but we do not know banking. So to be able to deliver a good product, you need the mix of two.
All right. So I'm not sure if we have already Voico Opran on the screen. If yes, then maybe he could join in. If not, then I would actually continue this discussion, because first we charted the field and we said, look, we kind of know what are the big trends, we kind of know that we are at the beginning, and we kind of know that an innovative mindset will create the technology. So build it and they'll come. Now, I want to really open the discussion and ask the hard question. And the hard question is, are we good enough to play in this field? Is Romania, and let's extend it to the region, mature, bold, big, daring enough to count as a player? And if yes, what would you invest more in? If not, what is there to be done? Because at the end of the day, innovation and technology is a very competitive game. You either are there or you're not. You can't really be second best when the first eat everything for breakfast. Would you, Andy, comment first?
I've been enough, in the world to not answer that question directly. Joke aside, I would look at the data. No, we're not there. I don't know, I'm sure you know the data much better. I think last year when I last looked, our VC funding, total financing for VC, for seed and VC funding, I think Romania was, and after a 200% growth, was probably 1%. Actually, the CEE was 1% of the whole of Europe, and Romania was less than 10% of CEE. So we're not there. But, I always say, it's easy to have double-digit growth when you're low. So we have the potential for still very accelerated growth. Now, how do we do? I think the fact that we have...
Yes, we have potential for accelerated growth and to accelerate innovation in the region and in Romania. It's true. We lack funding. This is the... I was research and development, at least in the United States, like more than 60% of the spending in research and development are generated by companies that are backed up by VCs. We are not there. We are far, but we have the talent and we have the potential.
Okay, so let's focus on that. Would you both pitch in and say, look, and I really think this works. I really think this can work. Or I really think this is where this region or Romania can really make a difference. So let's not be afraid to call what our beliefs, our strategic bets. Would you point some of those?
I think what we have we are different in the sense in the region that we have a lot of potential, but we have a lot of entrepreneurial spirit that it's not taught in school. We really do not learn that in school, but it's something really embedded in us. And I don't think there's something that in Southeastern Europe that we cannot do. It's true, it's a geography that has been historically through a lot, and it's a reality, and it's fine. I am at least personally fine with that, I understand it. But we really have the talent. It just needs to be fostered and backed up by proper financing and proper, let's say, acceleration schemes and incubators and education. I know we are kind of repeating the same words and ideas from panel to another, but this is the reality. This is what we are faced with every day. I want to be able to give my startup more than I do. Mentorship, knowledge, this comes from education and evolving the ecosystem. More VCs, more business angels, more entrepreneurs that come and give back to the ecosystem. Sure, this is on the mentoring and knowledge level. But I want to be able to give them financing, because what a similar startup in the region in Southeastern Europe gets, and the evaluation and the financing, the round, cannot compare with what a similar startup gets in the West. So I really encourage my startup, yes, I want you to go and scale globally, but you don't have the same wings, and I know that, but I'm trying. We are really trying to give them. We want for our region to be able to give our startups the wings that they deserve, actually.
All right, so your bet is on building infrastructure which supports the entire ecosystem. Incubators, accelerators, mentorship,
VCs and public
VCs
funding.
And public funding. Andy, where would you say strategic bets could be made?
I think the biggest strategic bet is in the education. And that means, we have a native entrepreneurial spirit, but I think we should work a little bit more in formalizing it or structuring it. And that means from the bottom up, like from early ages, to really engage and incentivize kids to be bold, to really strive for, try to build something. Obviously teach them that it's fine to fail, and that we have a problem as a society in Romania to accept failure. It's part of the process. If you haven't failed, you haven't tried it hard enough. So I do believe we have the potential, but I think the biggest strategic bet at this point is education. And it's not only about the public sector, it's for all of us. We as a company, we try to do this. You as the ecosystem, right? Success stories, like we always try to inspire, right? Because it's also inspirational. We try to, companies like yourself, you will inspire. You have to talk about your success and your failure, because that is inspirational. And it's not all milk and toast and honey. It's gonna be hard, but we have to all play our part in this.
All right, so I take on this feedback like everybody has a duty to contribute. Actually, this is the same stuff which the White House says. Preserving edge in science and technology is not a domestic issue or a national issue, a national security issue. It's both, which really echoes what Andy said. But now, Marius, you have been with Select USA and been together with how many? 2,000 startups, maybe more?
Around
in the same place, pitching to either invest, incorporate, sell, or partner in the US. So you as a Romanian startup, as a Central and Eastern Europe startup, where do you think, and this is a hard one, where do you think you're better? Where do you think you're more competitive? Where do you think you have a weakness, and how would you correct that? And maybe not speak necessarily about your company, because probably some private stuff which we don't want to lay down on the scene, but tell me, what have you seen this year in Select USA?
Okay.
In terms of competitiveness, because the question is, where can we be better?
We are better in some ways, of course. We are very fast in doing things. We do it efficient, meaning not cheap, but at a reasonable cost. We are creative enough. We need some wings. That is an issue. But I really believe that there are products and services built today in Romania that can be very highly competitive on the United States market and not only there. The process, I see it difficult and a little bit lengthy. Why? In order to sell, do a partnership, do something, in US, for example, you need to connect to people. You need to go once, you need to meet people, you need to be there second year, make the connection closer, build trust, maybe third year, maybe fourth year, and then you will be able to do a partnership, something proper. Just to have a contract one time can happen earlier, but to build something that will last takes time. So this is the experience that I had at Select USA. It was a great event, and hopefully more companies from Romania can go there next year. What we lack, it's a mindset of a bigger thing. This we need to work with ourselves in order to think that way and focus to be there. UiPath succeeded. It's not easy. Again, you need wings for that. You cannot do it by yourself. And here it's let's say, a downside of a Romanian company, generally speaking, comparing to maybe one based in UK or US or in another business or financial hubs in the world.
All right, so I take it from what you said that you have to be there. You have to be the first year, the second year, basically always on presence, which counts to build trust. But at the same time, what I hear from you is that we need critical scale. Without critical scale, we cannot be that kind of relevant players. Andy, can we build critical scale?
I'll answer that question through a very personal story, and it actually leads with a mindset, which is called being humble, and that's very critical. And in UiPath we talk about this a lot. And when we developed our technology with the previous company, it was about processing documents and understanding, getting meaning out of the documents. And our vision was we're so good that we're going to go to large US institutions, banks, and we're going to sell it directly to them so they'd stop using the Indians, right? Because they're cheap and everything. And obviously we failed with that approach. UiPath, and if you listen to some of the keynotes from Daniel, our founder, he says the success came actually from India for UiPath because they started working with those companies that we thought they're the cheap, those guys were brilliant. And their view and their approach to innovation allowed UiPath to become a rocket. So no, we cannot scale on our own. We can scale, but for that we need to be open and to listen, right? And to always really learn.
So to understand the value chain, see where we can intervene, be competitive there, collaborate, because we always take these things as a race, but maybe sometimes it's a different mindset. Right, so Sonia, from that point of view, you have investments in Romania and abroad. Do you connect those? Do you imagine being more present abroad or attracting Romanian inventors or investors or startups? Do you see the possibility of that bridge actually being built?
Kind of, We have that bridge in a way. We are privately funded, so that opened the opportunity for us to invest also abroad, not only in Romania. This has broadened our knowledge, because when you invest abroad and you always need a partner, you always need a local partner, you co-invest and you really broaden your knowledge, and this is how you really help your startups and your portfolio, by learning. We have a thing that after an investment, a transaction, a round, even if everything went well or something didn't go that great, we sit at a table in the team and we have what we call lessons learned. What did we learn, what we did good, what we should continue doing or what we should change, but very honest. And learning from our mistakes. You have to be humble, you have to persevere. No matter whether you have a startup, whether you have a fund manager, no matter the industry you're in, you have to persevere, and you cannot scale alone. You cannot. And for a fund manager, to help scale your portfolio, you have to really widen your network. Regionally, internationally, always learn from your mistakes, learn from the mistakes of others, and bring the best to the table for your ecosystem and startups. I think I answered your question, right?
Yes, you did.
I got carried away.
So basically, again, it's about broadening the network, be there, speak about the lesson learned, try to repeat the best, try to avoid the worst. But anyway, continuous learning mindset, if I got that. Okay, Marius, the $1,000 question is, what is your core market today? Is it Romania? Is it going to be the US? Is it going to be the region? Is it going to be Europe? Because we are here in a panel about, expanding and sort of being competitive internationally. And explain why. Explain why and how you see that.
Today our core market is Romania. Why? We deliver hardware and software solutions. So with hardware it's more difficult. Hardware needs warranty and maintenance. So it's easier for us to do it here. To be able to sell in another country, whatever country, let's say United States, we don't want to do it unless we have a partner there that can provide all these services in order to have, let's say, simple, happy customers. To have a project, no, we are not interested. It will be extremely costly for us just to intervene in any situation, to send people from Romania, so it's impossible to do it like this. So our main focus for this year, and at least several few, is to try to expand and grow by identifying and finding partners in markets that can consume, let's say, our products.
All right, so since the panel actually used its time, I'm taking the opportunity to draw some obvious conclusions. So first of all, it's about learning. Second of all, it's about partnership. Third of all is acknowledging humbly where you are and where you can intervene actually in the value chain. And maybe sometimes the point is not to go alone, but to go together with somebody which knows the road and actually can ensure some sort of easy or soft landing into that market. I am hopeful because I see entrepreneurs which did it, I see entrepreneurs which are going to do it, I see investors which are going to support it, and I see a crowd which is interested in the topic and supporting this endeavor. So thank you very much. We'll be hosting the next panel in Silicon Valley, I guess. Huh? Thank you.
Thank you.
sorry for not giving you a break, but we are a bit pressed for time, and therefore we go immediately into the next session. My name is Christoph Heusgen. I'm the chairman of the Munich Security Conference, and I'm very happy that the Munich Security Conference was invited to partner with Aspen and the GMF Bucharest Forum. We are very happy as a panel to discuss Black Sea as a strategic vortex with the Munich Security Conference, as I said. And I want to get into the discussion right away. Before I do that, I want to introduce the panel. We have to my right Simona Koyocharu, the State Secretary for Defense Policy, Planning and International Relations, Ministry of National Defense. And I'm very happy that I'm here with Simona because she was responsible for a Munich security event that just concluded. We had a Munich leaders meeting here on the margins of the NATO Foreign Ministers meeting, and we were treated fantastically by our Romanian hosts, and we had a very successful meeting. And Simona, thank you very much for joining us here. And then we have Ben Hodges, Lieutenant General, retired Senior Advisor for Human Rights First, and former commander of the US Army in Europe, coming out of Frankfurt. And then Zanda Kalnina Lukaševica, the Deputy Speaker of the Latvian Parliament, and she's also a Munich Young Leader. That is, she also has a relationship with the Munich Security Conference. And last but not least, we have Michal Baranowski, the Managing Director of GMF East. We want to discuss the Black Sea, and I would like Simona to explain us, or those who don't spend every vacation on the Black Sea, why is the Black Sea important, also in addition as a tourist place?
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for the kind introduction also. Actually, it's like a marathon these days in Bucharest, yes, with all these important events, gathering strategic thinkers, decision makers. So I'm very glad to be also here with you in this forum, and what a great audience this afternoon. I will start by saying that Black Sea is not only at a crossroad, geographically speaking, but literally speaking. So actually the Black Sea is undergoing a sea change transformation. It's absolutely critical for the European security, for Euro-Atlantic security. And Romania was such a strong advocate of highlighting, on focusing NATO's attention on the Black Sea security since years now. And finally, we had that huge victory in Madrid. Black Sea is now in the strategy concept as a strategic importance sea. Very important decision. Now it's time for implementation. The Allied leaders took very ambitious decisions in Madrid last June, and we are consolidating right now deterrence and defense on the shore of the Black Sea. We are very much putting a strong focus on setting up the collective battle groups, the new forums. Moreover, we have a multi-dimensional, multinational presence here, and I think the scale, speed, and scope of the Allied deployments, and also at the bilateral level, surprised even President Putin. I mean, we actually are the witnesses right now of the biggest reinforcement of collective defense in NATO. And of course, we are looking forward to the long-term adaptation of the alliance, since Russia is going to stay a long-term threat to European security. So I will say that at the heart of Russia's presence in the Black Sea was, of course, Crimea 2014, in an unprecedented illegal act of aggression, annexation, almost, ladies and gentlemen, 9 years ago. So we are fast approaching March next year, 2023, 9 years. We are entering almost a decade. So Black Sea, as I said, is also a center of world economy, global economy. Look what is happening with the food crisis, with cereals, grains, with energy crisis here, huge militarization since 2014 of Crimea, and then, of course, what is happening right now with this brutal, illegal war of aggression in Ukraine. So as I previously said this morning, and I will say it again, we have to have the power, we have to remain steadfast by saying no. No to new normal, no to the déjà vu policies, no to imperialist ambitions, no to the war of aggression in Ukraine. How can we say no? By supporting Ukraine, by implementing all the measures allied leaders took in Madrid on the way to the next summit in Vilnius, midsummer 2023.
No, thank you very much, Simona, for this, and thank you very much for reminding us that the NATO summit in Madrid actually put the Black Sea on the agenda of NATO. And I would like to ask the General, Ben, translated in practice, what does that mean from your perspective with regard to the presence of NATO, also its maritime dimension? What does, in your eyes, what does it need for the implementation of Madrid?
So, of course, it's overdue, but it's here. That's the key thing that Simona just highlighted. The Black Sea region, from a military standpoint, this is the cauldron of competition with the Russian Federation. The Russians have attempted to install a new Iron Curtain that goes across the Black Sea, where they use force against Georgia, Ukraine. They're not willing yet to use force against the NATO countries. So that's why I say there's this new Iron Curtain. And they have so far, until this year, acted almost with impunity. All of the wars of aggression from Russia, Georgia, Crimea, everything that they have done has been on the other side of this sort of Iron Curtain. Even their support for Syria and the Assad regime was only possible because of their illegal occupation of Crimea and the ability to send weapons down to Syria through the Straits. So, number one, this is about containing Russia. Number two, we have 3 NATO allies there. And so the alliance, all of us, have an obligation to make sure that we can protect, from a collective security standpoint, maritime, air, land, special forces, all of these things are an essential part of us fulfilling our obligation to our NATO allies in the Black Sea region. And then exactly, again, as Simona said, the Black Sea is not a small pond in the middle, it's a region. When you think about the Caspian, the Black Sea, the Balkans, all of these things are connected. And when you think about who else is competing in this region, Iran, nothing good comes from there. The Chinese, of course, are going to fill any vacuum. So us having exercises, presence within the limits of Montreux, doing everything that we can to improve deterrence and enable the huge economic potential that I think resides in the region.
Yeah, if I can ask an additional question, you mentioned Montreux. Montreux allows for warships to enter through the Bosporus into the Black Sea for a limited period of time. You think that NATO should do this, should use what international law provides for?
Absolutely. Right now, NATO navies, including the United States Navy, we use about half of the number of days we could actually be on the Black Sea. Yeah. So Montreux is not a problem. That's not the problem. In fact, right now we are benefiting from Montreux because our Turkish ally are not allowing any more Russian ships to enter the Black Sea. So Montreux is not the problem. Prioritization is the problem. None of us has enough Navy. And so if the Black Sea goes up in priority, as it appears to be, then the commander of U.S. European Command will start allocating his very scarce resources towards the Black Sea, as would the German Navy, the British Royal Navy, the Royal Netherlands Navy, and so on. So I hear a lot of smart people trying to find workarounds for Montreux. That's not the problem. We should not waste energy on that. We should make sure we get the right priority and then allocate resources there.
Allocating resources, Sander, when you hear Black Sea and you listen to what the General said about allocation, are you afraid that maybe maybe ships will be withdrawn or attention will be drawn away from the Baltic Sea, where you face a similar challenge. You also have in the Baltic Sea Russia as a country. Are you afraid that capacities will be withdrawn, or will you see, no, this is good because now we really have a very comprehensive kind of NATO front against NATO defense against an aggressive Russia?
I believe that NATO is able and capable to defend all its territory, and we will not do the steps of focusing only on one region. So, because we need to be able to defend by the Nile from Baltic to Black Sea, the whole eastern border of the NATO. And actually, I think we have to remember that Russia is not a geographically limited challenge. So Russia actually is everywhere, in the Baltic Sea, in the Black Sea, in the Western Balkans, in Sahel, in Syria, etc., etc. And by the means of the hybrid threats, so it can challenge us not only on the direct border, but much broadly. So by the energy, by weaponizing energy, and also by trying to influence the governments and societies by disinformation. So that's why we really need to do our utmost in the Black Sea, at the same time also being fully capable in other parts of the NATO alliance. And our knowledge of the Russia also from the historic point of view and having there as our neighbors allowed us to understand that Russia was indeed preparing the attack to Ukraine, and by that to warn our allies and including also Ukraine. So we have to look into the thick thinking of Russian leadership, and I'm sorry for using it so, but in the 21st century, it's not normal to attack a neighbor in the way they are doing and commit all the war crimes. So it means that we need to be ready, and we need to keep our capability really to defend us all over.
Yeah. No, it's really a shame that in the 21st century one has to use a word like sick thinking when it comes to Russia and what they've been doing. We hear today again of massive missile attacks on Ukraine, and what we all know what this means also on the loss of human life. So sick maybe is the right event. Michal, you have a similar experience as Latvia has. What is your take when you hear about the importance of the Black Sea? How do you see this from your perspective?
Thanks, and it's wonderful to be back in beautiful Bucharest. Given that I'm outside of government, I can see that I can say honestly that there is a bit of a worry of a competition, but. There is a big but, and here I fully agree with Zana that we need to really be looking beyond our own geographies. And if we look from the Russian perspective, they see the area of a competition really stretching from the north, from the Arctic, through Finland, through the Baltic Sea, all the way through Slovakia, Hungary, to the Black Sea, but also to the Eastern Mediterranean. So we have a long front now with Russia. And this is something that we in Poland are also now, let's say, and the alliance as a whole begins to understand. Traditionally, although the tradition is not that long, but Poland has not been as focused on the Black Sea. Although, if we go way back when, there was a time when Poland was stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, but these are really past times. We have now been working very closely with our mainly Romanian colleagues. And that's, if you look at the populations, military expenditures, these two countries of the Eastern Front are really critical for the cooperation, including, of course, all the others. And in the format here was the B9, Bucharest 9 format, also the 3 Cs that includes economic cooperation. But it's clear, and here I agree both with Ben and with Simona, that it is a time for the Black Sea. After all, fingers crossed, and hopefully not for very much longer, or very soon, the Baltic Sea will become a NATO lake. With Finland and Sweden joining, Russia will be really marginalized within the Baltic Sea. It is not the case in the Black Sea. Eventually, I very much hope that both with Georgia and Ukraine, also Black Sea can become a NATO lake, but that's a long time from right now. So our focus, it's very good that finally the alliance is getting the message of the importance of the Black Sea. I think there is an area for regional cooperation, but of course, and we've had here the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Turkey, the work also with Turkey, and here we are perhaps missing this critical voice on the panel, will be very important, how they are playing both within the alliance, but also when it comes to Turkish-Russian relations. So that's the way I think from the north we are looking now at the Black Sea with greater engagement.
Thank you very much for this. So the Baltic Sea becoming a NATO sea, with this one little exception, of course. But you mentioned the countries placed into the Black Sea, which allows me to turn back to Simona and ask her about the experience that you have on the Black Sea with your partners. You mentioned Bulgaria, member of NATO, Georgia in a relationship with NATO, and then Turkey. And Turkey, on the one hand, Ben mentioned they are in charge of implementing the Montreux Convention. On the other hand, they are NATO member, and an important NATO member. At the same time, we have seen in Turkey, as a reaction to Russia's aggression, that they have not joined sanctions, and we see a lot of Russian investment now, Russians settling in Turkey, and real estate prices going up, etc. Can you tell us a bit, in the confidence of this room, about your relationship with the other partners around the Black Sea?
I should start by saying that here we have a different geometry than in the northern part of the eastern flank. And with this, I said practically everything. So Poland plus Baltic states, it's not equal with Romania, Bulgaria, Republic of Turkey. So it's absolutely different. We have different backgrounds. But at the end of the day, what is NATO about? NATO is about consensus. NATO is the most important alliance, political military alliance, based on consensus. So I think at the NATO table, Romania, Bulgaria, Republic of Turkey should say very clearly, vocally, their national positions, and we have to find that middle ground that could make us achieve progress. You have mentioned partners. And I will turn a little bit to EU by saying that the decision taken this summer by granting the status candidate for Republic of Moldova and Ukraine is a huge step forward. And it is not about only Ukraine and Republic of Moldova. It's about the future of the Union, because this is a strategic project in relation with future enlargement. And of course, EU granted the European perspective to Georgia. Romania is investing a lot of energy, a lot of resources, a lot of effort in supporting these partners. We all, you all learned these days about how much Romania is doing for Republic of Moldova. this country is a vulnerable, fragile partner in front of such a big challenge and threat coming from Russia. And what we are saying right now is that we are seeing at work, we are witnessing at work, hybrid instruments in Republic of Moldova. So we are not, we should not neglect at all how much damage these instruments could produce to the security and stability in Republic of Moldova. And of course, I'm referring to energy. I'm referring also to economy in Republic of Moldova. Also, this applies for Georgia as well, and we are really, really very glad that the ministers of foreign affairs of these countries are right now in Bucharest, taking part in the foreign ministerial alongside other NATO ministers. It's very important to have them on board, to support them, and then to try to convince, to persuade other allies how important it is to furthermore a lot importance. But coming back to the free allies and NATO, I like to say that, we, as I started, we advocated for a long time the importance of the Black Sea in NATO. Of course, we have encountered some reluctance, not only here in the Black Sea riparian countries, but generally speaking in NATO, because, and I will say this all over again, we were in such a hybrid peace with Russian Federation. Just look back 2010, when Russia was defined in the former strategic concept as a strategic partner of the alliance. And now Russia is the most significant and direct threat to our security. What a huge difference. And we have also learned from Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, in the State of the Union speech, when she said we should have listened more carefully the voices of Central and Eastern Europe. We tried very much to highlight the threat that was there. But again, at the end of the day, NATO is at work right now in Bucharest, is on the ground on the eastern flank, on the shore of the Black Sea, in the Baltic area, on the Black Sea, Baltic Sea also. And again, what we are now doing with this massive deployment of NATO, and also at bilateral level, and I have to say here that US, by deploying 101st Airborne Division, elements of this headquartered in Romania and throughout the eastern flank, demonstrated the commitment that US is here, is in Europe, which is very much important.
Oh, thank you very much for this, and we see how important the US is also when it comes to the support of Ukraine. When you look at the military support to Ukraine, it's tremendous what the US is doing. I'm looking now at the public, at you, and ask you to ask questions or comment. And when you do that, please identify yourself and say to whom you direct your question. Maybe while you are, yes, please go ahead. No, I think you have to go, sorry, you have to go to the mic. At the Munich Security Conference, we have hand mics where we come to you, so I see here it's different, but it's okay. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, just a minute. I wrote here. No, just a minute.
Yes, please go ahead. Yes.
Yeah. Actually, I'm wondering about the German offer about the European missile shield for Europe. That what's your opinion to the German offer to create a missile shield, especially in regarding to also the Black Sea and Middle East Europe?
Sky shield. To whom is this question directed?
I mean, any of you that, especially if anyone who wants to reply, because Romania has already been accepted that they welcome to this decision. But what about the U.S. position? Actually, I want to ask the early morning,
Okay, so
decisions.
Ben,
but
what do you think about the
I love the German proposal to be a lead nation for air and missile defense over Europe. I think this was always my biggest fear when I was the commander of U.S. Army Europe, that we did not have enough air and missile defense, and that was before I saw Russians launching multi-million-dollar missiles against apartment buildings and shopping centers. So clearly we have a huge requirement for air and missile defense, but it requires a system of sensors and command and control and different types of weapons to hit all the different types of drones and cruise missiles and weapons that are coming at us. So this is something that requires a multinational effort. It's not about putting just Patriot or NASAMS in Romania or Bulgaria or other place. It's a system of systems. And Germany, I always thought should be the lead nation, but it really should be within a NATO construct, not a parallel construct.
If I may, I will just add that indeed the ministers of defense out of the 15 NATO countries signed a letter of intent, which I have to underline is not legally binding. So this should be crystal clear. Out of the 15, all the B9 minus one signed the letter, and Romania was there signing this letter of intent based on a German initiative, and in our policy decisions leading to signing this letter and involving in a potential future common acquisition, because General Hodges was very much right, we should have in mind a common effort of acquisition, and our initial thinking was this is an additional supplementary instrument at our disposal to consolidate air and missile defense architecture in Europe and to integrate this in NATO's architecture. So we are perceiving like this, this initiative. We are thinking it's a step forward.
Michel?
First of all, it's very clear that we should use all the missile defense that we can get our hands on. Right? This war has shown, especially that with Russia as an adversary, they target absolutely everyone, including civilian infrastructure. So that's number one. Poland is not part of the B9. Well, it's part of the B9. It's not part of the group that signed for it. Basically, Poland went against that proposal. The official explanation that I heard was because of the investment in the cooperation with the United States. And here I can a little bit agree with Ben that it should be very much rooted at NATO. But we actually have, and that's something we spend a lot of time talking before the panel, issue between Poland and Germany. And right now, actually the story number one in Poland is about German offer to put Patriots in Patriot defense system in Poland. Part of the reason behind the scenes, so to say, or unofficial, is that it's hard for the current Polish government to join initiatives that are led by Germany. And I think that's part of the explanation why we are not there yet. Thanks.
And sorry, the last question. Muzaffer Şenel, Aspen Fellow from Turkey. Do we need a new conventional forces agreement, which is more comprehensive than the 1991? That there are some rumors about to do those, that are diplomatic rumors, that there will be a possibility of the conventional forces agreement, but which will be included the unconventional forces as well, which is related with the privatization of the armies, that especially one of the speakers that has already been mentioned, which is critical about those. And I know of you that if anyone wants to answer.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I fully understood the question. It's about
conventional forces agreement that has been already come to an end, right? That there are some. It is not legally that's ended, but it's going to be now a new chance for more comprehensive conventional forces agreement in Europe, like in more than 1991.
National Forces Agreement. I think if there is a political decision taken that we, take as NATO, as individual countries, certain weapons, also weapon systems from other countries, I think that is the decision, and then the forces agreement flows out of that, and I don't see any problem with whatever is to set up whatever it needs in terms of contractual forces. Okay, any other question here? Yes, please.
Alina Naik with the German Marshall Fund. When we are to look at the map of the Black Sea, you see that the mouth of the Danube is also a very strategically important, strategically vulnerable point. Also, because the economic potential of the Black Sea was mentioned, if you look at the Danube yet again, you can see that the Danube itself can unleash or can help unleash the economic potential of the Black Sea region. So my question, I think it goes to Ms. Cojocaru, first of all. Are there any talks, are there any discussions about the mouth of the Danube from the security point of view and about the Danube, the river, from the economic point of view?
Thank you very much for this. So actually, when we are thinking at Russian behavior and plans and strategies right now, and of course starting with 24th of February, when Russia applied the worst case scenario, so maybe some of you, if not all, remember that Monday, 21st, when President Putin signed the independence decree for Donbas region, and then after the Motherland Day on 23, exactly on 24, very early in the morning, he attacked, brutally attacked Ukraine. So this is a worst case scenario. So I will say, making a parallel with this, that we took into consideration another worst case scenario. Russia to go down to Odessa and then more down to the mouth of Danube. So this is absolutely important, bridging the eastern Ukraine, of course, with Crimea, which is there, by the illegal annexation of the four regions, Kherson, Donetsk, Luhansk, and Zaporozhye, and of course Crimea. And please recall, I have said this morning that we are talking about the four recent illegally annexed regions, but please count each and every time Crimea. So this is 5. Actually, this is one of the worst case scenarios for Romania, but not only for Romania, for the alliance as a whole. And I'm sure that everybody in this room listened this morning, the high-level officials from the alliance, Secretary General Stoltenberg, Deputy Secretary General Joanna, saying all the time very clearly, vocally, loudly, that NATO is ready to defend each and every inch of NATO's territory. And please recall the fact just after 24th of February, Russian taken the Snakes Island, in an attempt to strategically control the northern part of the Black Sea, like during the Cold War era. So we are very much in our strategic thinking, looking at Danube. We are looking from multiple dimensions, also having in mind military mobility. At some point, we thought it could help in, making more flexible even Montreux Convention, to put it like this. But Danube is of such importance right now in the transportation of cereals, of grains. I was myself taking part in a seminar end of September. Actually, we have been together there, General, and we have seen a lot of ships, vessels, loaded with grains, cereals, on Danube. So the role, the geopolitical role, if you like, of Danube is absolutely increasing today.
Ben?
So three things that will improve or exploit the potential of the Danube River. Number one, Georgia. If Georgia is allowed to become the portal between Europe and Eurasia, which means a deep water port, so that rail cars from China come through there instead of going through Russia or elsewhere, that will put huge pressure on Constanta to develop, and then you get barge traffic going up the Danube. Right now, without that pressure, I think Danube is probably operating at about 10% of its real potential. So part of the solution is going to be Georgia. And of course, the Russians hate that idea, and they're using Mr. Ivanishvili in Georgia to stop the development of a deepwater port. The second thing, of course, is even if the Port of Constanta was the size of Hamburg, it wouldn't matter, because once product gets to the port, it's very difficult for it to go anywhere else. I mean, let's be honest, the transportation infrastructure in Romania is unacceptable for a modern European state, a NATO member, an EU country, and it has, according to the EU, the worst transportation infrastructure in the EU. So we've got to fix that. And then the third thing, of course, is why is Russia still on the Danube River Commission? I mean, I look at a map all the time, and I have not seen where the river comes anywhere near Russia anymore. I mean, I know why it used to when when Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union, but why is Russia still allowed to have a voice on the Danube River Commission that makes decisions about water management, restoration, or maintenance of the river? I'm curious of that.
Yeah, who has a response for this? Or is this unanimity to change, or how do you go about it? Anybody knows? Nobody knows. We have to look into this. Next question is.
Thank you. General Hodges,
Can you introduce yourself? Sorry.
Yes, General of Bucharest, George Scripcariu.
Okay, sorry.
General Hodges, how equipping the Ukrainians with attack MS systems is going to change the strategic game?
The range of the ATACMS is 300 kilometers. It's exactly 300 kilometers from Odessa to Sevastopol. So if Ukraine had ATACMS now, they could already be making Crimea untenable for Russian forces. So having, whether it's ATACMS or some other system, equipping Ukraine with the ability to have long-range precision fires that can force the Russian Black Sea Fleet to leave, that can continue to put pressure on there's only two logistics routes into Crimea, Kerch Bridge and the land bridge. So if they had long-range precision capability, both of those routes would be very difficult for Russians to use, and then it's just a matter of time before the Russians would have to evacuate Crimea. So getting that capability would make a significant, would be a significant additional capability for Ukrainian forces.
So please hurry up, give that the attack MS to Ukrainians.
Yeah, I have a conversation with President Biden almost every week, and so far I've been unsuccessful. Now, I wish he would ask me, and I honestly, joking aside, I cannot figure out, I don't know the real reason. I've heard that it's because they're reluctant to equip Ukraine with something that could launch deep into Russian territory, but Ukraine could already be launching the HIMARS they have now into Russian territory if they wanted to, and the Ukrainian government has said they won't do that. So if they had ATACMS, they could be eliminating Crimea as one of the launching points for these missiles and drones that are going into Ukrainian cities.
Yeah. Yes.
Hello, my name is Sergei Pelesa. I'm from Belsat TV, Poland. My question is to General Hodges. Sir, what do you think Ukraine need to survive this winter in this barbaric Russian strategy to use winter as a weapon?
Thank you, Sergei. Well, first of all, it's going to be a lot worse for Russian soldiers than it will be for Ukrainian soldiers. I would hate to be a brand new mobilized private in the Russian army sitting in a trench full of water with my winter uniform provided by North Korea and getting pounded all day long by Ukrainian artillery and HIMARS. I mean, it's going to be really bad for them, at least for the Ukrainian soldiers. You've got Germany, Canada, and UK and other countries that are providing equipment, clothing for fighting in winter. And of course, I mean, they're defending their homeland, whereas these very unlucky Russian soldiers that were not clever enough to leave Russia before they were mobilized, they're occupying force. So it's still going to be a huge challenge, but from a moral standpoint, it's going to be a lot worse to be a Russian soldier in Ukraine this winter. For wheeled vehicles, the trafficability will be very difficult. I think in that particular part of Ukraine, once it gets wet, it is a real mess. Tracked vehicles can move better. And I anticipate that Ukrainians will continue to the extent that they can keep pressure on Russian forces even during the winter. So they're going to continue to expend artillery and rocket ammunition. They're going to continue to need that. And I think that they're going to, they've got to be confident that all of us are going to make it through the winter. I mean, that the West is not going to lose its will. I live in Frankfurt, and the attitude among my German neighbors there is, okay, we're going to turn our heaters down a little bit. And the German government actually did a very good job. They got started early on building up gas supplies. And I think that the Kremlin played their gas card too early. And my sense in the United States and in Germany, and so therefore probably in most other European countries, that we're going to stick with Ukraine.
Actually, sorry for coming in for 1 minute. There is a huge community helping Ukraine, supporting Ukraine. Contact group led by Secretary Austin, by US, is gathering, the last gathering was 2 weeks ago, if I remember correctly, and the international community. So I'm not talking here about NATO allies, but also partners are helping Ukraine to resist. And I was thinking when listening to you, General, that we have some very positive, successful counter-offensive of the Ukraine armed forces, and after Kiev and Kharkiv, I think the victory in Kherson city is of huge significance for the armed forces. So the brave Ukrainian armed forces are demonstrating that they could resist, they could have victories, and as you said, you are very much positive about next year. So let's stand by Ukraine. Let's stay determined to help, and the brave Ukrainian armed forces are there to fight in the right of self-defense.
Yeah, General, just on you were just a bit, you questioned why these missiles are not delivered to Ukraine. In general, when you look at the equipment from a military point of view that the Ukrainian army has at its disposal, what do you think they are missing? There is a discussion in Germany about Leopard tanks. Would that be helpful? What from your perspective is missing? What can be delivered without, delivering arms that could only be used by invading Russia?
So I have never understood the debate about offensive versus defensive weapons. I mean, it really makes no sense. For 40 years of the Cold War, NATO were defending Western Europe with tanks. I mean, the German Leopard and the Marder, the Americans eventually had Abrams, and we were there to defend. So somehow that the tank, well, we can't give tanks or Martyrs because those are offensive weapons, it reveals that the person that says that has no clue, doesn't understand how to fight, or is using that as an excuse. I do not know why my country has not yet provided Abrams tanks, which allows other people to hide behind, well, the Americans are not doing it. There are thousands of Abrams tanks that could be refurbished and provided. And Ukrainians are as good or better than anybody on the planet at learning how to use new equipment. We've seen that. Yes, with the Abrams tank and the Leopard, there's a significant maintenance package that comes with it. These are all solvable problems. It's the political will, in my view, that we, the United States, have not done that. And I don't get it. And we'll provide hundreds and hundreds of HIMARS rockets, but not 100 Abrams tanks. And I honestly don't understand the administration's policy there. I agree with 95% of everything else, but I don't get that part.
Michel? Yeah.
Ukrainians have been pretty clear that they do need tanks. And I think they are the best judge of what they need at the moment. And, Ben, General, you were criticizing your country, but I think here is actually where we would definitely could use German leadership. And actually, Germany would not have to do it alone. There is I think, about 9 European countries that have Leopards that can pull together a European package. And it's certainly it's certainly a moment for Germany to step into this. It's really striking for me to see, and I witnessed it with my own eyes, German lawmakers asking the Americans to provide the Abrams as a sort of a political cover to be able to provide Leopard tanks. I think this debate at some point will end. I think in the end, it's up to the Chancellor. From what I understand, there is quite a few, but you would know, of course, much better, that there is a growing consensus in the coalition there to provide tanks. But the question was also about what else should be provided, and Ben focused very much on ATACMS and the Ukrainian defense forces. But we should not forget that Russia has now entirely changed its tactics. It's focusing in its terrorist attacks on civilian population. They continue to bomb energy infrastructure. So again, missile defense is another is this high need, including against drones. And the last point that I will throw in here is, given that they are shutting down Ukrainian power plants, is there something that we could help perhaps Ukraine to do to be able to reciprocate to Russian aggressor to be able to deal with Russian power plants? They are right now acting with entire impunity, only being faced by political message coming from the European Parliament that they are a terrorist nation. I mean, this is really we have to figure out how to counter their asymmetric attacks right now against civilian population.
If I may, just one word. What we are seeing right now in Ukraine is very much kinetic. But they are employing also many instruments, as you have already mentioned, and also Ben Hodges. We had met this morning and yesterday some Ukrainian parliamentaries. They practically shared with us stories and facts about Kiev being in blackout, and also attacking critical infrastructure, and we find out about the tragic losses of lives. We are now seeing a new missile attack, very recent, but on 15th of November, I was also somewhere in a missile defense conference, and that day was also a day where Russia massively attacked. And look at the consequences about the debris that such missile attacks impacted on Republic of Moldova. And as I said, we are also thinking about air defense of our partners, which is absolutely important today. But I will agree with the fact that Ukrainians know very well what they need.
Yeah. Before the Madrid summit, the Ukrainian government said that there are 3 things they need. It's weapons, weapons, and weapons. And now, before Bucharest NATO ministerial, we heard also 3 points that Ukrainian government demands, and it's air defense or missile defense, it's tanks and other weapons. So, but it's really very concrete, and this air defense capacities and also tanks are of utmost importance. So I really hope that our foreign ministers meeting here in Bucharest will use this opportunity to create a consensus that we cannot afford to discuss either now or later any more hour, not even day, because we need to support Ukraine right now before the winter because of the different reasons. Because there is a blackout, because it's very difficult winter in front of the Ukrainian citizens, but also because of technical reasons. When someone asked the Baltic countries, how could you predict that the attack will happen at the end of February? So one of the many factors was our knowledge of the geographical circumstances, the fertile soil, and the weather. So in winter, the ground is frozen, and Russia can attack with the heavy tanks, etc. So they couldn't do it so easily during the summer, because then the heavy machines are just stuck. But now the winter is coming again, so the attacks will be again a bit different because of the weather condition. So we need to support Ukraine right now and do not lose any more day for that. And it's very, very important really to use this momentum, understand the differences, and help Ukrainians indeed to defend in these winter circumstances.
Yes. Unfortunately, we have to come to a close because we have to go, or some of us have to go to the airport. Let me, I think, finish on what you all have said, and that is we need to continue to support Ukraine. Weapons, weapons, weapons. The general, with his experience, said exactly, what is needed, and he also very clearly said that he doesn't understand the reluctance with regard to some types of weapons we are not delivering so far. There is one remark I wanted to make also on what, Michal, you have said with regard to Russia now attacking civilian infrastructure. We are somehow, accepting this as kind of, the new normal we have to deal with. What we have to understand and know, these are war crimes. Russia is committing war crimes by hitting civilian infrastructure. This is international law, and they are not going by international law. Russia is violating international law, committing war crimes, committing crimes against humanity. When you see about the abduction of Ukrainians from certain areas, this is even, some people say this is genocidal. And one of the issues that is very important that we discuss is accountability. I think it's very important that those committing these war crimes have to face courts. It is for them, to get the punishment. It is for the victims, and it is something that, if we don't do it, will become a new normal. And I think this is also for deterrent of other dictators who apply terrorist measures not to do it. So thank you very much for being together on this podium. We all go home with knowing exactly where the Black Sea is. We know of the importance of the Black Sea and the importance of NATO to get engaged there, and the most important thing for the international community to continue to support the Ukrainian people. So thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying with us for almost 1 hour conversation on energy. I know in normal circumstances a better subject would have been the Football World Cup. Unfortunately, today we need to, this subject is consumed by some crises that we'll speak about today with very, very distinguished guests that we have in our panel. And I'd like to invite you all on the stage. Today we have here the Minister of Energy in Romania, Mr. Virgil Popescu. We'll have a great conversation with the CEO of OMV Petrom, Ms. Cristina Vercher, Mr. Carlo Pignoloni, welcome, CEO and Country Manager of Enel Romania, Ms. Claudia Grich, General Manager of E.ON Energia Romania, and Mr. Kurt Weber, Managing Director of Horvat. So, we were discussing earlier and during the conversations of today, energy and energy concepts and energy dilemma and energy crisis. I think it was paragraphs that were used in almost all the speeches of today. Why? Because now we are facing this double crisis when we speak about energy security. And the first issue of this crisis is, of course, the geopolitical situation caused by the Russian invasion in Ukraine that actually made Europe really see that Russian energy is or could be a very dangerous form of power. And the second leg of this crisis is basically the climate crisis. As EU is trying to cut the emissions, and this happened as a core of European Union policies and development policies. And in this context, the Russian gas was somehow a tool in the toolbox of the European Union in order to make the transition towards a renewable future. Now, having said this, in this period, these two pillars, energy security and energy transition, we saw that this concept could be both divergent in some situation, but also convergent. I'll start with Minister Popescu. Very complicated times to be the Minister of Energy, especially about the fact that Romania somehow has a front seat watching to a scene where Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova are not facing just a philosophical energy crisis, but they are facing blackouts, energy outages. Are we ready, Minister Popescu, to support and to play a role in this region?
Yes, of course. Let's make 1 year step before and look at the prices of gas that was starting to rise in July last year. July, August, September, October, November, December. Seems no reason for that. I always said that's a hybrid war started by the Russian Federation, starting with increasing the price of gas. Not directly, but sort of, let's say, so technical problems, declaration, reduction of flows through some pipelines, and so on. And then the reality comes on 24th February, Russian Federation attacked Ukraine, an unprovoked war. And I think for everyone was clear from that time that they were prepared 1 year ago, half a year back, with the price of gas, trying to give Europe and the whole world a big problem with the energy crisis, in order to be simply for them to attack Ukraine. But the reality was different. All the democratic world has united. And now we are together responding to this crisis, to this energy crisis and to this war in order to pass it and to minimize the consequences. Yes, you are right. Moldova and Ukraine are in the front, and they are already facing blackouts through the missile attack on energy infrastructure. And yes, Romania is in the front of supplying energy security to Republic of Moldova and also to help Ukraine. We already provide Republic of Moldova electricity from, I think, almost a month, and we're still providing as long as is needed. And we want to secure the supply of electricity and gas of Republic of Moldova. They are our brother, and we won't let them down. So Romania, the answer is yes, and also we are helping the Ukrainians with how we can. We don't forget that Romania was one of the first countries that already operationalized a hub, a logistic hub, in order to supply with almost everything Ukraine, and our terminal, oil terminal in Constanța, is supplying with fuel Ukraine. And also, half of the capacity of interconnection between Romania and Ukraine is dedicated to Ukraine, and they can buy electricity like Moldova from Romania. So yes, the answer is yes. We are facing a very big issue, but we are also all together, and we are helping Moldova and Ukraine. At the level of the European Commission, as the level of Energy Council, we are discussing to put a cap on gas, not only on Russian gas, on all gas that is importing in European Union. We didn't reach an agreement, political agreement on our last meeting. We will have another meeting on 13 December in Brussels. And I am sure that we will find a common solution for all member states in order to have this cap. And when our opinion is that only have this cap, the prices will be cooled down. It's not normal, and it's not competitive for European industry to have a higher price of gas. If we look to other hubs like the Asian, Japan, American, and we have to do something in order to protect our industry and also to fight against Russian invasion in Ukraine. And Europe and United States are in the front of this war, and together with all our partners, United Kingdom and all our NATO allies, we face together to support in order to finish this war and Ukraine to win this war, because this is our objective, Ukraine to win this war. So we are doing our best, and we are still in the front line, and we will stay in the front line in this energy crisis. And we are finding also solution, and we found solution for Romanians, for Romanian people, in order not to pay too much to electricity and gas. And we already have in place the last emergency ordinance, and the price are capped, and we already put in place a mechanism in order not to rise the price of electricity in Romania. And briefly, these are the main issues that we'll do if you look on short term, because everybody is thinking now on short term due to this war, but we have to look on medium and longer term, and this is when we talk about transition, energy transition, and here we have a clear strategy that Romania has to put in place. We are relying on nuclear energy, and we are committed to build Units 3 and Unit 4. You saw on COP27 that we announced together with our American partners, US Exim, finance of $3 billion for Units 3 and Unit 4. And you will see in the next months other announcements about that. We are also committed to build small or medium reactor with our American partners. We already chosen NuScale technology, and we choose the site. It's in phase 1, this project. But the finances for this project of small or medium reactors is more active than the other, and it's as we saw on the market, it's easier to raise money for small or medium reactors, and we will have in place this finance. So nuclear, it's our our objective in electricity. Then we assume a phase out of coal 2032, and we want to replace coal with gas. Why with gas? Because we have natural resources of gas. So that's we explain to all our European partners, European member states, because they ask, why gas? You don't see what's happening here. And I always tell them, look, Romania has natural resources of gas, and we will extract this gas from the Black Sea. This is already a consortium formed by Romgaz and OMV Petrom, and I hope that we will have the first gas end of 26, beginning of 27, and this gas will replace, it will be a transition fuel for the coal, and also we want to consume as much as possible in Romania from this gas, but already all our calculations said that after 2027 Romania will be a net exporter of gas, so we'll also supply security and energy security to our region. And on top of this, nuclear and transition from coal to green through gas, we are deploying renewables, offshore and onshore. We are working together, European Commission with DG reform at offshore wind law, and we'll finalize it. And when we talk about offshore, we talk about offshore wind and onshore wind and also photovoltaic. We already start in our resilience plan the call of project. We will start again calling modernization funds. So we want to build 7.6 gigawatts of renewables till 2026. So this is our strategic development in energy, nuclear, gas as a transition fuel, and on top of that, not at the end, on top of that, and as soon as possible, more renewables, more and more renewables. And of course, we are looking on increasing the transmission system in order to receive more electricity in the transmission system. And with that, you saw that we want to build an underground cable, an HVDC cable from the east to west of Romania on the corridor of Brua pipeline and Tuzla-Vodișor pipeline. We already made the technical study, and it's a positive response. Yes, we can do it on the same corridor, so it's no interference between gas and electricity. And we also will announce, and we already announced, Prime Minister announced, and we will soon announce that submarine cable that will link Caspian Sea with Black Sea between Romania, Georgia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Romania, and Hungary, that practically will bring green electricity from Caspian Sea to Black Sea and to the rest of Europe through our west border with Hungary, who will be part of that project. So increasing the feasibility and of the transmission system, increasing the capacity of production through nuclear, gas, and renewables. These are the objective of our energy policy in this time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So basically the regional context and the perfect storm that is happening around us gives also a lot of opportunities in order to basically lift off with some projects that were long time debated and discussed, and it's a very good context also for the investments to actually start being translated into reality. Mr. Sher.
Just to add, I didn't want to miss. Romgaz has already started the tender for two more drillings in Caragele on high, on deep, not deported, on onshore in Caragele. They already started the tender for drilling two more wells in Caragele field, and Caragele is a big onshore project that we want to develop it faster than 2026. I said end of 2024, so we'll have more gas end of 2024 from the onshore field.
Thank you very much. We will come back for sure with some questions also from the audience regarding the Romania's, let's say, strategy and Romanian projects and so on. I would go to Ms. Verscher, pointing the fact that obviously the gas crisis is affecting Europe and it's jeopardizing its general competitiveness somehow. What should be the actions actually to overcome these challenges?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be with everybody today. Actually, you probably get to build a lot of what the Minister said, because I think our job is to operationalize the plans in Romania overall. I mean, the fundamental issue is we have a supply and capacity issue. And this is what we need to be able to fix in the short term, in the medium term, and the long term. And at the same time, we have to transition that supply has a lower carbon footprint at the same time. I actually believe that this challenge does bring opportunity of acceleration of that. And I really fundamentally believe that the energy transition is a journey of energy security for the European Union. Because in the end, it is a net importer of all energy sources. So being able to transition is part of the energy security, I think, for the region. Our role, obviously, as an investor, is to invest in driving that transition. And we put out a strategy out till 2030 to invest 11 billion euros to really underpin that transition, predominantly in Romania, because this is our backyard here of that. And we fundamentally do believe that gas is part of that transition. And at the heart of that, obviously, in our investment portfolio is the Neptune Deep project that the Minister talked about. But in addition to that is also to enable the investments into new lower carbon opportunities, for which we are very focused on solar, of that, and building and contributing to building the solar capacity. But one area we haven't talked about is the transition for fuels, because fuels also is a significant portion of needing to have a lower carbon footprint. So in addition is the investment into biofuels in the country, and with that also sustainable aviation fuel. To make sure actually we are also taking the carbon footprint of the fuel also down from that. So these, I think, are the big aspects, is to continue to grow capacity while reducing the carbon footprint of that capacity overall. So I think there's two other areas which are even further out in time, but I do think Romania has opportunity, and that is the ability for carbon capture and storage, and also what hydrogen can be. And we believe that it's further out, it's probably not even mid-term, long-term, as the Minister was talking about. But I think Romania has opportunity in these spaces, because we do fundamentally believe it is going to take all of these, all different sources, to do the energy transition for the world, to see if we can get to net zero by 2050.
So it's a substitution rush, we can say.
Yes.
Mr. Pignoloni, how do we remain competitive, given the fact that we all saw these challenges, the energy prices rising, and all the aspects regarding the security, supply of gas, and so on? How can we stay competitive as an economy?
So, first of all, thanks a lot for the invitation, because it's a very important panel, and I'm honored to be here. Actually, some of the things that was already mentioned by the Minister and Christine, I'd say that in Europe, the crisis is fundamentally driven by the fact that we are dependent on gas. I would say that probably we knew that these crises are cyclic. If we were putting ourselves with these events, obviously not the war, but the energy crisis in 2030, probably the situation would be probably more balanced if we would have done the things that now we are seeing. All in all, what I want to say is that the only chance is this crisis is in a way accelerating the need to go to the transition, as has been said many times, because this is the only way to get rid of this dependency. Also from geopolitical standpoint, we used to talk about democracy of energy, And so, for instance, as far as renewables are concerned, it's clear that most of the countries can rely on their own resources, and this obviously is an advantage. Now we know that renewables are cheaper than in the past. I would say on the overall market in the world, these are massively the most important capacity installed. So looking what the generation world, obviously renewables should help us. I would add to all the strategy that has been set so far that obviously in the short term we have to address all the issues. So in a way, whatever it takes, we have to survive in this short-term crisis. So even coal, we know that has been massively used. Nuke in Germany now is still has been delayed. But I would say that our focus should be in order to see what should happen in the medium short term, in the medium long term, and so pave the way in order to get there in a more relaxed way. I would add that we can do a lot, not only on generation side, but also in terms of efficiency. Has not been mentioned so far, but we know very well that EU level, this is one of the pillars in order to save gas, but I would say to combat, to fight the climate change. Probably in the last decade we didn't do so much. Now is the time to tackle this issue with all the means. In a way, for instance, distributed generation is a very good opportunity because it's combining efficiency, putting the capacity where there is the demand, but also has proven all over Europe also, but also all over the world, that the time to market of this capacity is the fastest one. And this is a big advantage, especially for a country like Romania that in this very moment is not important, but I would say it's an opportunity for everybody. And also I'd say in terms of efficiency, obviously the shift from fossil fuels to electricity could be a very important opportunity because probably you know that electrification is our mantra as Enel. I would say this kind of vector has proven that is the most efficient, and that's why also for this kind of demands, the shift from the fossil fuels from gas, especially for buildings, for instance, to electricity could be an opportunity.
Ms. Grech, Mr. Pignoloni underlined the need for efficiency. And one of the tools, one of the important tools now is the demand reduction plan of the EU. It's called Save Gas, Save Winter. Saving gas will be enough for this winter?
I don't think there are definitive answers, but there are definitely some solutions that we identified. And one of them is indeed the reduction of consumption. I know it's not a very popular topic because everybody is seeing this as being deprived of comfort, deprived of something that is normal to have. What I would say is the fact that we are not asked to flatten the demand for any other reason, but to respond to whatever the basic lesson of the market economy is, meaning that when the demand is high, the price is high. Therefore, in order to make it also affordable for us as customers and to make it affordable for everybody to bear the costs of this sacrifice period that we are going through, I think it is really relevant that we are looking at consumption as well. And that is, on the one hand, it's related to what we can do as small gestures. I mean, I don't want to tell you about what an office building looks like when everybody goes home, how many lights are still on, how many computers are still running, and that is really for nothing. So if we are talking about efficiencies, let's think of the small gestures that we can do. On the other hand, at a larger scale, I would say that I'm really happy to see that this trend of efficiency has been well established in Romania in the recent years, and especially this year. I see that in the appetite of our customers, either to become prosumers for co- and three-generation solutions, as well as thinking more deeply into what it means to convert waste to energy. Looking at models of circular economy and so on. So I think that if we want to talk about demand destruction or demand reduction, that is definitely the tools that we have at our disposal. Without impacting our own comfort and keeping our competitiveness, to come to the question that you previously addressed as well. So yes, I cannot say for sure that this demand reduction will save us for the winter. There are other things that we have done in order to be saved for the winter, especially at the level of Romania. However, it definitely helps.
So savings is nowadays a leg of energy security.
Definitely, I stand behind that statement.
Thank you very much. Mr. Weber, we were discussing about policies and what we need to do in order to pass over this winter and so on, but policies are nothing without technology. Where do you see the technology is going? And in this substitution rush, what would be the tools that will put in place in order to, I don't know, phase out coal or reduce other carbon-based?
Well, thank you for the question. I think that policies are simply not enough. I think we need projects. And I think there is a clear shortage of projects, which actually, it has been mentioned by Ms. Vercere, we have a supply issue, not since the war started, I would say for the last, at least since 2014, there is a clear lack of capacity in the market. And actually what we pay, and now Romania pays, and not only also other countries pay now also for failures and missed opportunities of the past. This is clear. And I think what is clearly important now is to really look into the future and what can help, let's say, really in the future, and what could help fast. And I think the only answer to this is renewables. And to bring as many renewable projects on stream as possible, especially PV, especially wind. Because they are the so-called LCOE, levelized cost of energy, is clearly the lowest, and the latest technologies indicate that costs will go down. And we do this twice a year. We have this market model for Romania. We do it an institute, and if you simulate there, let's say, and exactly what the minister said, if you would bring the capacity of, let's say, PV to some 7,500, wind to some 4,800 installed capacity, you could actually reduce, the price could reduce by 25% of the megawatt hour. And that is actually the answer, I think, which we need to focus on, or the direction we need to focus on. Of course, there you need also, let's say, some supporting initiatives and investments. Yes, you need to invest in short-term storage to solve the day-night problem, especially with PV. You need to invest in some medium-term storage, which means hydrogen, to, let's say, to solve the summer-winter problem. And I'm happy that we can support here the Ministry of Energy to develop this national hydrogen strategy. And of course, we need investments into the grid to bring all those renewables on stream. Yes, and I think I agree with Ms. Griech. I mean, energy efficiency and energy saving is absolutely key. And yes, you will also need CCGT at some point, so we need the gas. But let's face it. These projects, okay, they're in the plans and they are delayed and they are late and coming in late. This is a problem. So all in all, I think we really need to think about the cost of energy production. And in Romania right now, coal and gas are closing the merit order. They are very expensive because of the cost of CO2. That will not change. That will stay. And then, I mean, if you put all the pieces together, it's clear that renewables are actually the only solutions in combination with the things I mentioned.
Of course, I will open the questions for the audience too. But meantime, I'd like to ask Minister Popescu if when everything will be finished in our neighborhood, will we exit stronger or weaker after this turmoil?
Stronger. That's true. That's reality. We are united, and we prove that united will win. So I'm sure that we will finish that more stronger than we are today. And it's for us was a test of unity. For NATO was a test of unity. For everybody was a test of unity, and we all pass this test of unity and solidarity, of course.
Is this solidarity when it comes about Ukraine or supporting Ukraine something very convergent at the European Union level? Because when it comes about energy policies and so on, we saw a lot of debates and quite divergent positions these days.
Now, inside the Energy Council at the European Commission, we can discuss everything. We can try to have more for our countries, but when we talk about Ukraine and Moldova, that's unity. So that's no doubt about it. Yes, I want more for my country, other want more for their countries, but when we talk about this, it's unity.
If we are to speak about these missed opportunities, Mr. Pignolani, what do you think were the missed opportunities that this context will actually make it as a reality, or it will be encouraged?
In a way, we already said, no? So Mr. Weber was very clear about renewables. Probably if we would have been a bit more, determined under this point of view, we probably would have been a bit ahead in this direction. Not only utility scale, I would say, but also prosumers, I was saying before. But, I would say in any crisis there is opportunities, along saying probably now it's clear that we should accelerate a bit. Obviously, there are some other decisions that has been taken in the past, dependency of Russia, that I want to discuss because actually are not relevant now even to Romania, probably to the whole Europe. But actually, yes, in a way, we should accelerate as much as possible in the direction, and probably we should be unite, as also Mr. Popescu was saying, that in that direction. I'd say that, for instance, it's expected, just to make an example about also sometimes regulation could be important. We are waiting at European level the work done by ACER in order to change a bit market design in Europe. This, I would say, has a paramount importance because obviously it's going to accomplish, in a way, the market rules to the increased importance in renewables. as it happens all over the world. This is another point. So United States, South America, even in Asia, the bilateral contract, or better, a market design based on renewables is strongly important. Probably we should live a bit with two markets, basically, because probably inframarginal and the marginal system is still important. But it's very important at the European level we are doing this step ahead, because in a way we are acknowledging all together as EU that this is the future, also market-wise.
Are there any questions from the room? Now it's time to show up. Corina?
Thank you very much. My name is Corina Morafa. I'm an independent energy and climate expert and an alumna of the leadership programs of both GMF and Aspen. And my question is for Minister Popescu and for Ms. Verschere. It's a relatively similar question. It's about an elephant in this room, which I think we have not named yet, but which we should name, and that is coal. As you know, Romania, according to the Recovery and Resilience Plan, had a very clear calendar for coal phase-out and a very clear deadline. And there have been successive changes to this calendar, revisions in an emergency ordinance in the parliament. There's now this idea of taking a huge chunk of capacity and putting it in a technical reserve, presumably also paying for that reserve and so on and so forth. So I'd like to ask Minister Popescu, how does his vision that he so clearly exposed earlier go hand in hand with this changes to the coal phase-out initial plan? And then to Petrom's CEO, how do you see the maintenance of such a huge coal capacity alive until 2032, conflicting with our decarbonization goals, with freedom of competition in the energy market, and these aspects? Thank you.
My vision is still the same. We assume 2032 is a phase-out of coal, and still we are on the same date. We didn't change the date. So 2032, it's the final date of phase-out. Assuming, let's say that we close in December 1 unit. Do you think that the resilience of the national system will still stay? I said no. We are facing a crisis. We are facing the war. We have to supply also Moldova. Maybe we have to supply other countries. So we need electricity. So on short term, that means that we need the coal. I always said that we need the coal for short term. Yes, we cannot close the coal now. We found that solution. We found the solution together with DG Recovery, with PNRR, and we make the definition of technical reserve. And yes, technically reserve, it will be stay till the end of phase out, because we never know what will happen. If we will face another crisis, maybe not a war, but another crisis about after 5 years, what we will do? You don't have a reserve. That reserve now, this year, next year, and probably on short term, don't need any support from state, because the energy is at a price that can support coal. Not coal is a marginal cost. It's not coal who is closing the market. It's the gas who is closing the market. But it will come the time when coal won't close the market. So for that time, if we will need electricity, we will pay for that reserve. Yes, we'll pay for the reserve. We need electricity. In meantime, we will make all the investment in nuclear, in renewables, in gas, in order to finalize this transition. But we assume 2032, and we stay on 2032. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this strong message, Mr. Popescu. Ms. Verschere?
Thank you. I have to say I've never answered a question on coal before because we're not a coal producer, but we are a fossil fuel producer. So I think I would take the question in that way. So first of all, by the time Neptune Deep comes on, which I think will be a game changer for both the investors in this project, Romgaz and will be Petrom, but also for the country, because as the Minister said, we will go from being a net importer to a net exporter. So not only are we about the energy security for Romania, but how we contribute to some very important neighbors. I think this is fundamental. But also gas has a lower carbon footprint than coal. So, and it will make up 70% of our production by the time Neptune comes on. So we will be reducing our overall energy intensity of the products we put into market by shifting more towards gas. I also want to add just an example of transition, because actually earlier this year we announced in partnership with CE Oltenia, which is a coal power company here in Romania, a partnership to develop 450 megawatts of solar capacity. And I think this is an example of two fossil fuel companies coming together to transition, to provide a green electricity into the market. So I think it just shows that investment is going as part of that transition overall. So for us, one, we're reducing the carbon impact of our product into the market as we go more gas. And two, we are also partnering as fossil fuel companies to bring more zero carbon capacity onto the market.
So we've got a commitment that the future should be or will be renewable for sure.
I think so too. I think there's two important points I wanted to add just listening to others. So first of all, gas is a really important role for Romania. Yeah. And it's a really important role in the energy transition overall because of reliability, right? Because of affordability, because of energy security, but also because it has a lower carbon footprint. And Romania, once Neptune Deep comes on, will be the largest producer of natural gas in the European Union. So a big shift for Romania in this, a really big importance to it. And then I just want to touch on efficiency, if I might, because in the energy transition, efficiency is fundamental. Because a product that you want to say, actually, we need to be careful with this product. One, the product has become quite expensive, unusually expensive. And also we know that it has consequences to the environment, so we need to be careful with it. And so I just wanted to say that I think there's a huge opportunity in Romania with regards to buildings and the energy efficiency of buildings. And we've been working with an NGO on a project called România Eficientă, which is about trying to reduce the energy efficiency of buildings, or improve the energy efficiency of buildings, reducing their carbon intensity by 60% by investing. And we're working with schools, and we're starting with schools. And why do we work with schools? Because when you actually educate people about this, it changes their perceptions. And if you educate children, they take it home. And they have influence, and you educate the next generation on it. Because I do believe what Claudia is saying is that energy efficiency has a very, very important role to play for all of us from a societal perspective on the climate change agenda here.
If I may add to that answer, don't forget that the biggest producer of coal, Complexul Energetic Oltenia, is in a restructuring plan. The government already invested €1 billion to save it, and 1 billion to restructure it through modernization fund. As Cristina Verchet said, we will build 747 megawatts of photovoltaic electricity. That means greens. We also will build 1,325 megawatts of gas. That means after that, the biggest producer of coal, it will be the biggest producer of gas and renewables, and a little bit coal. The rest, it will be in reserve tanks. So we did a lot of things in order to restructure and to prepare for the future, because yes, we know that the future is that. So this is the reality. And on the resilience plans, that's nothing says that more than the restructuring plan that is already approved by the European Commission.
Mr. Weber.
Thank you. I fully agree, Mr. Popescu, but I think it will not be sufficient to only look at the biggest players in Romania and what they do, yeah? Because how you say that, you know, a lot of small contributions sometimes add up to much more than CEO and Petrom and Romgaz can do together. And I think this must be the direction to really help the prosumers, to really help to bring as many projects as possible, small ones, not so complex ones, which do not need so much investment as fast as possible on stream. Because let's not forget, the demand for electricity is growing in Romania because of the electrification. And that means we, even though thinking about replacing very polluting units, yeah, with green ones is already a challenge. But we need even more. Yeah, we need even more. And I think Romania has a big issue. Yeah, it is energy is the risk is it stays so expensive Yeah, and it is not helping the competitiveness of the country. I think that is in the mid and long term a real issue. Yeah, therefore I think we need all together to think how as many projects as possible can be, let's say, implemented, especially in the renewables area.
So we already finished a call of project in Peterere. It's about 1 gigawatt, 960 gigawatts. So it's already in evaluations, those projects. They are more than 1 gigawatt. So that's renewables project. We already did that. Don't forget the last year we changed the energy law. We introduced the concept of prosumer, and from that time, after we modified the law, from 300 prosumer, now are more than 30,000 prosumers in Romania. We have a problem with the distributors that are delaying entering in the network of the prosumers. Today we approve an emergency ordinance regarding the implementation of the RED II directive, and we have there that prosumers now can put not only on their roofs, but they can put anywhere they have location on the area of distribution with the same supplier. So we give them more flexibility in order to have more location to produce for their own consumption of electricity. So we do that, and we are very conscious that we have to help prosumers. Their more small capacity means big capacity. So we are focused on that issue.
I would just like to add to this to help Minister Popescu as well, and to really say that we have seen this year, and now I'm talking about end user customers, we have seen this year, and it's the first year actually where there isn't a push from the supplier towards the customer to install PVs and so on, but it's a request. And it is the first time that this is happening in Romania. We have to admit it, because we have to say that with energy being quite cheap so far, there was no attraction or attractiveness for the customers. We have been trying to push these products into the market for the last 5 years. And no matter how much we did, we were never as successful as we were this year. So we have to face this reality as well. On the other hand, also what I see as, again, a supplier, we do have shortage of specialists in terms of designing these projects, in terms of installing PVs and so on. So these are the challenges that we really need to find an answer to before just jumping into the fact that no, we don't have the right regulation or the right law. So yes, there is progress into this direction, and we as actors in this market, we need to find the solutions to our challenges.
This is an excellent point, and because we all speak about projects, about investment, the money are there, and it is a great context and a great opportunity. The need is there because everybody is now looking for sources for cheaper and affordable and more sustainable energy. But how do we, or what is your response from the business environment as organizers of massive investment programs in your companies, and also at the level of the ministry? You had a very good point, because you need contractors in the end, you need engineers, and you need also technology. And we see a wave where everybody now is trying to buy, but we have some problems in the supply chain, because buying equipment for renewable is something that comes from Asia in a very big portion. Buying engineering, it's something that comes from Western Europe and Asia. How do we actually encourage the chain of building projects, not only paying for projects? Mr. Pignonoli.
I guess that this is a really interesting issue in the sense that we were talking about so far about a crisis for supply of a commodity. If we are jumping into the transition, probably the supply chain shortage could be an issue. You're perfectly right. Obviously, the answers are not easy. For sure, we have to invest in this. Not invest in money, as you were saying correctly, but we invest in ideas. For instance, as you're aware, the Renewable Wind Energy Association in Romania, we have promoted also an event in order to talk about the supply chain. But it's clear that also at European level is an issue. But I could say that. As an help, for instance, we are massively investing in a factory in Catania, in Italy, for not simply to assemble the panels, but to build the samples from scratch. And now we're planning to do the same in the United States. This is our answer, but obviously it's a partial answer from a player. But I'd say that this is something that is also an issue at EU level, and I know that there are a lot of discussion over there because it's the essence of the green economy in a way that when this program has been launched, renewables were already there, and there was already plan in order to invest more in that direction. But really, green economy is a transformation of the whole economy, meaning obviously also the supply chain. After the first wave of investment, for instance, PV, basically all the factories in Europe disappeared. This is true. And now we are discovering that now is a weakness because we have to recover in that direction. I'm pretty sure that it's not a matter of technology because I guess that there are all the capability in Europe to do so. And that's why, for instance, wind, from wind standpoint, from wind industry, we have some other issues, not the technology, because most of the suppliers there. There are a problem in the supply chain because, once again, also to build a wind turbine, you need some pieces that are coming still from Asia. So I would say that there is not a straightforward answer, but for sure we have to team up in order to look at how to tackle this issue because otherwise only the money are not enough or the projects are not enough because we need also this kind of supply in order to get there. As far as people is another issue. Also in this direction, I guess that in the moment in which we are talking about transition, we should invest a bit more also in education, because also for the efficiency in the buildings that we are seeing, there are a lot of opportunities. Also here, we have to shift competencies from the old sector to the new one. I don't guess it's a matter of number of people, but in terms of skill, for sure.
Thank you very much. Mr. Popescu, will these projects encourage the reinvention of the power engineering school in Romania? And also, I saw yesterday or 2 days back an announcement from the Ministry of Energy where some new programs to encourage the production of
yes, I think
equipment.
I think after pandemic, so in pandemic we saw that we are fully dependent of some products that we are not producing in Europe. And now we saw that we are dependent of products that are not so much produced in Europe as we needed. So in our resilience plan, we will finance, we have financing of 150 million euro, and we start the call of project in December, in a few weeks, about producing and assembling battery and producing of solar cell and panel solar. So we want to build here in Romania factories that are producing these items that are already needed in our economy. And we were already contacted by a lot of investors that are willing to come here and to to make a line of production here. Even we talk about battery, if we talk about solar panel, and they are asking about this call of project, and I told them, and now I have the opportunity to speak directly and to all, that we will launch this call of project in December. Regarding the human resources, yes, is needed. We saw this time at the beginning of last year when I had a discussion with the CEO of Nuclear Electrica, and he told me that the personnel there, the engineers there, are from the beginning of construction, and they are very good engineers, but we have to think on the future. I already spoke with the rector of Polytechnical University of Bucharest, and we want to have discussion in the Ministry of Education and to have on universities more students that are linked to energy, electricity, renewables, nuclear, because it's needed in our energy. There are a lot of needs of high qualified people, and of course we have to talk with the Ministry of Education of high schools that will prepare pupils for electricity. Because there are not only need of engineers, there are also need of educated people that can work in the electricity field, in the energy field.
Thank you. Mr. Weber.
Yes, I think these are very good ideas and very good projects. And if we will manage to attract them, this will be really great. And I think this shows actually an important point why this green transformation is not only about decarbonizing the energy. Yes, this is an important topic, but actually it is a great opportunity to create new industries, yeah? to actually bring new jobs to Romania, because I mean, if I think back, now Ms. Vecere is here at the table, but when I think back how the Ploiești area looked in 2004, 2005, when I was there around, and how it looks today, and a lot of the economic development happened because of huge investment in the refinery, into the CCGT, and I think this is actually a very positive effect you could have in an economy. By bringing, let's say, such production capacities, such new, let's say, innovative technologies to Romania. So the demand will create its workforce. Yeah? There will be, look into the automotive cluster in Western Romania. So if you once have the investments, they will find their way through if you let them do their job, right? So I think because energy itself is a commodity, and energy prices are actually, I mean, it's not the objective to have the lowest prices. I think it is important to have a good competitive level in Romania so that businesses can develop and are competitive in international area, and you create also jobs. I think this aspect often gets forgotten in this whole discussion.
So it is much more than actually producing megawatts. It's actually shifting the economy and encouraging a new wave. We will close this debate by thanking our great panelists of today. Thank you very much for your excellent ideas and remarks. We indeed have a lot of opportunities in front of us, but we also have some difficult times to pass through. However, I think all the pieces of the puzzle are there, and together we can meet in spring. And when I say spring, I'm not actually referring to the season. Thank you very much, and see you next time with our energy discussions at Aspen Institute, Cupola. Thank you.
Please take your seats. Thank you. Thank you. Get back to the room. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Jean-Christophe Bas. I'm the CEO and founder of Connectors for Peace, that is an NGO working to combat polarization and working with UNESCO. And I'm also a member of the executive board of the Aspen Institute in France that is partnering with our colleagues and friends from Aspen, Romania. It's a great pleasure for me to be moderating this last session today. I know that most of us are a little bit exhausted by this very long day or extremely interesting and stimulating discussion. And I'm sure that this last panel will be very much in line with the quality and the relevance of the discussion. We have discussed a lot today from the very start with the Secretary General of NATO about Ukraine, peace and victory and what will happen next. And in a way, this has been the conductor, the red thread of the discussion today. And in a way, this session will be a good opportunity eventually to wrap up all those discussions and also to try to come up with some specific perspective. One thing actually is to discuss how to achieve peace, but also to look at what is coming next. How can we make peace sustainable? I think the Secretary General Stoltenberg really stressed several times in his intervention that the war has not started last February 24th, but actually it has started now 9 years ago. It will be certainly very difficult and challenging to maintain peace, sustain peace. It's also, and I think it was stressed by Deputy Secretary General Michel Genoa to say that, there are lots of, in a way, not obstacles, but it's very difficult to discuss about peace and the future in Ukraine when we don't even know when and how peace will be looking like. So there are plenty of those topics that we will be discussing today. Of course, you know what is the peace fit with the border of 2014 or before 2014, or the border of February 24th this year, or a mix of both. These are some of the questions that are looming ahead, and also the multiple dimension. It's a little bit, and I would not use certainly the expression of the Russian dolls, because that would be very inappropriate, but there are multiple layers. Of course, the peace between Ukraine and Russia, because we will not change the geography, so Russia will still be there. So this is, of course, one key element and component, but also what does it mean also for countries like Moldavia, Georgia. We had a special session about the Black Sea, and also in terms of to what extent this conflict will be a major game changer in terms of European political, democratic security architecture, and also at the global level. So we have 40 minutes to address some of those key topics, and the sequencing of this session will be the following. I will ask each of the panelists to come up with their own perspective on these topics, and then we will, maybe pick up a few topics that were pointed out, and also take a few questions from the audience, because the audience probably needs to be more solicited, and I'm sure you have a lot to say. So I'm not sure we have connected with us Nathalie Yaresko, who is the chair of the Aspen Institute. She's connected, right? Okay. So we have the great pleasure to have with us Natalie Yaresko, who is the chair of the Aspen Institute in Kyiv, and was a former Minister of Economy, and who is actually today not in Kyiv, but in Washington, D.C. So, Natalie, you are most welcome, and you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Former Minister of Finance, just for accuracy. I thank you all for spending the time today to discuss this very issue. But there is really only one solution to achieve peace, and that is to defeat the Russian military. I think it was the Swedish foreign minister in Kyiv this morning who said only military defeat of Russia can solve this conflict. Chairman Milley of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States has said a similar thing. And I think that when we look for peace and to define what that long-lasting peace means, I think we look to President Zelensky's 10 principles that he presented at the G20 meeting. First, there needs to be nuclear safety. That means removing all troops from the nuclear power plant in Zaporizhia, as well as stopping all of the threats to use nuclear weapons. Second, there has to be food security for the world. These are steps that if you take them, you can build to peace, and they are easy to be taken. Food security means allowing for exports of grain through all of the ports in Ukraine. Third would be energy security. We need to stop these massive strikes. As you know, on November 23rd, there were some 67 cruise missiles fired at the electricity system, water, and power transmission systems in Ukraine. Over 40% of the system is damaged. At times, the entire country was under a blackout. They have to stop bombing the civilian infrastructure of the country as the third point. Fourth, return Ukraine's prisoners and return the forced deportees. Some 11,000 children are known by name to be forcibly deported to Russia. And we need to return all of these people for there to be peace. Fifth, and this gets to the question that you discussed in the introduction, there needs to be abidance with international rule of law, which means the UN Charter and the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine need to be reestablished. Our territorial integrity is critical. Sixth, of course, all Russian troops and all of Russian militias and Wagner groups and mercenaries need to be removed from the territory of Ukraine. Seventh, we need to have justice. We need to establish that special tribunal that was approved by a UN General Assembly vote. Eighth, and I think this is something we don't talk enough about, protection of the environment. There are tens of thousands of hectares that have been mined. This is the future of safety for the people of Ukraine, agriculture and farming, and so much more. The environmental devastation needs to end, and we'll need more resources in order to remove those mines. Ninth, we need to prevent any future escalation, and that has to do with the Security Compact. The Kyiv Security Compact proposal, which Ukraine has developed together with former Secretary General Rasmussen, very clearly outlines what those steps need to be to assure that there is no future escalation, future rebuilding of that Russian military after its defeat. And then finally, at the end, you can confirm the end of the war. You can sit down and you can sign documents, but no documents can be signed, no agreements can be reached until there's good faith effort to meet these principles, because there is no trust and can be no trust with Russia, which is illegally in an unprovoked way invaded the country and used some, I don't remember it, I think the defense minister said today, 16,000 missiles against primarily 97% civilian infrastructure. So for there to be peace, you need to build trust. And those steps, implementing them one by one, can build the trust that can lead to a peace where Ukraine's borders are secure, where the world no longer need be concerned about future escalation. I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie, for coming up with this list of 10 points to achieve peace, but also sustainable peace. I think it offers probably an excellent guidelines for this session and this panel. So maybe our panelists and speakers can also react to this list and maybe pick some specific perspective. I will give the floor first to Misha Gleni, who is the rector of the Institute for Human Sciences in Vienna, but was also a journalist and a broadcaster, and who wrote a few years ago this bestseller, Mafia. So maybe you will also address this specific perspective. Misha, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. It's slightly invidious, I think, for all of us trying to imagine a peace at the moment when we are frankly still very far away from a peace, and there are so many movable parts in this war that it's very difficult to predict how the next 6 months is going to go, let alone anything beyond that. Even as we speak, the Ukrainians are engaged in an intense offensive against Kremina, whilst just a little further down the road, the Russians are engaged in an intense offensive against Bakhmut. And if either of those towns were to fall in the next couple of weeks or so, it would have a very significant effect on the tactical and strategic position. We have an, I think, almost unprecedented situation, certainly much more intense than the other war that I covered, the wars in the former Yugoslavia, of the use of artillery, the amount of artillery, the number of shells that are being fired every day. And now actually, this is creating a problem both for Ukraine supporters, the allies in the West, in terms of actually supplying the munitions that they require, particularly since you have often a disjuncture in the type of weapons that the Ukrainians are using, former Soviet weapons, and so the West doesn't produce the right size ammunitions for them. And Russia too is hurling so many missiles, as Natalie pointed out, largely at civilian infrastructures, but on the battlefields against the military as well, that Russia too is having supply problems, and yet there's no sign at the moment of the intensity of the war dying out. Then you have the international aspects where Putin is clearly banking on divisions within Europe as his primary strategy, above all else in Germany, but also he will have noted the divisions in the Czech Republic, in Italy, as to whether the European populations, we know that the Ukrainian population is going to sustain their morale for a long time, notwithstanding the terrible strategy that Putin has unleashed on them with the attacks on the civilian infrastructure and the power grid above all else. But how long are the European populations going to back support for Ukraine? We simply don't know, but we do know that there is a significant part, for example, of the German population which questions this whole strategy. Similarly, China clearly does not want Russia to pull it into a major confrontation with the Western powers, which is not of China's choosing, either the time or the place or the nature of it. And here, incidentally, I'd like to point out one good thing that has happened, and that is it has become clear that over the past few months, if not weeks, China and the United States have been engaged in back-channel discussions to ensure that this war does not escalate to nuclear, and that is a really good thing in my opinion. China has also expressed its dissatisfaction with Putin. Putin has lost the support of large parts of Central Asian countries who have expressed their dissatisfaction. But Putin continues to enjoy support in critical areas in Africa and in South America and in parts of Asia as well. So this is playing out on the battlefield. It's playing out on the level of the suffering of the Ukrainian people. Putin feels as though he can still continue to throw tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of young Russians into the meat grinder in eastern Ukraine. The Ukrainian morale, as I say, notwithstanding everything, remains incredibly high. So you've got a whole flock of black swans flying around this conflict at the moment. What happens when they either disperse or they land? Well, I'd just make a couple of remarks, is that whatever happens at the end of this, Russia will remain a power that possesses more nuclear warheads than any other country on this planet. And so how one deals with Russia, it's obvious what is going to have to happen in Ukraine, and Natalie has spelt it out very clearly in terms of issues like justice and so on, the reconstruction of Ukraine, which we know is going to cost a fortune. That will have to happen, and we will all have to put our shoulder to the wheel on that one. But Russia, which now is in danger of sliding into warlordism, is likely to be a very unstable place. And so it is my hope that in the chancelleries of Europe and in the United States, and even in places like China, as the Portuguese foreign minister was suggesting today, people are thinking of how do you manage Russia at the end of this war, whatever the outcome of this war is. And what you really have to watch out for, in my opinion, is you don't want anything like a repeat of Versailles.
Thank you, Michel. I think you have raised lots of very important points, and one of them actually is to say that it's very difficult to, just to have those discussions about the future of peace when we don't even have any idea of where we will be and what will happen in 3 months and 6 months. So, discussing about the new architecture is certainly worth our time and interest, but there is still lots of unpredictable perspective. You have also raised the important point of a risk of divide among Europeans that we see coming here and there, and that's actually maybe even growing in when winter is progressing. So this is obviously something that we have to look very carefully. And of course, this major issue about how to manage, how to handle Russia if indeed there is a total failure and the risk of total collapse, and so this is a major point. As long as we speak, there are more and more issues that are popping up and piling up, and I'm sure that Sarah Myriam Martin-Brûlé, who is a professor at the Bishop's University in Canada and also a fellow at the International Peace Institute, will be able to grab some of those issues. I would like also to say that Sarah is also an expert in conflict management and follow-up, and so I think she will also come up with this perspective.
Thank you very much. I would like to address this question of trust and what are the tools we have as an international community in order to build that trust and to come to a certain peace, however we define that peace. And that's, I think, also a question. How do we define peace and stability for that matter? And one tool that we have are, of course, UN peace operations. And UN peace operations were meant and were created to help state quell conflict, resolve dissensions, and of course protect civilians. And the questions of peacekeeping resurface, of course, with the war in Ukraine. In March, Poland suggested that it might be a good idea to have NATO deploy a mission in Ukraine in order to provide security. That proposition was then followed by the USCE, who suggested to also oversee a mission in Ukraine in order to help the population. And of course, then the question was raised, well, what about the United Nations? What about a peacekeeping missions? And when we talk about the UN, of course, one of the biggest advantage, or what is different about the UN, is that it regroups all the countries in the world. So by definition, by its very nature, the organization is international and hence can be seen as more impartial. The question then is, what type of peacekeeping missions would we see? Who would be involved? Which member states? How would it come forward, and which means would be deployed in order to carry on a peacekeeping mission? And as a Canadian, I put forward a proposition of a peacekeeping operations à la Suez. And what I mean by that is, of course, we've seen mostly in the 1990s and in the year 2000, mostly big peacekeeping operations, multi-dimensional missions that really aimed at quelling conflict within states. It's been, since the 1950s, we've rarely seen, or we've never seen, conflict between member states that included one permanent member against another. So the question of à la Suez refers, of course, to the UN missions, the United Nations Emergency Force that happened in Egypt in 1956, and that followed the idea of the former Canadian Minister Lester B. Pearson, who put forward this idea of deploying troops under the banner of the United Nations in order to supervise the withdrawal of France, UK, and Israel forces from Egyptian territories, and once the withdrawal would be done, to act as a buffer and, of course, to supervise the cessation of hostilities. There are two advantages, I think, to a mission of interposition like this. First of all, in the very idea of crafting, designing a mission that opens a new forum, a new area of negotiations between the permanent members, which, as you know, are the UK, China, Russia, France, and the United Nations. So it opens a new forum of discussion in agreeing on something, on doing something. And of course, the second advantage is that if a peacekeeping mission is indeed put forward, then of course it can help contain the conflict at the international level, certainly at the regional level, and alleviate the suffering of the population. But when I say à la Suez, I also refer to the role that Canada could have. And Canada, as a non-European mission, the founder of Blue Helmets, if I may say, with a significant Ukrainian diaspora that speaks the language, that know the territory, could have a key role. And this is the more current that the president of Ukraine actually called Canada for their help for a long-term peace plan on November 17 at the Halifax Security Conference. And I think that Canada could play a significant role in such a peacekeeping mission that, akin to the UNEF, so the United Nations Emergency Force that happened in 1956. Now, this one would be in Ukraine and could indeed supervise the withdrawal of forces and create and supervise the cessation of hostilities, act as a buffer as well. But of course, this would need to be revisited because, as we all know, the situation from 1950s has changed a lot. The technology has changed a lot as well. So there are many remaining questions. So, for example, what would be a buffer zone? What would we be supervising? Are we talking about a truce, a ceasefire, a full peacekeeping agreement, or a peace agreement? And what does it entail in terms of monitoring, but also of different consequences? It's been mentioned that territories have been mined. We all know about the drones. Could we mobilize new technologies now to act as a buffer zone, maybe using cyberspace, satellites? So all of these questions stay there. But I think just the very drafting of any type of agreement or any missions would have this added value of starting a new space of negotiation between the member states, and that's something to be revisited. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, Myriam, for first raising the point of the urgent and immediate need to rebuild trust, because there is no way to achieve sustainable peace if there is no minimum of trust. So this is the first requirement, and then using the experience, and particularly the Canadian knowledge and experience in terms of peacekeeping. We all know, for those who have been observing conflict and war in other parts of the world, that the peacekeeping and maintaining and sustainability of peace is sometimes more challenging than reaching the peace itself. Reaching the peace itself can happen sometimes, because for a whole range of reasons, but we see in many cases that the peace is not sustainable, and that for a whole range of reasons, conflict can start again. So, of course, and that would be a way also to bring the UN back in the game in this conflict, because there were many voices, saying that the UN have been somewhat absent. But I think it was said very clearly this morning that any organization that is having Russia as a permanent or as a member, is today totally unable to do anything. So, I mean, it's not a way to blame the UN for not being able to do anything. It's almost inherent to the situation. But hopefully, if and when peace will be achieved, hopefully the UN will be able to work again in a more effective way. So we will end this first round of initial remarks with Alena Kucko, who is the Vice President of GloBSEC, which is a major think tank in Bratislava in Slovakia, and who is also the Director of the Global Policy Institute of GloBSEC. So Alena, thanks for sharing your own perspective. Then we will get back to Nathalie to give her a chance to react to what our panelists on stage have said, and then we will take hopefully a few questions from the room.
I will actually start by bringing in the Sarah's points about the peacekeeping, and they connect them with the reflections that were already made throughout this conference in the earlier sessions as well. And the reflection is that Western-led ideas and institutions how to deal with peace or conflict elsewhere have largely failed. We have failed in our belief that trade and closer economic relations will ensure peace between countries, and that's why also there's no belief on either side of the participants in this conflict that peacekeeping is a solution. Sarah already pointed out that the offers were rejected, but also there is increasing understanding that a premature peace, and currently any peace that can be reached will be premature because both sides are unhappy and think that they can do more on the battlefield. This premature peace would be even worse than the current unpeace and the state of war that we have on the battlefield. In this regard, I absolutely agree with Natalie that peace will have to be won on the battlefield, and for that Ukraine needs to advance much more in deoccupying its territory. But I already said that actually, whatever happens, very likely that both sides will still be unhappy, which means that we'll probably be in this, if we're lucky, stable situation of unpeace, of pre-war, and if we're unlucky, in the kind of war-type situation for quite some time to come. Ukraine will be inherently unhappy if it doesn't deoccupy all the territories that it has, and Russia will be very unhappy with the undeniable defeat. And it's very unlikely that Russia is just going to be sulking quietly in its corner. Russia will, under the current regime, will think about satisfying its ambition, if not in Ukraine, then potentially in countries like Georgia, Moldova, or Belarus. That's why it will definitely be a long story, and indeed I agree absolutely that maintaining peace will be much more difficult and much more long-term mission than even getting to peace. In terms of maintaining peace and how to keep at least some countries, participants of this conflict, happy, Natalie outlined a fantastic list of preconditions that need to be met. Largely, of course, being representative of an organization that's located in Eastern Europe, we strongly believe that the only way to ensure peace in the entire region, and not only in Ukraine, is to provide Ukraine with the strongest security guarantees. And the only strong security guarantee that we can legitimately rely on is, of course, NATO membership. It is not going to come anytime soon, not in the immediate years, but it is fair enough and actually in our own benefit to make sure that we strive for this ambition. Before that comes and before it can become possible, Europeans will try to do everything possible to include Ukrainians into as many economic and societal structures as possible to make sure that if the time comes, Ukraine will also be ready to join the security arrangements in Europe. And I'll probably stop here for now.
Thank you, Elena, for this also very meaningful and important point that you raised, and indeed, what are the immediate priorities in terms of membership to NATO, membership to the EU, when would it come in the agenda? And I think it's very important that both institutions, being NATO, being EU, are ready to be reactive, and also that we are able to to assess when is the right time for Ukraine's membership. I will, as we said before, get back to Natalie, if she's still with us.
Yes. Yes, please.
Okay, Natalie, would you like to eventually react, comment on what, I mean, see, we had, I think, very rich perspective from our panelists, and we would like to have you maybe commenting or adding and coming up with your own views.
Thank you so much, and thank you, all of you, for your input to this issue. I want to step back for a moment and just say that peace requires military defeat, or there is no peace. A ceasefire is not peace with Russia. We've had a ceasefire for 8 years. I was minister when this war began. It led to further invasion. And peace does not alleviate suffering if a portion of the Ukrainian population remains under Russian occupation. Remember that every town that's been liberated, we unfortunately see after the high and after the wonderful news of a town being liberated, all of the tremendous evil and destruction, torture that goes on behind that wall of occupation. This is an attempt to destroy a complete society. It is an attempt to commit genocide and eliminate Ukrainians. So, to one of the speaker's points, Europeans can't give up on supporting Ukraine. They can't watch a European nation be destroyed. We've seen this before in history. We've seen a people being destroyed, and we reacted too late. We need to do everything we can to support military defeat of Russia in order to gain peace. And to the extent that Ukrainians are making the vast majority, I mean 99.9% of the contribution to defending the peace and freedom of Europe, whether that's at the front, whether that's freezing in their apartments with no water in minus 10 degrees, 20 degrees centigrade. Europeans, democracies globally need to continue to support Ukraine. So I would urge not to look at a peacekeeping mission until at least some of those steps that I described to you have already been employed, so that we have some path to building trust. Trust that everyone mentioned is critical to any peace. But I just want to underline again before we move on, that there really is no peace and there is no sustainable peace that was described unless the military is defeated. The Russian military must be defeated. And so what that means is right now, support for Ukraine means more weapons. It means more air support, air defense. It means financial support to maintain critical government services. And now, because of the last weeks of carpet bombing the electricity and power system, it means helping support restoration of power throughout the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Natalie. Actually, you are in Washington, D.C. Can you tell us a little bit about your recent talks and how do you feel about American support and which is absolutely vital. Do you have any reassuring or assuring views to share with us?
Yes, I think there was some concern prior to the midterm elections that a change in power between the Republicans and Democrats in the House and or the Senate would potentially put some stress on the support for Ukraine. But in fact, after these elections and the change in power happened in the House of Representatives, the Republicans are now leading the House. They have reconfirmed complete support for Ukraine and for ending this war with a military defeat. In fact, the leadership of the House, the prospective leadership of the House, came out and said that they actually support more offensive weapons and longer range missiles. The one issue that they have raised to complement their support, so which we cemented bipartisan support again post-election, is that they would like to make sure that there is transparency in the provision and the utilization of that military support. So I think that they will be pushing for in pairing with a new package of support, which the administration has already proposed, and hopefully will pass before the end of this calendar year, an incremental $40 billion of support, military as well as financial. Pairing that incremental support, I believe the Republicans will push for mechanisms to ensure that the support is being used properly and that it's getting to the places it needs to get to, and putting to rest any questions about misuse, corruption, or other with that support. So I think we came out of these midterm elections in the United States with a stronger, more clear, bipartisan support for Ukraine, and I don't think there's going to be any change in that in the near future. I think that we all understand that Europe is more hard hit, both by the effect of the sanctions on the economy as well as the incredible number, 7 or 8 million refugees who fled Ukraine to Europe. But at the same time, I think that everyone is holding together in the United States, and that is to some extent remarkable but appropriate.
Thank you, Matt and Natalie. We have just a few minutes left. Are there any questions from the room? Yeah, we have two. So please go to the mic. Yeah.
Is it working? Yeah.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Thank you, panelists. I would like to bring back one of the ideas that Misha commented before and bring it to you all to comment briefly, please. And is, how do we manage a defeated Russia? How do we do with that in the few years to come? Thank you. I'm Bas Moreno from the Spanish International Affairs magazine, Orden Mundial. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing this question back, which is absolutely vital. Maybe we take the second question right now.
Sure. Mihna from the Black Sea Trust. I wanted to shift a little bit the discussion towards the Armenian and Azerbaijan conflict in a context in which you would expect Russia to lose some of the influence it has in South Caucasus. But in this context in which Russia ceases to be a peace breaker in the region, and we see Azerbaijan growing its influence also as an energy provider for Europe. What role would you say should the Western countries, Europe, NATO, have in maintaining security in that region?
Okay. Is there any of you who want to address this specific point of Azerbaijan, Armenia? Okay, go, Misha.
I can do it very, very briefly, but it shifts the discussion away a little. This is quite an unstable region now, particularly Armenia, Azerbaijan. It's not just Russia that is losing influence, it's other countries that are competing for influence, particularly Iran and Turkey. And so it's not out of the question that this becomes another area of instability. From the European Union's perspective, reducing the sort of black swan overflow of the Russia-Ukrainian war is incredibly important. There's not much that the European Union can do in Armenia and Azerbaijan, frankly. It can do more than it's doing in the Western Balkans, however. by accelerating the process of integration of the Western Balkans into the European Union, and thus blocking off one area of Russian influence in Europe.
We have just a few minutes left, and I think it's very important to address this point of how do we deal with Russia? How do we manage the risk of Russia collapsing and with a new chaos looming ahead? So maybe we could end the discussion on this topic, so each of you could come up with your own views or advice, and then we will ask Natalie also, because she's and Ukrainians are immediately concerned with this issue, and that would be our last word. So, go ahead.
I'll connect actually the two questions, because the issue of Azerbaijan and Armenia, yes, shows limitations of what Europe can do, I mean the European Union, and B, it shows very clearly that there are other powers in the world that will be increasingly active, not just in Armenian-Azerbaijani conflict, but actually will be increasingly active in trying to have a role in whatever solution there is to the war in Ukraine. For example, Turkey is the best case example, and Turkey already plays an important role. But switching to how to manage a defeated Russia. First, I think Russia is very far from collapsing, and I don't think Russia is going to collapse anytime soon, regardless of the outcome of the war in Ukraine. What's important to remember is that Russia strives to be a great country. It's not just about Putin himself. There are certain elements in the philosophy of the state building in Russia that implies that Russia is a great country, which means it's the opposite of a normal country. So unfortunately, probably we need to expect that Russia will try to restitute its ambitions elsewhere. And that's why I'm saying that we need to be extremely careful and try to predict and help countries like Georgia or Moldova in making sure that they're not next target of the defeated Russia as well. What will be important also in managing the defeated Russia is trying to bring more other countries into the conversation, be it Turkey or be it China on the nuclear issue as well. And finally, my final point, and that goes back to Misha's previous points about the repetition of Versailles. Of course, justice is important, but justice is not the same thing as revenge. So when victory comes, Ukrainians and Europeans will need to be somewhat merciful in their victory to make sure that we do not have to deal indeed with the repetition of Germany between the two wars.
Sarah.
Very quickly, I think we can go back to the definition of what would it mean a defeated Russia and what it means in which territory as well. And it's been mentioned by Misha on all the dimensions in which Russia is trying to influence different terrain and areas of operations, and that will go on. And there's many ramifications, I think, to Russia's operations, activities, and influences. So a defeated Russia on one area doesn't mean a defeated Russia on all areas as well.
Misha?
Just in terms of the defeat of Russia, just as Lenin saw imperialism as the last stage of capitalism, Putinism is the sort of the final stage of the grandeur of Tsars and the embodiment of the state and the Godhead in one person. What this means is that if there is a defeat, I am certain that Putin will fall. It would probably be more advantageous for us if Putin falls earlier, because I don't think Russia will sustain the war if Putin falls. The problem about that is that we don't yet see the critical mass of what I call the Ceausescu moment or the Milosevic moment, whereby his own security forces decide to devour him. And so we have to brace ourselves. We have to prepare for a long war. This is going to be long at the moment, unless that black swan lands and Putin goes.
Thank you, Misha. Natalie, you have the last word. So there are some different perspectives about Russia and Putin, and short-term, mid-term, longer-term. So give us your perspective, and this will be the conclusion of this panel.
One very kind of broad statement is that I was in the US administration when the Soviet Union was collapsing, and the George Bush Senior administration at the time was also terribly concerned about the Soviet Union's collapse and what would happen to the nuclear weapons. And so this concern is not new, and yet we've gotten through it. So I urge everyone not to base our attempts to support Ukraine and achieving defeat on what will happen in Russia. I think that has to be something that is secondary to bringing a military defeat first. I think practically what happens with Russia will, to a large extent, depend on how we as democratic countries have come to support Ukraine, strengthen the region, meaning Moldova as well, strengthened our NATO forces, and what we've created in the interim during this horrific war in terms of strength, which will then, I think, define whether or not Russia continues to be an imperialistic and militaristic state or not. And so I think that the security guarantees, the bilateral and multilateral security guarantees that are built as we seek peace, I think how we invest in the rebuilding of Ukraine and strengthening Ukraine post or even now as we move through this war towards a eventual and necessary peace, I think are going to be very, very important criteria for defining what Russia will or will not do after its defeat. But I think we need to focus right now, because the number of people that are dying and the way these people are dying at the targeting of the civilian infrastructure and the targeting of civilians is something that we need to put an end to as democracies globally, not just for Ukraine, but for ourselves and for the future of democracy globally. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie, for those words that are, in a way, very strong message and optimistic views. And I think this is a very nice way to end this first day of discussion of the Bucharest Forum. So thanks to everyone for your resistance to this long day. Thanks to our panelists, and please give them a round of applause, for this discussion. Thank you, and don't know at what time do we start tomorrow. Maybe Mrs. MC, you can give us some instruction.
Definitely will. So thank you everyone for staying with us until the end. We will invite you for a cocktail reception outside. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow again, starting at 9. Thank you.